Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Heart of the Huntress World Qualifiers for the APAC region. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by the beautiful Spitz right here. How are you doing from Australia?
I'm doing really, really well. I'm really excited to be here on my first official cast with you, Moonboy. I've even got the background just like you always have. So I think it'll be a great cast.
Yeah, so coming into APAC, you have been playing in the American shop all the while. So what do you expect coming into this World Qualifier this time around?
I know historically APAC has played a little bit more controlly. Like they've had definitely more like innovations in SI. Like historically that's been like where APAC's really shown. So I'm hoping to see a lot of good like control plays. But I also know like so many names, and if we look at the roster, like it is all old names from APAC that we've seen tons and tons of times.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've looked through like the playlist. I've saw like really old names, like like lots of blacklist player coming back on as well. We are seeing ABG, right? We have seen lots of ABG on the rise recently also, and old names such as like High, Keisik, Reroll. Yeah, so like they are all here. Ping Ping Ho as well. They're all here to try to fight for a spot in World Championship as well. But anyone in particular that you are eyeing for, or you are kind of saying like there's potential coming in?
I'm really interested in three of the players. We've actually got three players that are already qualified for Worlds playing in this tournament. So we can already see a little bit of their play before we actually see them in Worlds. But I think above and all else, I want to see ABG Nessie. He's a good friend of mine. I've seen him around a lot. He's been badgering me to be on the be on the stream.
Yes.
So I hope that he gets at least a little bit further than top 64.
yeah. So hopefully, like he gets some screen time, like he has been asking for. But we'll see how he actually do well this time around. But speaking of the players, what's the players gonna be piloting coming in this weekend as well, right? There are lots of favorite decks moving forward, and I believe like a few weeks ago there's a huge patch that actually changed up the whole meta game, and this is probably like a whole new fresh start when it comes to the meta game as well, right, Spitz?
Yeah, it's definitely like a renewal from what we had like a month ago, which was all Siren Song. Like there was a tier 0 deck, it was Siren Song, everything else is below it. Now everything below it is that strong stuff, and it's a little bit of like new flavors on the old stuff, like Heimer Jace, but now it's got Scrap Traction, for example. And a bunch of other, decks like that. We see Alawi Swain, we see Jinx Kennen instead of with Lulu, since Lulu was rotated, but it's still the same discard pile with the new Returno wrench. So we're seeing a lot of like old favorites with one or two new cards that's really changed the format while also keeping everything pretty equal power level.
Yeah, but I mean, moving forward, like especially for today, is there a deck to beat or even a lineup to beat that, or even like the best lineup in the format right now?
I think the general consensus is no. I think that Heimer, Jason, Aatrox are like the two, like out of all of the big decks, they're the two main ones, and you can put them together if you want. So I think like if you want to be on like the power lineup, we're gonna see a lot of Heimer, Jaces, and Aatrox. So it could be that that's gonna be the boogeyman that everyone's trying to beat.
Right, but what about Nessus? Like Nessus Vega is pretty consistent. There's the removal, there's board wipes, there's also a huge Nessus moving forward as well. I believe players would be pretty worried about Nessus in this matchup as well.
Yeah, Nessus is definitely like appearing very strongly. It's such a like horrible thing to fight against because you can't attack into them because they've just got a 20/20 dog slapping you in the face. And if you want to develop anything, they just play Siphoning Strike and make the dog even bigger. It's definitely a difficult time, and I think we've seen a lot of it in the open rounds for APAC and as well as the other regions. So I expect to see it show up fairly consistently in the open. Are there any decks you're interested in?
I mean, there's only one deck that caught my eye. Like we have not seen Teemo in the spotlight for like ever, and finally, finally Teemo is actually playable and even one of the top decks, especially in the first week of the patch, right? And with the new landmark moving forward as well, it can really dodge a lot of damage and just keep putting those path cap into your opponent's deck.
Yeah, the fact that like some monument, another new card on an old deck, lets you stall for like 3 or 4 more turns is just so punishing to so many mid-range and control decks. I hope to see a little bit of Teemo. Hopefully we can get some of that action in there.
Yeah, but I hope to see more. Like everyone should have a Teemo. Like I'm a Teemo advocate. If you guys do not know, like since like the very start, like beta season, I've been playing Teemo the whole time, right? And that's my baby boy right there, and I want to see my baby boy shine today.
I mean, you've got the Vandal tree in the back. Oh, wrong way. Vandal tree in the background. Like, obviously, you're a big Teemo fan.
Yeah, for sure. But what do you think of, like, Lurk and Scout, right? These two decks has been in the forefront in the earlier season of the game, especially like where they first came out. It's really strong, especially when things like Scouts, where you can attack multiple times a turn as well. Do you think like these two archetype would be prominent in today's format as well?
I think Lurk has not Lurk, sorry. I think Scouts has a lot of
Yep.
chance of being played. I think like Champion Strength has rejuvenated that archetype, and we're not seeing too much Ionia, so there's no really like denies going around. There's a little bit of Rite of Negation, a little bit of Avenging Vestai, which is obviously another new flavor. But I do expect to see Scouts a bit. Lurk, unfortunately, has never really shown up much on tournaments. Like, from my understanding, Lurk has never won a tournament, so I think a lot of people are going away from it now as time is going on. I wouldn't be surprised to see two people on Lurk though. It's so many people has it as like their favorite deck. Like, I am a Lurk gamer. I want to like do Rek'Sai and Pike stuff. So maybe we'll see some Lurk.
I mean, I'm gonna turn one and lurk, right? If you're not lurking on turn one, it's kind of like you're probably gonna be losing like 70% of the time. And I believe like lots of players probably don't want to take that risk in a way too. Yeah. So maybe talk a little bit about the new champions moving forward as well. We got Nidali. We have what is the other one called?
Nico and Poro.
Nico, yeah. So like I've seen some Nico on the ladder recently as well. What do you think these three champions is gonna fare, especially in this with their newcomers, right? Like are they strong enough to be contenders of the top deck of this old school champions?
I think there are some things that they're doing interestingly. I think like Nidalee has appeared in like Echo decks. We've seen Nidalee with Na, with like the Changelings and the Nakatak and all that sort of stuff. And Nico has like become her own deck with Water and other tribes. Like in the patch, we saw like 3 Nico buffs, and Nico has been popping up on ladder quite consistently as a deck that punishes a lot of weaker decks. I just think that like in a best of 3 format, like the Water and other tribes Nico deck falls a little bit flat when it can be banned if it's a bad matchup, but can be beaten if it's a good matchup. And Nidalee is interesting. I hope there's at least one Nidalee, because I think Nidalee has some interesting gameplay patterns, is strong. She reminds me of Sivir a little bit, and I'm a big fan of Sivir, but I don't expect to see her. And Poro King, I haven't seen any Poro King, to be honest. I don't know if you've seen Poro King around, but like Poro King is like, I have not seen him around at all.
Yeah, I mean he's cute, like but when it comes to Poro King, it's 2 extreme ends, right? There's no middle in the middle or something. It's either you win really well with it, or you just straight out lose before the game even starts. And that's my experience with Poro King. I've tried a few games with him, just because he's cute, but that's probably his best point. He's just cute. That's all.
And I mean, like, if you want to be the cutest player in the tournament, like, feel free to bring Poro King. Like, I'm sure you'll have a great time, but unfortunately, you might not get past the first few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, today's, we are down to the last 64 players of this whole tournament so far, and players actually went through a brutal like 9 to 11 rounds of pool stage yesterday, and finally, we're only down to our last 64 players, so it's not an easy task to actually be, here today, in day 2 with like 64 players all together. So this is probably the best 64 players that we can see, especially when it comes to the APAC region as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were talking about this earlier. If you just look at the list, like, you can see that players that got in here, like, through their skill. Like, they are playing at their absolute best. We've got, like, 2 Worlds players. We've got a bunch of World Qualified players. I mean, this is the tournament to see. There's going to be some good games. I'd be surprised if there wasn't.
I'm excited, man. Like, every season when it comes to Worlds Qualifiers or even, like, seasonals in the past, like, we're just excited to see what this top player is going to bring and what they define as the best deck in the format right now, even the best lineup in the format right now. And especially with the next season coming forward as well, would this deck still be relevant after the new cuts coming out as well?
Yeah. Have you been playing much of the game, Moonboy? Are there any decks that you've been playing that you feel like might want to show up? I know you mentioned like a little bit earlier, Timo, but has there been anything else?
Well, I'm not so much of a control player, right? I played a lot of Jinx and Cannon recently as well. like I like what it does, like the burn aspect to it, and it gives us like old burn deck kind of vibes. I played some Ilawi Swain also, old school Swain, just doing so much damage and just controlling the board and just Leviathan for a finish. So hopefully, I might see this more today. Yeah, so hopefully, so we get to see more of a variety moving forward in today's matchup as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most open metas we've had, right? Like, you've mentioned like 4 decks in the past. Most of the time when we get to a meta, there's like 2 decks that everyone has to be playing, and then there's a bunch of other stuff. But this meta is so open that, you could be playing 3 decks and someone else could be playing 3 decks, and you just be with like different decks, and you still have like the same strength because all of them are just so equally power level.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the brackets are ready. So let's just take a look at the 64 players that will be playing in the day number 2 of the World Qualifiers right here. Let's just take a look right there, and there we have it. So because the 60, there's so many players today, so we will be splitting the scene right here in 4 different segments. As we can see in the upper left bracket, we got some pretty interesting names as well. We got Chinia, we got ABG Iris, we got Bright, NA, and Belkut. Like, these are all really old, like players that we have seen through the past as well. Are you familiar with any other names here, Spitz?
I don't think I know any of the other names. I obviously know the 4 big ones, and we see like some of the big like ABG representation in this quadrant. But we can also see like a bunch of new names, and I'm really hold on. Is there hear me out here. Is there 2 players called Super 69?
Yeah, but I believe Super 69 might be a team. Hopefully not. Hopefully it is. Like
yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah,
it makes a little bit more sense. Like, let's just take a look at the next set of 64. And we see Zens here. We see Greg Assassin.
You also see Zezen, Nessie, and The Fool, a bunch of ABG players. We've seen 5 so far, and we've only seen half of the bracket, as well as Pale Moon, who we've definitely seen in previous tournaments.
Yeah, like Pale Moon, especially from THC. And next up, we got Rubik versus High. Like, this is probably one of the toughest matchup, I would say. Keystick is here as well. EV Mana, one of the World Qualifier here also. Newman as well. Bruce, I believe I've seen Bruce in the previous few games also. Runeterra, one of the old names in APAC region as well. And last but not least, I believe it's JO1. This is the guy that everyone has been admiring for since the very start of the game.
Yeah, and JO1 seems to be doing a team kill, but we've also got here Kay, is that how you pronounce that name? Who I saw fighting Goofball earlier, and has got quite a few world points. We've also got another Blacklist member, as well as KDF Reroll fighting 42.
Yeah, man, we got Delubio going up against Ping Ping Ho, Ping Ping Ho, one of the world's qualifiers in the previous worlds as well. And 40 seconds reroll, like this guy was on the roll of last year's season, and and 4 seconds, this guy, we had a great storyline coming up in the last world qualifier as well, and he is back, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm excited to see what this guy is gonna bring. This content creator is always here about goofy strategies and goofy deck lists coming in as well.
I remember seeing 42nd on Twitter talking about Jack Set, and he was really upset about the Jack Set list that is bringing. So I don't think he's bringing that this time around. I think it's... No, I mean he got the most recent buff where he heals when a spell is you get spell mana, and there's some interesting stuff there where you've got a pseudo regen and you can do things, but unfortunately we've just not really seen the power that Jack has had. He used to be played in Jack Sarah, which was a Buildwater BB Seraphine deck, but he was only a 2-0, so I don't think we've really seen him since.
Yep. So I believe this might be what there's Cannon in the list. There is the Weapon Master there as well. What do you think? 4 seconds is actually piloting it?
I think this has to be Jinx Cannon. Right? This has to be the Vandal City Mecha Yordle gonna swarm the board. Oh wait, no, this is Jax Cannon.
Jax Cannon?
It has to be, right? You see a bunch of Weapon Masters. That's Jax Cannon.
Well, that's that's the interesting list, right? Like we have not seen this moving forward, like moving in as well. Let's just take a look. Cannon and Jax. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's Jax Cannon against what seems to be a Jin Nora, this like weird list where you're running Raven, not Raven Bloom, Broadmain from the Jin region and also Rex from the Jin region, and then the Nora support cards getting in a bunch of chump blockers. This is their two weird decks fighting each other, let me tell you.
Yeah, but I mean, reroll coming in, he's probably gonna have a game plan. You know, these are just decks that we are not used to, especially in a format like this, and I think like this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be opening the eyes to everyone.
If we look at 42's side here, 42 has got an absolute behemoth of the board. When 42 swings in here, like KDF reroll is going to have to block quite, you know, unhappily. And 42 still has like a fish fight for dealing with some of the units later on. But there are going to be portals coming in from reroll side, so their board will be full soon. We could be coming a third speed unit.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty good swing moving forward as well. 40 seconds still maintaining a little bit of bot pressure, and with those impacts coming in from those Yodo. You know, easily, like just putting him the reroll down to just 8 HP, and I don't really see an out or reroll moving forward as well. Like, you know, 4 seconds could still maintain bot pressure, and Jin is coming on the top deck of reroll.
What reroll does have though is like an absolute flooding of units. Right? I think there might be 3 or something portals in the deck, and 42's deck I think needs units to try and win. While there is impact and there is a fair bit of spawn, reroll will soon have a bunch of units all with impact that could be concerning for 42. We are going to see the Perilous Pastry remove that impact creator there.
Yep, and this is going to be emptying reroll's board with 1 mana left open. There's nothing that reroll could do. 4 seconds just have to, you know, refill his board right here, and I believe this is game over for game 1. This is just a very fast game 1.
Well, we never know, right? There could be portals. We saw a portal police the last, you know, second. There could be 2 or 3 portals coming out right now. We'll see what happens very soon. One is still blocking 6 health, so that's not bad at all. 42 is probably going to have to develop here, trying to get around that. There is the challenger Mecha Yodel that we can see.
And a group shot off the top deck for reroll as well, so that is probably gonna be pinging the cannon if he chooses to do so. And yeah, these are all, you know, possible things that reroll could do, or he could just develop his board just to defend a little bit better against 40 seconds, since group shot is, you know, a quick spell as well.
Yeah, I really like the Conchologist here. We can find another spell. Unfortunately, it is slow speed, but in 42 develops that, I presume the Bouncer and Bolt is going to be Drop the Bomb. Reroll also has a sea monster, which I think came from a portal which created Jaw Hunters. 3 levels of conjuring right there. But 42 is still pressuring a lot. I think 42 can have a 6-wide board.
Yep, and this is just gonna be going in with the Ingvar. I believe this is gonna be the +1/+1.
You can get +1/+1. Oh.
Everything for the Yodels. Yeah.
Wow, I forgot that the Mecha Yordles count as Yordles as well. The Ingvar the Younger buffing all of the Yordles by +1/+1, getting it out of group shot range. That was an amazing get from Professor Von Mech, and reroll must be so sad they didn't do the group shot earlier.
Yeah, Sea Scarab coming in as well. I believe this is the best opening that 40 seconds actually looking out for. Big swing coming in, reroll only left with 3 units to defend, but there's still a little bit of life to spare. Like, you know, I believe this is going to be a 4 HP left after this. Yep.
Yeah, back at 4 HP, and reroll should still have 1 or 2 portals, and you've also got the Jin, which can stun things at fast speed. A Broadmain getting burned is not what you want to see though from reroll side. You really want to be destroying these units. Ah, and high toss.
Yikes, button signpost, and I mean, having the Scarab down, that actually denied him, like, you know, show a little bit more information to 44 seconds as well, what kind of deck is actually out of play, and he could still make an educated guess, like, you know, what is probably coming forward from reroll also.
So I think 42 can get a really wide board here, right? 42 should be able to pressure a lot, but reroll is going to have 3 blockers and a wallop and the ability to stun, and presumably another portal. So while, you know, reroll's down at 4 health, reroll can pretty much block everything as far as I'm aware.
Works in a pinch.
That is possible as well, like with wallop, and if there's a few portals that hit as well, but that's if the portals hit.
I think that there might be 2 cards where the portals could be, so it's about a 50% chance, I think. and Reroll is thinking about what the action is. They can obviously use Condense to steal a unit, perhaps steal a Weapon Master, like the Weaponsmith Apprentice, I think that is, or the Weaponsmith Healing Lady, and get some extra health, which could be quite nice.
Yep. But 4th second also have a fish fight, right? The fish fight could be a potential way to actually remove maybe the Jin out of play as well. So maybe just to give him an additional unit advantage on board also.
Yeah, so there's a lot of thinking going on here. Does Reroll want to lose the fish fight, or does Reroll want to have the extra blocker? And you can see Reroll thinking as hard as... Oh wait, hold on. 42's action. Never mind. 42 equipping the equipment, giving Fearsome to the cannon, allowing it to push through the bush unless the spell is played. And it means Reroll is probably going to condense, and yes, indeed, pick the healing lady. Innovative blacksmith.
Yeah, so innovative blacksmith healing the Nexus as well. Yeah, just to have a little bit of sustainability moving forward also, and he could still even get himself a weapon of that unit also. And with 2 more portals opening up, but that's going to be filling up Reroll's board. And 4th second just looking in a weird type spot again. I believe his deck is going to be a beat down kind of deck. So he's just going to be trying to run Reroll out of resources and just swamp him from there.
Reroll definitely needs to draw into something that can help turn the tide, right? We need to see something like a Broadmane or a Riptide Rex. We do have the Scrappy Bomb, which will proc Riptide Rex. Oh, never mind. No longer is the Scrappy Bomb around. Reroll listening in and not wanting to do what I say. And we even have the Forge, and the Forge will heal up by 1, but Reroll definitely is going to need something to turn this game around. Reroll can survive, Reroll can block down, but Reroll will just need something, that little bit of extra tempo to get them around.
I mean, there's 2 Wallop in his hand. This could allow him to maybe make 2 of his units stay alive in this particular fight, but it's not looking great because as 4th second continue to attack, it's gonna be shrinking Reroll's board as turn goes by. There's not much portal there's no much portal creation in his hand as well, so it's really running low in terms of option moving forward.
What is good about Reroll's deck is I think Reroll's deck will have more access to draw than 42's. 42nd will have the Jax discard to draw spell, but I think that'll likely be it. While if Reroll does draw the Portal Palooza, that'll be 2 units and an extra draw. So Reroll does have the potential to add value as long as they can just hold on to their health.
Yep, there's still 2 more. There's probably still 2 more copies of Portal Palooza in his deck as well. So it's not impossible to draw into it probably in the next 1 to 2 more turns. But Reroll just have to survive the next turn, or else it's gonna be probably game over for him. Sooner rather than.
Where are you from?
Yeah, I mean, if 42nd gets another attack in and Reroll can't turn it around with a Rex, I think 42nd will be able to, threaten the Jin, threaten things to die really quickly. We are going to see the Wallop, and I presume this is organized so that Jin does the stun on the Squeaker. And we'll see if that ends up being the case here. It is. I think that 2 damage is just from impact. So Jin getting the stun at fast speed, slowing down the board, and we also still have the Rider's Negation unit on the side of Reroll to beat the fish fight.
Yep, so I mean 4th second is still running hot, right? What's possible that Reroll what's his possible out moving forward?
I think Reroll really needs a Riptide Rex, but also needs to find a way to proc the Riptide Rex.
Yeah, you have to plunder, right?
We have to plunder, and we did go over the Scrappy Bomb, so Reroll doesn't have access to that easy plunder anymore. I think a Lord Broadmane could help whittle down the board, but we're going to have to see something really soon from the side of Reroll. A Controller just can get you stuck, get extra blockers, stall out the game.
Poison Dart, group shot. Group shot is a good one.
I was talking about Reroll having more draw. We can see 42 top deck the draw card, and 42 will just continue to pressure constantly with all of this, extra cards in hand, extra stats on the field. This Jax, I think it has to be a Jax deck. This Jax Cannon deck is really showing some pressure here with the Trumpet Techer and these, I was not expecting this deck to have a bunch of 7 strength and 8 strength units right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the buff of the weapons moving forward also, I believe the Yordles coming in with Squeakers, that actually allows him to grow as the Mecha Yordles actually come down as well. But, this Jin on board actually might be a big problem for 4th second as well, right? Moving forward. He could still stun some of his units if Reroll decided to just throw all his spells out as well. 4 second might have to deal with him.
Yeah, so Jin should currently be at 1 of 3, which means that when Reroll plays the wallop and the group shot, Jin will get a stun. That means that 2 things are getting stunned, 3 things are getting blocked, and the Nexus is dying, much unexpectedly to me. And it seems that 46 is taking the first game against a Worlds player in Reroll.
Yeah, but I believe, Reroll could have played a little bit more there, like, try to defend a little bit more. I believe time is off constraint. And he might be thinking like, let's not waste time. Let's just go to the next game and just finish you off as soon as possible. But looking at the lineup right here, I believe 4 Second actually have a Emo and a Jack set in his lineup as well.
42 did bring the Jack set. Is a really different mid-range deck because the Bilgewater mid-range pulls are very weird, right? You've got Jack's Risky Venture that can destroy small units, and you've got Set's Challenger that can pull units to the side. It's a mid-range deck in a region that we've not really seen before, and I think that sort of weirdness gives it a sort of strength that no one's ever had access to before.
Yeah, but I mean, with Bash moving, especially in this matchup, like there's not much units that could actually block Bash units, right? Only probably Jace and maybe some of the maybe Jace and Albert. Like that's probably the only unit that could block Bash units, right?
There's also Scrap Caption, which is a card that I presume is a free of in Reroll's deck. And Scrap Caption creates a big 6/6 that normally stuns out all of the mid-range decks, and we are going to see the attack here. The Deck Hunter is a card I wasn't expecting to see in this list. But it's very interesting. It's sort of like a weird Conchologist, and I mean, it even created a Conchologist here. We're going to see the Make It Rain to deny the spell mana. This is definitely an interesting hand. I think Set and Jace will end up both picking Challenger and challenging into each other, and Set will obviously win that one with the 1 extra health, but there is the Vengeance to try and kill the Set before that happens.
Yeah, Reroll's hand looks really controlly. But I think Reroll definitely knows, like, 4 Second have a set coming in probably in like turn 5, and he have to be really ready for the set to actually move forward, but to deal with the set. But Reroll though, like, there's lots of 6 mana spells ready to fire off as well, and that could potentially trigger Jace for the very first proc.
Reroll currently has 6 mana access, and if Reroll plays 6 mana, they'll have 5 mana next turn. Denying that Forge Chief Attune with that Make It Rain has basically stopped like that extra mana from coming through and preventing a lot more from the side of Reroll. That Make It Rain was really good for 42 just in terms of the next turn. We are seeing the 6/6 which will block Brash, so I think Jack's going to be a little bit sad here not being able to attack and is going to be relegated to a blocker. But we'll see what Reroll ends up drawing in the Soul Harvest, which doesn't really have many high priority targets.
That is true as well, like, but I don't think like what could 42 Second do, right? Like there's nothing, like turn 5 there's only probably like, set and just wait for Reroll to actually just vengeance the set away. I don't even know what 42 Second could do. Like, what do you think?
I think 42 is gonna try and like spam a bunch of high strength units, with the Jack and the Set, and try and like pressure their removal tools, and then eventually I think it's gonna try and set up an old timer. Heimer Chase is a weird deck in which it's like it's a control deck, but it's also a mid-range deck. We even see the Scrap Captain try and make it into mid-range, and the old timer being able to recall all of the units on Reroll side might end up just spelling a surprise lethal.
That's fair as well, right? Yeah, but here's the big decision for 4 Second. Like, is he gonna be blocking the 6/6? No, he's not. Yeah, but he probably wants the Jack to actually survive. But at this point in time, like, you don't really want to take 6 damage just like that from that scrap.
It was a very interesting pass from 42nd, deciding not to play sets, and now the mana is now even. Now Reroll can respond to all of the champions with an even amount of mana, and that could be very interesting. Reroll giving some very aggressive passing. as we see the Barnacles being played and giving 2 units brash, meaning if they strike, at least one will hit in. Although we see the Quietus on this one.
Quietus going straight right to the cat, destroying the weapon immediately. And I believe that Vero is just being disciplined right here, right? He's just saying like, I know you have the set in hand, show it to me, and I'm gonna remove it as fast as possible. And 42 don't really want to be playing straight right into Vero's trap. But based on the bot situation right here, should he play the set, or should he just go for the Conchologist and maybe just find an out from there?
I think, weirdly enough, and I know, Jace is the control deck. I think, weirdly enough, 42 gets better the longer 42 passes. Jace Heim is weird in that since all of their control tools are so expensive, you can sort of fork them by making them, have 11 mana and then they can't play 2 cards or something, and that's when you do your pressure pass. So I think 40 seconds being really smart here and responding aggressively to these passes, saying my late game is also good enough to be able to deal with this, and reroll is passing as well.
I mean, that pass right there. I believe Vero is on the shorter hand. He's the one burning more mana. He's just, his board is not exactly developing as well. Here comes the Jace coming in from Vero, and he might be, going for the threaten to say, I might want to take your Jax down this turn.
You're seeing another Deck Hunter. I don't know if any of these options are that good. Banana Blaster can kill some things combined with the Risky Venture and combined with the Heavy Metal, but we are going to see the 3-mana 3/3, which I don't think that's going to get discounted. I don't think there's any other elite that we're going to see being played.
Yeah, I believe he's just there for the body. Like, he just wants something to block, to deal with the 6/6 coming in as well. So because right now, there's not too much. Like, the only blockers right there is probably going to be Jack. And he don't want his Jack to go down.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the 1/3s, they can block the Brash, but they're not going to deal with the Brash eventually, right? It's just going to be chumping all the way down. I would like to see the Conchologist come down just to see more about what the hand could be. Conchologist can get you so many things, including stuff like the Knife. Reroll is going to play Piercing Buttons to level up the Jace, but this might give an opportunity for the set.
Yeah, but I believe even though the set is going to be coming down, Vero have that perfect answer to deal with it with the Vengeance next turn. So the set is still kind of like in a really weird position in the sense he can't do too much. It was probably like set is only very strong during your token turn, and if it's you playing it down during your non-token turn, it's not going to be doing that big of an impact moving forward.
We're seeing some very interesting Conchologist picks. Recall can deal with the Vengeance, right? You're obviously having to respend the mana on set, but Recall could definitely deny reroll Vengeance yet. We are going to see the Recall be taken.
Let's get started.
But 42 really needs to develop the board and try and find a way to pressure reroll, because 42 isn't going to have enough ways of killing their units without pressuring reroll down. So I hope 42 is able to apply a little bit more pressure, because not playing the set here is very low tempo.
Yeah, for sure. Like, but he could still play the 3-mana unit that he actually manifested for as well, to actually have a little bit more sustainability. And trading the Conchologist with the 2/1 that could also shrink down Vero's board. But knowing that Vero is a control deck in a sense, like maybe putting he have to try to remove the Jace as fast as possible. If not, the Jace is going to be doing so much value against him, especially during the late game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, I think, for 42 to get through to the Jace. These regions don't really have hard removal. Like, Sunk Cost doesn't really count here. It's normally recalls, and it's normally, 2 damage pings constantly. And a 5/5 body is hard to deal with. Set is the only... Ooh! Actually, Pablo could definitely help kill the Jace. But Albus Ferris is also a big unit that could be coming down and threatening even more. These were two really good top decks.
But I believe Pablo is the one that 42 Second wants to play down first, right? He plays the Pablo, and even if it gets removed, set is clear to actually go down onto the board as well, since Vero only have 8 mana, and we know that most of his removals are in the 6 mana range.
Yeah, so 42 is going to have to think through a lot here, thinking about all the possible things to play around. What if rerolls on a Mystic Shot and a Vengeance, then I can't go for that line. But I think the prize fight is super important here for trying to deal with one of these enormous value engines in the name of Jace. We'll see what reroll decides to respond with. I could see an aggressive pass being really cute, but you could also play for like 2 T-Rexes and just spamming down the board.
That's possible as well. Like, but 40 seconds, price fight, heavy metal, that's a straight up removal for something. If, Reroll try to remove one of his units, there's a recall for him to deal with as well.
We are going to see a spell hobbit on the stack from a reroll, and we are going to see the Soul Harvest still holding up the 6 mana for Vengeance or Forge Workers or Assembly Line, but still dealing with the board. Maybe a bit scared of the pressure, but also maybe realizing that there's not that many other choices for Soul Harvest targets. We're going to see the prize fight come down, getting it into a 2 damage range.
And that is a perfect opportunity for that heavy metal to actually land onto the Jace for that removal as well. Reroll is already at 6 mana. That means Albert could not be dropped down this turn as well.
And that is a very punishing heavy metal. No formula to draw 4 cards. No anything you can get from value from Jace. And I wonder if 42 is just going to take the path. And he does. Very aggressive, but very good, I think.
But why not play the set the last turn as well?
Show me results.
I think now 42 is able to pressure with like multiple sets at a single time, or a set and a jack, right? Apply things 2 cards a turn as opposed to 1 card a turn, and prevent reroll from playing their removal slowly, which is what reroll wants to do, play removal very, very slowly. We're gonna see the old timer recall the Albert Sparrow, not using the old timer's secondary ability, just the first one, and that's gonna give 42 a lot of tempo. An insane amount of tempo.
Yeah, and that he could still have a charm blocker for the 6/5 there as well, and that actually slows down Reroll's game plan moving forward.
I wonder if Reroll is on a Ruin Nation, because if not, 42 can definitely just develop the sets and the jack and really put a bunch of damage onto Reroll's board, and they're going to be on the back foot from that. We're going to see the attack throw force the Brash blocker.
This is definitely going to be a block from the cat, right? Force 2 seconds is not going to be taking the damage right there. And looking through the list of Reroll's deck list, yes, there is a Ruin Nation in his deck as well. There's just one copy of it in his deck, and if he managed to draw it through, that could be, as I said, pretty devastating to 4 seconds.
We're going to see the production surge clearly needing the blockers, not even playing it for 6 mana, although it doesn't really matter as much at this point, and getting 3 blockers. That's huge for reroll. They'll definitely be able to survive for so much longer now with that. But the Make It Rain may just deal with it. That may all go kaput.
Yeah, that's a great top deck coming in for 4 seconds. The only one that's not going to be making too much of a difference is probably going to be the 6/4, right? Anything else that the Make It Rain hits is going to be going out of commission as well. So set coming in from 4-2 seconds, and he's going on the this is probably the turn where 4 seconds is going on the offense.
Yeah, reroll getting the also perfectly timed top deck. We've seen some amazing timed top decks in these games. With I think this card is called the Hextech Handler, but I always refer to it as Nugget because that's its name. And preventing this Make It Rain, it's gonna get rid of the Reggie. That's about it. It won't be as powerful anymore. This amazing top deck has become very, very uninteresting now. We're still going to see it play to level up the deck.
Never lost yet, and I ain't starting.
That is a cool animation.
Yeah, really cool animation. And it actually hits on to that 2-1 as well. So that actually removed one of his unit, and that actually allow 4-2 seconds to actually keep up his tempo to put in a little bit more pressure against Reroll.
We're gonna have to see. I think reroll. Look, if reroll does the Vengeance, there's the recall and the set, and it almost certainly levels up set and gets the showstopper, which could definitely be punishing. So I imagine reroll is sort of forced into a weird position where they do have to pass. And we do see that happen. Set challenging the Brash blocker. Finally, this unit that's been here since who knows how long is finally getting removed.
Yep, and with this attack, I believe Set is gonna be invincible in this particular fight as well, and the Vengeance is probably not gonna be effective to remove Set in this fight during this point of time. But this is probably the best time for Reroll to actually remove the Set off the battlefield if he chooses to do so.
Reroll's now in a really tough position. If Reroll plays, say, an Albus or a Jace, it is going to die to Set's, showstopper as far as I'm aware. But Reroll also can't Vengeance because of cards like Deny, and what we do see instead of Deny, which is the Recall. 42 is obviously going to have to develop something here to get that set. showstopper spell, but it shouldn't be too difficult. And Jack's level up does mean that it goes through. Him punching the ground.
Yikes. That's it. There's a showstopper coming in. And I believe that's, like what you said, right? It's probably going to be going on to the Albus to remove it.
I can't imagine it's not. It has to go on the Albus. And then what is Reroll going to do here out? Is it going to be Jace plus Vengeance? Jace plus Shock Blast perhaps? Jace plus Shock Blast would kill both of the champions.
Yep. Like, I mean, Reroll have to try to remove both Jax and Set, right? But 4 Second have a second Set in his hand as well. So that is a you know, ways that, you know, saying that I could still continue to maintain pressure moving forward. And he even top decked the draw power as well, so he could just dig a little bit deeper onto his deck. He could probably find another Jack to actually put in more pressure against Reroll.
I don't know how much Karma Set or Jack Set you've played, but I'm looking at 42's hand right now and I'm seeing a showstopper. I am seeing a coin, I'm seeing 5 mana in both of these spells, and I'm seeing the recall. I think this is a showstopper, and I think that means the Jace is going to die and the 2-1s are going to die as well.
Firing.
I think. Mammy, my math is wrong. I'm a little bit self-conscious now, but you know, I'm doing caster math. I can't know exactly, but I think this should be a showstopper.
Yep, place your bets coming in. Tag out momentous choice. And this is probably going to be playback the set and get a showstopper. I believe, like, you're right. Like, that could be
Why'd you let him call you that?
enough. Yep, there you are.
They don't call me that. They call
And
me
that's the
boss.
Jace gone and the 2-1's gone as well. Just attacking just to get the damage in before they unfortunately get whittled away. And 42 has definitely regained a lot of the tempo that we almost were scared they weren't going to get back. See the
42
showstopper
going
come
in.
down, slam Jace.
Yep,
This
putting
one's
the
gonna
Nuggets to 4-1 as well. He's in a very good position, but Reroll, he still have that vengeance and one more Nugget in his hand. And you know, 4 Second probably might have to take the open attack one here
Welcome to the
to close off
arena.
this round.
This open attack does threaten lethal, but we do see the Vengeance and the Mystic Shot in hand, which will let this go down. There is a recall in hand to protect
Come on.
the old
People
timer, which
paid for a
could,
show.
I think that could be a really good play, but we'll see what 42nd tries to do. And 42nd said they weren't going to bring this deck from memory, and we're seeing it be really powerful here. I wonder what made 42 come back to it. Is it just like, you know, experiences of matchups like these and seeing just how powerful these cards can be?
Yeah, I believe like he's taking advantage of, like, you know, people not knowing how to deal with Set and Jack, right? And it's so flexible in a sense. Like, there's lots of recall package, there's lots of removal package, and you know, if Set could pull off those showstoppers, it's going to be pretty devastating to actually deal with. And this is exactly what Riro is experiencing right now. Like, you know, he's thinking hard, how can I deal with this? Because no one is prepared to use Jack Set, especially in the playoffs like that.
Yeah, and I mean, if we've looked at like the last few turns, 42nd has managed to showstopper an Albus and a Jace and destroy a bunch of, you know, production surge units. This set has just absolutely demolished Reroll's board, and Reroll is now scrambling, trying to find a way to come back from this. Right? There's some units being developed. There's a little bit of control. Reroll might be able to stay alive for a turn or two, but it's looking very bad for Reroll. They need to top deck something like another Albus or a Jace just to get back in.
Yeah, but I believe like 2 Jaces is out of commission as well. Like, you know, Reroll is probably left with one last Jace. Yes, there's a aftershock off the top deck as well. With the shock blast, he could potentially remove a few units of 42 seconds board right here, and that's what he have to do. Like right now, like you have to try to control 4 seconds board. If not, it's gonna be too late.
I'm seeing the Quietus come down to be countered by the momentous choice. And we are going to see, I think, a prize fight plus a set will make it so Showstopper kills an extra unit, and this could just be a lot of tempo and just a lot of board being removed on this turn. We might see Bull come down, and I think we've got enough for the Showstopper on the side of 42.
There, I believe he has enough. Like, you know, Reroll, the only play right here is probably Shock Blast. Try to remove the 4-1 and the Pablo as well. Yep. And try to control his board a little bit more, but tag out is available, prize fight is available. I think 4 seconds is in control right now.
My eyes are like beaming right now. We're gonna see 2 prize fights, and I think this means that Reroll's board will be completely gone. I was expecting to see a recall. We're gonna just see the shock blast go through. I think that's safe. you know, you can always keep the recall for this Jack. This is playing around things like Vengeance, but we could have seen the recall on the unit get too price
This
tag.
meat
Face
face.
Breaker comes down. This is another way to go for lethal. I wasn't considering this at all. We are going to see, I presume, the Showstopper, and is this lethal? Is this 2 + 4 + 5 +? I think that's lethal.
I believe that's lethal. Showstopper coming
Well,
in.
There's obviously the aftershock, which will make it not lethal. But it's definitely threatening.
Put it 11, 5, 4, 9. Nope, there's just 2 shots of lethal. But you know, there's still damage done, right? Like, you know, right here, Vivo is down to only 1 card in 10. As a control deck, you know, you need options, but Vivo is running out of option right now.
Yeah, this has definitely been an interesting showing of this matchup. Right, this Jack set has really shown something special. River Shaper is not a card I was expecting, but it makes sense. There's a lot of spells in this deck. You want to be drawing them. Is this a Reggie? What could this get? Harrowing.
Ooh, harrowing.
Ooh, does that do it? You get 2 Elvises, right? Is it 2 or 1? Wait, they were obliterated.
Wait.
Hold on.
If
Oh,
it's not
I'm
Albert,
so
it's gonna be
curious.
Jace, right?
Yeah, at least 1 Jace, I think.
Yeah, and I believe he can't go for the accelerator right here, but 1 Jace, 1 Nugget,
River
1 Mark
shape
3.
the land and give it life.
Wow, that
Extra
Reggie
engage.
really changed everything.
Test
So
the load.
I think 42 stays alive. I think 42nd is going to be able to play the tag out and keep some things around. But wow, that harrowing was not what I was expecting. This game is so much closer than we were thinking.
What is
Need a
this?
doctor.
Oh, Price Fight actually triggers the Ephemeral, and that removed the Mark 3.
And oh, this is some beautiful play from 42nd. We're going to see the recall on the Marco so that Bull can be playable, and we get the rally from Bull after Marco gets played, as well as the ephemeral being lost. Oh, this deck is beautiful. This deck is doing some cool
Gift
stuff.
from the riverfall.
It's a play with Waste Your Bets coming in as well. More coins, that means, like, you know, he could ramp up even more and even draw.
This is such an amazing first set we've
Joe
been
Stop.
watching. Oh my god. The board is completely clear. There's a rally in hand,
Why
and
don't
all
you sit
reroll
this
has
one
got
out?
is its acceleration gate and no unit.
I mean, 4-second have a clean over the tank,
Fight
right?
or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, and unless reroll top deck a what, Vengeance, it's over.
It is over. I mean, even I think through Vengeance it's over. Mystic
Nobody's
Shot is
tough
still
to
not
beat.
Vengeance. We could Mystic Shot their own Nexus to go ahead and a little bit of
Realize who
flair.
you're up against?
But it seems that this is just going to be the hit. And once this goes through, 42 has made it past the first round, beating a previous world player in the field.
Wow, this man. Well, I mean, we've seen 42 seconds in the previous Worlds qualifiers as well. He came in as the 64th seed. He beat the first seed in the last World qualifier as well. But coming in, you know, matching up with a really fierce opponent in the name of Reroll, and he managed to just taking out 2-0 as well. Like, and in a really unorthodox manner, where, you know, both of his deck is just really different. What do you think? Like, you know, what do you think he's thinking coming into this with this kind of lineup?
I mean, 40 Seconds definitely doing a few things, right? He's being the people's champ, he's bringing all the fun decks. He's got some very interesting stuff going on. You know, he's been on the cast before. He's, you know, everyone knows him, everyone loves him. And, you know, clearly there's some logic here. Clearly it's doing well for him. I mean, he beat an amazing player playing, you know, a normal lineup with the Heimer Jaces and all this stuff. So we could see a very deep run if this sort of play gets consistent.
Yep. Like, in my opinion, like, I thought that the Heimer Jace might have the edge against 4 seconds, right? Like, you know, he has so much control options moving forward as well. But I believe 4-2 second actually noticed, like, they are in, like, he's a late game deck and you have to try to drag it as much as possible. And that's exactly what he did. He just dragged it out and tried to beat him down and run the control deck out of options, and he got a win.
Yeah, I think Heimer Jace is really interesting because a lot of their interaction is so expensive that you can out-control them just by forcing them to use them in unorthodox situations. It's how the Aatrox matchup works, for example. It's very similar. You're a big mid-range deck and you can out-control the control deck. It's so interesting how Heimer Jace can be played and be beaten in these forms.
Yep. I mean, that's the fun of this particular meta, right? Like, there's no best deck in format. Every deck has a certain ways to actually play around and try to for you to top that deck especially. And I believe the brackets are ready. Yep, let's just take a look at the current brackets. Who are the 62 players that is remaining in this tournament so far? And we have seen Ping No Pro, like, taking the win 2-0 against Super, and Timeline and Gauspec winning Chenia and Iris in their respective game as well.
Yeah, we've seen. Well, I don't know a lot about like the players that aren't Iris and Chenia. Maybe Timeline is an amazing player, but what we are seeing is what I would consider a bit of an upset. So there's definitely some interesting stuff going on. Belkut 1-1 against Rosiden. We're seeing a lot of close games, actually. A lot of 2-1s and 1-1s.
Yep. And hopefully, later we get to see the more updated bracket right here as well. Zn, taking the loss over Zen Cool in 2-0 in the round of 64. Greg assessing, taking the win and moving straight right to top 32 as well. Nessie winning 3-0. Is that a no-show?
That's a no-show. Goofball messaged me halfway through and was like, hey, there was a no-show. Look how lucky I am. But obviously, I think Power is there if they're also getting the 3-0. So Nessie at least will have to play next round. And Pale Moon also making it through.
Right, and there's Shun taking the win 2-1 over the Fool, and Pale Moon 2-1 against Addiction. Pale Moon, one of the players that's one of the rising players right here, especially in the APAC region. He's pretty active in Twitter as well. Let's just take a look at this Gamer LV 244 and Nagi, Tef Roway, Kuro, Runeterra make it up as well, and FNP this representative from Korea winning JO1 2-0 as well. Big upset.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going on. And in this final quadrant, we have Sea Chicken beating OPAC Ginobili, and we also we saw 42. 42 is going to be fighting Ping Ping Ho. We've already seen 42, but that's another star matchup. Seeing two Worlds players. 42 is not having an easy time in this tournament yet. Oh my lord.
Oh man, this man is it's like anime, right? This is climbing up the mountain and lots of strong foe in his way, and this guy is there, and oh my god. And I hope that he have a good run. Let's just track a little bit more closely of how 42 is doing after the round of top 32. But any matchup moving forward that you are interested in, Spitz?
I mean, I want to see Goofball, right? Goofball has been talking so much about this Open that I want to see him a little bit. But come on, how can you not want to see 42 with those decks again, playing another Worlds player? There's so many good options in this tournament, but I think we're going to a break and we'll see those in a little bit. welcome back to the top 32 of the APAC WQO Open. I was expecting a little transition here, but we're in it already. We saw an amazing first round here with Jackset absolutely demolishing a top world player, like someone that's been historically an amazing player, and 42nd just absolutely destroying them with some really interesting decks. But we're obviously going to see some more interesting decks here as well going into this round.
Yep. So I believe top 32 players left to go. And there's lots of different variation. Like we've seen the Bando City zoo style kind of deck in the very first round. We see Jack set. I'm excited to see what more interesting strategies that this 32 player actually could bring. Like what are the possible options for this player's biz?
I mean, we've not seen any Noxus stuff, and Noxus isn't unrepresented. They're supposed to be Swain Alawi in places, and we haven't seen the sort of other aggro deck in Fizz Samira, right? There's there's decks that we could have seen, but we've only seen 4 decks right now, and there's a whole wide variety that we could be seeing.
Yeah, there's lots of decks as you mentioned previously as well. But I mean, maybe we could run, the audience through a little bit more. Like, what is the format that these players are playing today, so that you guys get a little bit of a background of what exactly is happening right here. So for this World's Qualifiers, there will be 64 players which entered in today. Players would bring 3 different decks with no duplicate champions, no duplicate region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. Players banned one of their opponent's deck before the match begin, and players could not use a deck after winning a game with it. So each tournament round would last for 65 minutes at maximum. So you guys, players can bring in lots of slow decks, but there is a shot clock limitation. They have to finish all three games within 65 minutes.
Yeah, this format, I mean, we've seen this format for a long time. It's a very, very interesting format, and this is what the players will be playing for. First place getting 18 Runeterra points, but slightly more interestingly, the World's Invite automatically going in, as well as $5,000 gets halved for the player that's second, but they get the 15 Worlds points. Third and fourth getting 12, fifth and 8th, or through 8th get 9, 9th through 16th get 7, 17th through 32nd gets 5, and 33rd to 64th gets 3. And I wanted to do a quick note here. I was doing a little bit of research about what happened last season, and where did the second player or the third player in the WQO make it? Did they make it into Worlds or not? And in every region, the player that came second also made it into Worlds, and in APAC, one of the players that made it 3rd or 4th, FNP Chania, also made it to Worlds. So we're not just going to see one player make it to Worlds, we're going to see many players make it back to Worlds.
Yeah, so these Runeterra points are really important, especially if you want your road to Worlds. Every single point matters, especially you don't really want to just lose by 1 single point and just missing the cut, and that's not going to be feeling good. And players are not just going to be playing for points and not just playing for invites, they are also playing for a lion's share of huge amount of prize money as well. So there's lots of things on the line for these 64 players, and we are down to our final 32, and we will be going all the way to the grand finals today. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We got a long day of Legends of Runeterra lineup for you guys. So let's just take a look at the players lineup for our next match right here, and it's gonna be Power 14 going up against ABG Nessie.
Power 14, we were talking about this earlier. We were saying, would there be any Nidalee in the tournament? And we see Echo Nidalee on the right-hand side of Power 14, combined with, I think this is just Kennen, Jinx, and Fizz Samira. So it seems to be a really aggressive lineup, the 2 main aggro decks and then Echo and Nidalee. Do you have any thoughts on these decks?
Well, I mean, Jinx, Cannon, lots of burn, lots of, it's just mainly a burn deck in particular, right? Especially if you level up Jinx, that could just, go on with the big-ass rocket going straight right to their Nexus as well. Samira, this is going straight more towards the Power Pandemonium list for this particular one instead of the Elusive style. So we're probably going to see lots of plundering effect in the first few rounds of the game, and then following up with a Powder Pandemonium to just close off the game in Pandemonium style. And what do you think about Nidalee? This is a new deck moving forward as well. Ambush is a new keyword for this deck.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of Echo variations. There are like,
Mhm.
4 or 5 versions going around. One some with Jinx, some with Nidalee, some just mono. And the Nidalee version does some interesting stuff by allowing you to play for a slower gameplay and that can diversify its win cons a little bit by just having Nidalee as a 5/3 quick attack, which can be very prominent in a lot of games. You've also got like the Prowl, which can protect the Nidalee, and you've got
Mhm.
the Avenging Desire, which can, deal with vengeances that might hit up on your Echo. It's very much a slower version, trying to sort of like checkmate your opponent in some scenarios with the Avenging Desire, but also having a good mid-range presence. It's much more of like a balanced version of Echo decks compared to what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, for sure. There's lots of surprise factor coming in with Nidali, and lots of consistency coming in with Echo as well. Let's just take a look at Nessie. What is this lineup moving forward against Power 14? It's definitely going to be the Pantheon, Vayne, Yumi, and the Heimerdinger Jace, and then an Ilawi Swain. Maybe, Spitz, walk us through what this deck's all about.
So going right to left, we've got Alawi Swain, which is it's a mid-range deck. It also has like control tempo tools and aggressive tools. It sort of does a little bit of everything and is very powerful at doing it. Heimer Jace feels similar, but obviously is much more prominently control. We've seen a 1 of Eradication in that list, which is really interesting. But what is surprising me the most is this Yumi Pantheon. We're seeing 2 Divine Judgment. We're seeing, the Dark and Aegis. We're seeing just like a ton of random stuff that I was not expecting to see in a Pantheon list. These Divine Judgments could blow out some games.
Yep, for sure. I believe the picks and bans are ready. Let's just take a look at what these 2 players have banned so far. And Pantheon and Echo is banned? Or is it Fizz and Lau is banned?
I think it's Pantheon and Echo, but we are going to be getting into the game here. It wasn't Pantheon banned and it wasn't Echo banned. That's what we're seeing right now. Pantheon fighting Echo. It's an interesting matchup. Pantheon will be able to set up a big Pantheon and try and power through the Echo gamer. But Echo, get a single Chrono Break on and it's, sleep tight for Nessie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I believe Pantheon being the Pantheon thing, it's definitely going to be buffing up so many things, and Divine Clerk on the field as well. As long as Empowered Tree, it gets himself that lifesteal that could sustain him a little bit longer for the big Pantheon to actually fall off the ground. And I believe Nessie is going to be attaching Yumi into it as well, and Empowered is live for the Divine Clerk.
A small little funny interaction there. You can't equip an attached unit and a weapon at the same time, so unfortunately the Divine Cloak loses its tough and its health. I think that was still the right play to do them both in order to level up your Pantheon quickly, but it's just very funny to see that what you equipped is immediately unequipped the next turn when Power 14 is setting up a rather large board.
Yep, I mean, this is a pretty interesting board, and immediately, ambushing the Nidalee out into the field as well. This is going to be a big swing, 7 damage going straight right to Nessie's face. And, this is just what you were talking about previously, right? There's so much pressure moving forward as well. And Power 14, they got the burns, they got the removals, they got the big units, they got the flood of the board as well. And this deck looking really solid, especially against Nessie.
We have seen just a plethora of 2 mana spells trading into one another, giving Nessie from losing 2 health to gaining 1 health and protecting them. Power 14's hands got a bunch of 4 drops, while Nessie has just got this, well, I think it's going to go back to like 6-3. But just a massive lifesteal unit, and Power 14 is going to have to find a way to get around this lifesteal unit. We do see a quicksand, but the quicksand will have to get below 3 in order to deal with the empowered buff, since it is an aura.
Mm-hmm. And right here, top deck for Cataclysm off the top deck for Nessie as well. So if Nessie chooses to deal with the Nidalee, there is an option, but at what cost for Nessie? Like, his board is slowly shrinking, and I believe Power 14 have an Echo ready to go as well. And once that Echo comes down, the consistency of Power 14 is gonna be strengthened by so much more.
It was a very symmetrical pass. I think Nessie is willing to take this game a little bit later because there's the Pantheon, because there's even stuff like Dural and the Divine Judgment, which can just blow something out. Echo being played could make a little bit of concern, but if Nessie just blocks or deals with these units in any way, I don't see if Power 14 is able to go wide enough quick.
Yes, Power 14 going straight for the attack, and I believe Divine Judgment might be a possible play coming in from Nessie. Yes, it did, and just going in for the trade and just removing Nidalee off the board right there. Don't really want to deal with Nidalee, but would you favor Nidalee or Echo in this situation?
So I think in standard scenarios, I think you favor the Echo, but I think Nessie's got a hand read, and it's that Tower did not play a predict in the last few turns. And I think what Nessie's going for is saying, well, I don't need to kill your Echo because I don't think you've got that many predicts. Obviously, there's the 2-mana predict here, but Power needs to find a predict in order to make this feel successful. There is one found, but Echo's still not leveling for, I think, Eternal.
Yep, Scrying Sands off the top as well. So I mean, it's slowly getting those predict pieces in hands as well. 2 more predicts off the top for power 14, and Echo is actually on track to getting like what level up in by next turn.
We are going to see the Pantheon come down, and I think this means Pantheon's going to be flipped as soon as Jural is played. Obviously, Scout was removed from the pool. God, I don't remember how long ago, but Challenger could still be amazing. Quick attack, elusive, so many things. Let's see what ends up being rolled. Pantheon's going up into the sky and then falling down. It's a bit of a big jump, but you know, whatever floats his boat. And Pantheon gets Challenger, augments, tough, and quick attack and Hell Shield.
Yeah.
That is true power.
That's a good sweet.
Yeah, those are really good keyword coming in as well. Removing the voice, that's a key piece that you know he don't want to deal with, because with the voice, once the champions is level up, they will be buffed as well. But you know, removing Echo might be the smarter play right here.
Well, what's interesting is that our champion hasn't leveled up yet, and Nessie's just banking that there isn't another predict. We do see another predict. There is a predict that's going to come down. The Echo will still die, but won't get the predict from the time trick. So while there will be 2 voices and a lot of pressure, the healing units will probably be enough for Nessie to just stay back in the game.
Yep, another Echo of that predict as well. And this Scrying Sands is probably not going to be affecting the Pantheon, because you know, he has Spell Shield. And as the Echo level up, I believe, definitely, right, the next cut is definitely going to be an Echo.
Yeah, I think that Nessie... Well, Power still got some stuff going on. I've never seen Piltover Tellstones in this deck, and I think it could end up being really interesting in converting the Divine Cloak into something else and preventing that lifesteal. We're not going to be able to play it this turn, but maybe in a future turn that will end up happening. We do see the Chrono Break.
Ooh. Wow, that's huge.
It is huge, but I don't know if it's enough. Nessie really has it locked down with his healing.
Yeah, but you know,
but Power 14 can do stuff in the future. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of potential play coming in with the Chrono Break, right? Like, you know, you get the Nidali, trade off the Nidali, revive the Nidali, and go for another attack again. Like, that is also, you know, there's lots of possibility, especially with Chrono Break in hand.
Yeah, Chrono Break does allow some powerful options. Maybe up to 14 or so, I would argue. But I think it's just how you're going to deal with the Pantheon of the Divine Cloak. Like, they're still pressuring. You can try and transmogulate the Divine Cloak into something else, but there's another one just there that can be buffed up by Uni, so Power 14's really going to have to, like, find some very aggressive ways to make this work. Unless you're going and killing the voices, saying, if you Chrono Break, you're only reviving 1 unit.
Power 14 immediately going in with the Chrono Break, trying to bring back the voices. And he's just going to be pushing another 4 more damage this turn. And it might be, you know, not that much for, but, you know, that is basically like, what, 1/3 of what Nessie is remaining right now.
And I mean, Nessie will open, presumably the lifesteal will be destroyed, and then, you know, this Echo deck has a lot of burn in it, typically. There's typically access to things like, obviously, the Clockling, which you can see, which is basically burn with the elusive. There's typically Mystic Shots in these decks. We are going to see the Spell Shield come down on the Pantheon, not protecting the Divine Cloak,
No,
but obviously trying to get the extra faded from. I'll take it to Kai coming down to predict something.
I'm trick. Just quickly. Pantheon going in straight for the attack as well. Divine Cloak will be healing Nessie up for 10. Looking at Power 14's hand, there's nothing that, you know, he could deal with the Divine Cloak, or even removing the Divine Cloak off this healing as well.
Well, there is the Transmogulator. You can't remove the unit necessarily, but you can convert it into a small little 2/1, for example, or even the 1/3. And while the unit will still be big, because the equipment does not get changed, and Uni's an equipment in this scenario, so it will still be a massive unit, there won't be any lifesteal, and so Nessie will remain at 8 HP for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, but I mean, being at 8 HP, you know, Nessie's still in a little bit of pickle right here, knowing that there is a elusive units on Power 14 bot, voices coming down as well, so 4 more damage probably is going to be going straight right to Nessie, unless, you know, Nessie go for the Targonian Tailstone and goes for the Hush, and, you know, just block off this clock link.
You could go for the block on the Clockling, but there is the time trick. You can find chrono breaks. There could be echoes in the mist. There's a bunch of options here. We are going to see the Hush come down on the side of Nessie. Probably blocking with Pantheon to kill it, but you could also, like, block it with the 1-2 so that it doesn't get revived when it dies.
So blocking with the Pantheon, yep, just to, you know, control his bot a little bit more. Power 14, probably, you know, going time trick, find another chrono break or even a echo, like that is possible as well. Let's just see what these 3 cards are. Another chrono break is in. Yep, it's definitely gonna be a chrono break and trying to revive the clock right here. And there's so much pressure coming in from Power 14.
There's a lot of pressure, but there's not that much card draw. And I don't think there's 4 damage fast speed removal that Power 14 could have access to, and Nessie will just be able to smoke for a lot. I think Power 14 has a chance of being able to survive through the overwhelm, but you would need something like a quicksand, I think. We'll see what the top decks are, because the top decks could change this quite a bit. We do see Mystic.
Shot. Full swing coming in from Nessie, and I believe Nessie is just going to be pushing in as much damage, right? He's running out. Both players are running out of gas, and they're all relying on top deck, and Nessie have that upper hand when it comes to damage output as well. And this actually forces Power 14 to go for the full block, and maybe, you know, what, you know, is he gonna be not using the clocking to block? I mean, he has to block with the clocking, right?
I don't think he has to block with the Clockling, because you can Mystic Shot and only take the 4 damage, I think, or the 8 damage, and be able to push the 2 more. But you still need to find another way to go for lethal after that. You need another Mystic Shot, you need another, some form of burn, and we'll just see what happens. A Clockling, another one, could definitely still do it for Power 14. This isn't over yet.
And is it gonna be a second for Kai? Time trick, chrono breaks, Ryan Sand, but they're not. He's probably not gonna be getting it this turn. And there we have it. Surrender coming in from Power 14, and Nessie taking on game number 1.
Close game, and we saw the Pantheon, like, you know, every turn was a level up for Pantheon. We even saw in the first, like, 2nd turn and 3rd turn, weapons and equipment's being recycled just to get the Pantheon leveled up, and that pressure was just too much. While there wasn't able to be any good chrono breaks. The best chrono break ever did was recall the voices, and that just wasn't enough to pressure.
Yeah, there's not much pressure. Like, there's always like what, 1 revive when it comes to every single chrono break. Like, you know, there's not exactly a premium unit for coming with that chrono break as well. And, you know, once that Pantheon is leveled up, it's just really difficult to deal with. Like, you know, everyone has been experiencing this since the release of Pantheon, and it's still a force to reckon with. Like, this man with the 6 pack or even 8 packs with his muscles standing there, and there's nothing that you can do to break those muscles.
I mean, shout out to Divine Clerk as well. Like, that was like a 7, you know, 11 or something, just like healing an absolute insane amount, forcing the Piltover Tailstones on. Nothing too aggressive anymore.
Yep, so let's just take a look. We're moving straight right to game number 2 right here, and it's gonna be Nessie on the Heimerdinger Jace, while Power 14 still sticking on to the Echo. No, it's
I think this is Jinx Cannon. Yeah. Nessie's got a really interesting hand here against Ken and Jinx, because there's a lot of board sweeping you can do with either the Scrap Traption, which is just a 6/6 tough that they need to block every turn, or the other tech units. There's a lot of units and a lot of cheat spells in Nessie's hand. And Power 14, in response, has a bunch of burn.
Yeah, so I believe Power 14 game plan with this particular hand is definitely going to be burn, burn, and burn, right? It's going to be burning down Nessie down as fast as possible. There's 4 damage guaranteed in his hand. And as long as you could keep up the momentum going, and, you know, Nessie might be on the back foot. And the Clockling coming straight right down as well. High Note might be a play, and instead he's going for the Soul Harvest to try to remove the Clockling off the board.
Power 14 has got an interesting hand. There's a lot of value in as much as there's the parts made whole on the weapon that'll be put onto the Zornite Urchin just randomly in order to get the impact damage in. And there's Rummage. There's a lot of longevity that Power 14's hand has, and while Nessie also has a little bit of longevity, Nessie's got to make sure that like the units that they get off these production surges are strong enough to pressure, and we'll see what ends up happening. Because the production surge, you get a bunch of 1/1s and block everything down. You could also get like the 7/1 barrier turret that doesn't end up doing anything.
Yep, Nessie going straight right for the open attack right here, just pushing another 6 more damage straight right to Power 14. Power 14, 5 mana open, going straight right for the Mystic Shot, and it's just not wasting any more time, right? He's just going straight right and just burning down Nessie as much as possible.
And in response to seeing this burn, Nessie has decided to instantly create some healing in the form of Piercing Darkness, which will probably be played on one of these Jinxes, as we see played rather immediately. Nessie, instant click. I see a Jinx, I'm going to kill it right now with some healing, going up to 16 health.
It's definitely a no-brainer, right? Like you need to sustain a little bit more. You got to remove their champions, and this is the perfect card to actually deal with the Jinx. And now, Power 14 is in a little bit of an awkward situation. He lost a Jinx. He have another Jinx in hand, but he can't exactly play down right here. And he's probably even an attack is not gonna be too fruitful against Nessie.
Nessie. This Heimer Jace deck is so weird, because it looks like a control deck in every way, and all we've seen is a 6/6 hit the Nexus, what'll end up being 3 times right now. Like, this 6/6 is demolishing Power 14's board, and, Power 14, the aggro deck's now at 2 HP.
I mean, that's not where you want to be, right? And, high note, yes, it does. It can't exactly go to the Nexus, but Nessie actually have a few more options in his deck. Like there is a Mystic Shot that he could try to draw into as well, but Power 14 immediately chooses to remove the unit off the board and leaving only the Jinx in hand, and that means Jinx is definitely going to be leveling up this turn for Power 14. Vengeance off the top as well.
I think Power 14's trying to pass to keep this Jinx safe. If a Vengeance was to go on Jinx, Power 14's doesn't have much hope for the future, as sad as it sounds. So I think keeping the Jinx safe and just finding any scenario, maybe trying to find 2 Jinxes in a row to, punish this 6 damage removal, as we've seen happen in this tournament earlier. You're going to see the Daughter Squire come down. A 3/1 isn't as amazing as other things have been. Jinx comes down, gets the rocket.
Yep, there we have Jinx coming in, leveling up as well. No, immediately snapping the Vengeance onto the Jinx. This is the second Jinx that Power 14 have lost, and he have to find the final piece of Jinx in his deck as well. That's not going to be an easy task. Rocket going straight right to Nessie Nexus as well. But Nessie's still in control, right? He got the Jace in his hand as well. He got Production Surge to get himself more turrets if he chooses to. Power 14 is not looking good in this game too.
I think this game is all but over, right? As soon as Nessie plays the turret, there'll be, an 8/8 or, 5/1s or something just threatening the board. And blowback is not going to be enough to protect Power 14 from this. We just have to see if Nessie goes for it, and I think this is a commit.
Double production.
Let's see what gets summoned, but I don't think it could be the worst draw, and I think it'd still be fine. And that's the surrender.
I would love to see a T-Hex right there. There we have, ladies and gentlemen. Nessie moving straight right to the top 16. And big congratulations to this guy, man. Like, he's your friend. What do you think, Spit? Are you proud of him?
I'm so happy. I told him like a week ago, this is the goofball sweep. You're going to get there. You're going to be at the top. Everyone's playing for second because you're going to get to the top. And, we've seen at least one round. It's very possible that he does that. I'm very excited for him.
Yeah, congratulations to Nessie, or even Goofball as the community knows him. Guys, so that is a really fast game, first set of games. So I believe we are looking for another set of game to show you guys a little bit more later on. So maybe just to sum up the previous game that we saw, Spits, like we saw Ilawi in the lineup as well. We've seen Nidali and Pantheon in the lineup as well. What do you expect others to bring, especially in an environment like this?
I expect there's a lot of high level attempting to target stuff. Do you expect the Marcia to be ever present? Do you expect the Shadow Escaper present? I think you have to admit that this is going to be a big wide field, and you just sort of have to pick your poisons. And I think sticking with what Nessie's got with the Heimer, Jason, the Ilawi Swain's rather safe. It's some of the harder decks to target in this lineup. While Power 14 is obviously playing for a triple aggro combo build, I presume this is comfort for Power 14, as well as, sometimes aggro just gets there, right? Sometimes the aggro boogeyman shows what they're doing and makes it. So there's obviously a ton of lineup, thoughts you can go into.
And actually, this is the first time we saw Nidali on the big screen in such a tournament. And I'm actually quite impressed, what that deck is actually capable of, and I hope that we get to see more Nidali in today as well. It's actually kind of a very interesting kind of archetype moving forward.
Yeah, I think Nidalee's definitely got some interesting stuff going for it. I think, with one small tweak there or another small tweak there, Nidalee could end up being one of the more interesting and beloved champions. We're just not seeing that power be ever present as it sort of needs to be. We've seen Nidalee in Evelyn decks. We've seen Nidalee in a bunch of, Demacia decks. I say historically, she's been out for like a month. But she's seen so much experimentation and just nothing has really clicked for the community just yet.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe give her a little bit more time, probably with more support in future set as well. We might see her performing even better than today. But I want to take our attention to Illaoi Swain. We haven't seen that deck in the previous round as well. But the deck can be pretty devastating, right?
Illaoi Swain, it's so weird because Illaoi on turn 4 without a tentacle is just like a unit that sort of does stuff. But once a Watchful Idol's on the field, Illaoi is some sort of 6/6 monster that's threatening another 5/5 monster on turn 4. The sort of curves you can get with Illaoi, then curving into Swain and Levy, it's just so powerful when it happens that you're wondering why not everyone's playing it. And then you get a draw that's double Leviathan, a Swain, and nothing else. And you're crying looking at all of these squeakers and boom baboons. You live and die by it.
Yeah, I believe another game is ready. Let's just take a look at what the other game is happening right now. I'm not exactly sure who is playing, and I believe it's gonna be OPAC from the bottom side and top side.
Yeah.
Dinner.
We got these names earlier.
Yeah.
On the bottom we've got a player called Sinner, and on the top we've got a really cute name called New Little Love.
New Little Love.
We see Lurk, and I think this is Jax Varus, a deck that a lot of players have been talking about rather largely and happily, and then 2 days later being like, I hate this deck is awful, I don't want to play it again. So we see, Sinner has stuck to it, and, this could be lethal right now. That's how Varus decks work. Varus could just push in for, 20 at the next action.
Yeah, I mean, that's typical Varus, right? You see your opponent at 12 HP is totally okay. I just play a bunch of spells and just sling those damage straight right to your Nexus. And hopefully Thinner could actually pull this off. But if the turn actually flows over to New Little Love, he might have a better opportunity to actually top off and even close off the game the next turn, especially when OPAC is only at Sinner is only at 7 health.
So I think New Little Love might be able to do the rally and pressure on. And I think OPAC won't be able to get there with just the Varus spell. I think OPAC is going to need to go for a momentum choice. I don't think this is enough damage. I think this is too little by 1 to go for 2 of these spells. But obviously you don't have to go for lethal here, and we've got Caster Vision. We can see that there's a rally in hand, but on the side of Sinner you might have to just hope that there's no rally. Because the rally probably dispels a lethal here. Well, not a lethal. I'm being, a bit disingenuous, but this rally is very scary.
It is very scary, and I believe Sinner have a decision to make, right? Who is he gonna take out? But just dealing 10 damage straight right to New Love face, and with this blood in the water, I believe that is it. That is gonna be game over for Sinner. Yeah.
And that is the end. I don't think we know if this is how many games they've seen. But, we saw the Jax Varus not do particularly well. Apparently we're at 1-1. And, so that means we're going to have to see Jax Varus again fighting whatever deck New Little Love has available to them. And we saw Lurk. I know you mentioned during the first little bit we talked together if Lurk was going to appear. And we ended up seeing it. And it won a game already.
Yep. So we'll see what other deck that New Little Love actually brought in is Ash. Is this is this what I think it is? Ash?
I think this is Ash LeBlanc. I think this is Reputation.
Wow. I mean, this deck has been running since the start of Ash LeBlanc, right? And has been staying ever since as well. Looking at his curve is just looking really strong. Omen Hawk off the top deck for turn number 1. That he's having like his own little Christmas happening right there.
I think that Ash LeBlanc has to be favored here, right? I've always compared Jax Varus to like a Demacia deck, and Ash LeBlanc has always been good into Demacia decks. Now, Jax Varus does have a little bit more extra stuff with like the spell shield and the Shazies that can sort of get around the freezes, but I think if Ash LeBlanc just pressures enough and has the proper amount of freezes to deal with it, I think there should be Ash LeBlanc favored. But I was never accounting for the utter devastation, which is somehow a ruination that can also keep your units alive, and you know, there's a chance that Ash LeBlanc has to play into it at some point.
Yeah, like I mean, Ash LeBlanc is a unit deck, so all these removals, Ash LeBlanc have to be a little bit more wary, right? Especially moving in. LeBlanc coming in on turn number 3 as well, and I believe Sinner have to play the Weapon Master there to actually, you know, block off the LeBlanc. There's not much that he could do unless, you know, the fish fight might be a possible way for him to remove the LeBlanc off the field as well.
I think Sinner has to worry about like keeping their board thin, and you know, there's so many things you have to kill on this, like that Sinner has to kill. You have to kill Ash, you have to kill LeBlanc, you have to kill second Ash, you have to kill Preferring Glory Seeker. There's going to be so many targets with only one poor little fish fight that I think it's just going to be really difficult on the side of Sinner. We see the LeBlanc going in, pressuring 5, already, you know, 1/4ing the Nexus unless there's a block from the 4, from the 2-1.
Yeah, probably, yeah, the 2-1 is the best chump blocker as well, but instead he's taking 5 to the Nexus, and that is a really high amount of damage that he is going to take right there. That's the thing about Ash LeBlanc, right? The special number is 5 and above, like, you know, the magic number is 5, and, you know, if you're not careful, those 5 damage can actually stack up as well. Fish fight moving forward, and I believe he has... Oh, he's not going to go for freeze.
I think on the side of Little Love, you're thinking, well, if they're doing fish fight here, they could have a second fish fight. I've only got 1 freeze in my hand at the moment, and I want to protect my Ash more than I want to protect my LeBlanc. And I think that's the thought going through Little Love's mind. And so I think that's the reason for not the Brutal Steel. Although we can see their hands, we would have known that wasn't the case at all. We do see the Ash come down as a 6/4 buffed by the Omen Hawk, which means Jax can't really attack anymore.
Yep, there's nothing much that OPAC could do, right? Like Sinner could do. He's stuck a little bit, like, you know, with only 2 mana available, and this might be a good pass. Like, you just go for the pass and just save the mana for something else.
There's obviously the equip trying to just, you know, make it so that this freezes, and you can actually attack with this. If we didn't see the Brutal Steel before, I doubt we'll see it now, but it is possible. And this block, I would assume if this block is going to happen, there's a Brutal Steel happening as well.
Yeah.
We do see the Brutal Steel come down, level up the Ash 1 of 5, and if we look at the hand, it's actually 5 of 5 in hand with now. Just like the Ash attacks, there's 3 freezes in hand. Ash is pretty close to flipping despite only being at 1 of 5.
I believe like he's not going for the Harsh Winds this turn as well, right? Like, you know, just dropping the like just dropping the 5/1 right there and just challenge the Jax and just trying to get it out of the way. And there's nothing too defensive coming in from Sinner's side to actually defend the Jax as of right now. And the Jax is definitely going to be frozen, and, you know, it's going to be a free KO coming in from New Little Love.
This Omen Hawk buff has done so much. In theory, Sinner in this position would normally create a 3/2 at burst speed and block the Ash when Ash attacks, but that won't even be enough because Ash has got the extra health. It's like Beard the Bellringer all over again, but this time in, you know, Freljord. We're going to see, I presume, just a pass. I mean, what can Sinner really do here? They can equip the weapon, but then they can't do parts made whole.
I mean, he could go for... I mean, there's nothing much that he could do, right? 10, trying to be a little bit more defensive, or, you know, try to go for the trade against, or even defend the Jax from going down. And yeah, like this is exactly what he's doing. He could just reorientate the attack sequence and try to force the Jax to go into the Ash.
This is a demolishing sight, I'll be honest. This Ash LeBlanc player has put so much damage, and Sinner only has one unit. There can be another unit from the draw card, but that's just not going to be enough. And I don't think Sinner's going to be able to stall out long enough for the utter devastation to, you know, recontextualize the board to go it back to, you know, blank slate. I doubt there's going to be a block here because you need the jacks, but on the other side, you're going to be beaten down really, really quickly.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Sinner. I mean, there's still a chance for him to turn this game around, but it's gonna be an uphill battle for him. Like, you know, if Sinner is not gonna go for the block this turn, like he could still, you know, Little Nula could develop the Everosen Traveler and just, you know, have more pressure later on with those Yetis coming up next as well.
Furious Wielder looks good for, you know, dealing with units, but that's just like the perfect freeze target is whatever's going on the Furious Wielder. Getting a unit is nice to be able to stall out the game a little bit via the Lunari Cultist and the Acathian Mirage, but Little Love is going to be threatening so much with both of these 3/3s or even this massive wolf that recently got buffed.
Yikes. I mean, yes, you know, Sinner is just developing the board and you have to hope, right? Neither New Love do not have a Harsh Wind in his hand. And, you know, there's so much freeze option. There's Flash Freeze as well. There's the Harsh Winds. And the Fish Fight is not going to be doing too much against the Ash. And if Ash ever levels up as well, like, you know, he could just go for the pre-freeze and there's nothing that Sinner could do to follow up the big swing coming in from the Little New Love.
We are going to see the Fish Fight here to try and deal with the Trifarian Glory Seeker. But we see the freezes in hand. We know this probably isn't going to go through and it's just going to spell sadness for Sinner. You could also try doing the gem and trying to target the Ash, but either way it's countered by the same stuff because I presume we're going to see Ash's Flash. We're not! Never mind. I'm silly. It seems we must be just developing the board on the side of Little Love, then going even further down.
Yep. I think this is the better play, right? Like, he wants to go for the pre-freeze and then, you know, just ensure that he got a great open attack moving forward as well. Like, you know, once the whole board is frozen, there's nothing that, you know, Sinner could do. Like, there's no combat spell that he could try to take out the Ash as well. And, yeah, and this actually still not allow Sinner to go for any attacks.
I presume we're just going to see the freeze on the open, and then not even the Furious Wielder can save Sinner from this scenario. I think Little Love was going for an anti-mid-range lineup, like Lurk always beats mid-range, Ash always beats mid-range, and Sinner is just unfortunately on Modern Demacia, which is 2 Runeterra regions, including the Jax and the Varus. We are going to see a develop going a little bit wider, but I assume we're going to see the freezes.
Yeah, it's not going to be doing too much. You know, Blacksmith coming straight right in. And, you know, with more mana used by Sinner, that actually allows Little New Love to say that I can secure the victory because he's getting lesser and lesser resources as the turn goes by.
I think we're just waiting for the motions to happen. I think we all see how this game is unfortunately going to go on the side of the OPAC player. This Jax Varus deck's interesting, but I think this is just one of the unfortunate matchups that is going to spell despair. I wonder what Little Love is thinking. You know, what are the concerns for Little Love? Like, how could Little Love lose this game? And I think they're just going through the deck list, checking everything out, but I think is able to attack.
Yeah, there's not much that he could be afraid of. Probably a Monumental Choice or even an Unending Wave. Like those, you know, that could be a possible card that he might be afraid of, that he can't secure lethal. But looking at what it is, like, he didn't even go for the Harsh Winds before, and, you know, it shows that, you know, Little Love is actually respecting what else, you know, Sinner could actually pull out of his back pocket.
You face a ghost.
I think this play is too safe from the side of Little Love. I think you should really be more aggressive because I really don't think there's any punishes at all. But the issue is that I don't think it's going to be punished either. I think, like, the utter devastation is not going to come down in time, and I think Little Love is going to be able to pressure constantly and constantly. And not even a Varus would save Sinner right now.
Yeah, but I mean, he did miss a lethal opportunity just because he respects his opponent a little bit more. And, you know, especially as playing at such a high level, like, you know, you have to really think every possible outs. Like, how could your opponent take over your winning position from there?
I mean, playing at a high level like this, it's really, really stressful. There are so many things to think about. You know, the possibility that you're on stream can also be really, really frightening as well. So, you know, I don't blame them for not going for the lethal line, even though it has to be guaranteed, I think. We are going to see Sinner try and get a draw. Shadowblade Fanatic does develop 2 units with the Ephemeral. Wait, Other Devastation is... It is online. I thought it was 1 mana more expensive. Hold on. This has changed everything.
Yeah, this is going to be removing every single unit from Little Love's board. But, I mean, he has a second Ash in his hand as well. He could still do a little bit of magic.
I think... Yeah, I think Little Love has got this. I think, like, there are technically draws involving weird combinations of, like, Catch and Unending Wave that allow Sinner to stay alive. I forgot that Flash Freeze was an Ash, and I forgot the other Devastation was so cheap. Like, it's 17 mana. I thought it wasn't going to be around for another, like, 3 more turns. But it turns out you can play it on turn 8.
Yeah,
but I think
11 mana card.
There's no punish.
Yeah, there's no punish. And right here, you know, it's looking great for Little Sinner to close off this game. He have to try to close off this game right here and now, right? He got the Harsh Winds. He can level up the Ash. And it's going for the draws. Like, you know, just find a little bit more option. He got the block off the top as well. But this allows Sinners to actually develop his board once again.
There is a development on the board. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. You'd have to develop like 3 units to there too or something just to be alright. And we can go for a parity, you know, one unit developed, 1 unit developed, going back and forth. But I think no matter what, Little Love wins that parity game and eventually just gets through with the win.
Or, you know, Sinner could go for the expenses protection, you know, try to not allow any freeze opportunity coming in from Little Love as well. But Little Love seems like he's so much ahead compared to Sinner.
Make sure you stretch.
I wonder if Sinner is thinking about doing Spell Shield and Furious Wielder. We see the gem come down, which will, you know, determine a few things here. We are going to see this play, but I think it'll be countered by double freezes.
Yep, it's definitely going to be what Flash Freeze into Harsh Winds, and I believe Little Sinner secured a victory from then on.
Just gonna have to see if Little Sinner sees the line, or not Little Sinner. I've combined their names. Little Love goes for the line and does the double freeze. They're probably racking their mind through the deck list, seeing what could possibly counter this. There might be something, and so we should afford them the time, obviously. But I think that has to be the line. No, it is not. You can. Oh my god, that's another Ash. I thought it was a.
But this actually shows that, you know, he can't go for the Harsh Winds this turn. And it actually still, you know, bring him a little bit behind. I would protect the Ash there. Like, would you?
I would protect the Ash, but you can also develop the 5/5 and also just go wide. I think, like, you know, there's all these micro improvements that you can make, but at the end of the day, I think Little Love is saying, I am going to win bigly, not just littly today, and try and develop as many units as I can. And I think no matter what, that's game, no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah,
You're gonna see the Ash level up here.
Yep, it's still lethal regardless. Ash going for the level up as well. The Jax could not block, so ultimately, Little Sinner still have the enough damage to actually close off the games against Sinner. Little Love, sorry. Oh my god.
We're both getting the names confused. We are going to see some blocking go through, but it's just not going to be enough. And it seems that Little Love has 2-0'd this Jack deck and 2-1 Sinner entirely. This Jack's deck is not pressuring enough through its bad matchups, right? It's really struggling into what are its bad matchups, which are these anti-mid-range, you know, freezes or lefts.
Yep, let's just take a look. Like, you know, we missed a little bit of the early game. Let's take a look at what is exactly their lineup and how that actually did turn up around. As you said previously, the Jax Varus is actually the weakest link in his lineup as well. And I'm seeing a Renekton. Like, maybe run me through it, like Renekton.
So there's a few ways you can build mono Renekton. So sometimes mono Renekton's running that landmark that gives you like the +4/+4 weapon, and you're just going all in on one unit. But in general, what I'm seeing here are 3 mid-range decks versus 3 anti-mid-range decks. Like Shen G4 with a set in it, the amount of barriers that these decks would have to go through is just too much. And I think Little Love has definitely found the matchup they wanted of finding a mid-range deck. 3 of them, in fact, in this example, and it's just unfortunate for the side of Sinner to find such a brutal matchup spread.
Yep, I believe both the left decks are banned, right? Because we saw the luck previously as well. And probably the Renekton actually got the first win in game number 1, and that's actually the game that we missed. And Ash LeBlanc, like with this deck, is not exactly doing very well in middle of its reign. And what actually brought it back, especially in a format like this?
I mean, Ash LeBlanc just fits into a lineup of anti-mid-range, right? There's a bunch of anti-mid-range things you can bring. A lot of people are talking about Zombie Ash as well as a way to beat sort of Aatrox and beat Jax Varus and beat some of these mid-range things that you see. And I think that's just what Ash's niche is, right? Freljord's always been pretty good at defeating mid-range, and Ash is just like the pinnacle of freezing. I mean, she's the freeze champion.
I mean, she's the face of freeze. Let's put it as that. I believe that there will be one more game available. I believe there's still one more game available. I'm not sure who exactly we are gonna be watching. It's gonna be K going up against Ochoko, and let's just take a look. What is exactly happening between them.
I will have to see what their deck lists are. I'll try to pull them up as soon as I can. But we've seen some great plays already throughout. These. We've gone through 2 games now. We've seen Goofball or ABG Nessie find their way in, and we've also seen a mid-range versus an anti-mid-range. We've definitely seen some cool stuff.
Okay, I got a Choco's deck list pulled out. There is Yumi Pantheon, there is Miss Fortune Queen, Scouts, and Vayne Aatrox. So I believe this guy loves his Demacia.
And it seems we'll be about to go into game soon with these triple Demacia decks. We are going to see Aatrox versus Aatrox, the Aatrox mirror. And I see one player has an Aatrox on the field and the other one doesn't. So I think I know who is slightly ahead at the moment. Yep,
and with Vayne, I mean, both of them have the same hand. That's convenient. Yeah, so there's Cataclysm, there's Vayne, and there's the I believe that's the Woe Breaker in his hand as well. And Ochoko going in for the push with the Valor.
We are going to see the Valor go in against this. I think this may mean that the World Ender, if that unit was equipped, should be able to be played unless the mana is slightly wrong. Oh, was Valor not equipped? Does that not discount? I thought Valor was equipped. It turns out
Valor was not. Yeah.
So I think Key is just going to be ahead by having the Aatrox and then playing a Giral from hand. I think the hands are a little bit off, so we don't know exactly what's in Key's hand. But a Giral, and an Aatrox and a 4/5 challenger is just going to demolish the board. And I've said demolish a lot today. I'm being a bit overusing as my terms. Challenge is maybe a better word for this scenario.
Well, for sure, right? The Giral with the challenger, you could still pick and choose its target. But I believe Ocho have a way out, right? He could still go for the Cataclysm, use the Deer, just get the Deer to actually challenge the Giral and just remove it off the board and still have a additional edge against his opponent. But that's the big question: is should he play down the Vayne? Should he play down the Vayne this turn?
I think you can do the Vayne, but it also tells Key exactly what your hand is, and sometimes it's better to have an unknown in the hand than something on the field. Sometimes I want to threaten a Condemn or something, but we do see the Vayne played. It is a 5/5, which is a little bit bigger than a 3/3 where she normally is, but Key has got the World Ender, they've got a Stiratu, they've got a Naka able to be played in hand. There's so much power on the side of Key that I think Ochoko is just a little bit far behind.
Yeah, but Choco has a World Ender of his own as well, so if he could, pop it off. But, the difference is that he has that level up Aatrox, and that could be really difficult to deal with. A 10/10 overwhelm with Regenerate. That's not exactly a hard removal when it comes to Demacia. The Aatrox is definitely a big problem for K to deal with. K is on the bottom, Osho is on top.
We can see another World Ender come down, which will develop a 10/10, and importantly, I actually think it'll be an 11/11 tough, based on the buffs that are currently being presented. But because of the challenger on the Anarcha, the Aatrox will still be able to push through without any fear, and the Anarcha will be able to pull the Aatrox to the side. It's a bit weird that they're both trying to end the world. It feels like they could work together to do that as opposed to fighting each other. But we do see a blocker for their Aatrox in the field of the Anarcha. So there's a bunch of Anarchas and Aatroxes just sort of dancing around.
Yeah, and Ocho, trying to remove the vein, not allowing any tumble shenanigans coming in from his side as well, and pulling out a 8-8 with Overwhelm, and this is going to be an easy block coming in for the Aatrox, and yeah, this is probably the end of the turn for both players as well.
And if we look at the hands, Ochoko has got 4 Darkens, 5 now with the Bloodletters, while Ki only has none in hand, which is slightly less than 4. So what that might mean is that Ochoko can just develop, 3 of these out next turn and pressure just by having a lot more Darkens than Ki does. Now, Ki could obviously do everyone's favorite Anarcha into Anarcha into Anarcha into Steratu, which I happened to fight yesterday, which was very frustrating. But sometimes it happens, and the 11-11 on the Aatrox is very threatening. I mean, nothing can trade into it just because it's that much bigger. You see the Aatrox spell and the Steratu.
Yikes. Wow, this is a huge swing coming in from K, right? Like the Aatrox is 11-11. There's nothing much that there's no good blocks coming in. Maybe, go. Is this over?
I'm missing this. Is the timer? Was that timer? That had to have been timer, right?
Yeah, there had to be timer. Like, there's nothing that. I mean, he have a good Ocho. Sorry, I have a good block right there, I believe. Right.
So he had the Aatrox spell. Like, they actually naturally drew Aatrox on that attack when the Steratu was summoned, and so there is a strike you can do with Aatrox to get the 11 damage in and then tumble afterwards. But because of the single combat in hand, that isn't a guaranteed lethal. There was still game to be played, so I assume that was just a timer and an unfortunate circumstance.
Yep, so I believe that concludes every single game. So I'm not exactly happened to the previous round as well, but but we will. Oh, okay, so they ended due to timer, so the shot clock has ended, and Ochoko actually conceded right there and then. So that's exactly what happened. Yep, I believe that. Yeah. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, so yeah, that concludes every single game in the top 32. So we are down to our last 16 players. So ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere because we will be back later on. Oh, okay, wait. Producer says there is bracket to be shown. Okay, let's just take a look at the brackets right there. Who are the 16 players?
We have got Soraharu Ki, who we've just seen, Ping Ping Ho, unfortunately taking over the People's Champ of 40 seconds. And, I mean, Jackset's gone. We can't be happy about that. Ping Ping Ho's obviously in, which is great, but, I was rooting for Jackset just a little.
Yep, let's just take a look at the next set of 16. I believe we got Rubik that just take a 2-0 against Gamer LV. Nagi winning 2-0 against Roll Away. Bruce winning Kuro 2-1, and Runeterra taking the 2-1 victory against FNP. And Runeterra, he's still running strong, running hot into the top 16. Who's next?
We've got Zankuo, ABG Nessie, who we saw as well, Shun, and a name I'm not going to try to pronounce, going into round 16. And we've got
Little Love. Yeah.
Oh, Little Love, the player under that, who I'm going to call Zay, because that's the 3 letters I can see in the middle. Timeline and ABG Belkut. We're seeing, is that 2 ABG players make it into the top 16?
Yeah, there we have Nessie, we got Belkut coming in as well. So yeah, still ABG still running strong, and Belkut, one of the old-time players here as well. So we're seeing a lot of mix, right? We're moving into the top 16. There's still a mix of new and old players. I hope to see new players, coming right on top of the old ones.
I am excited too. I mean, new players, it's always fun to see the greatest highlights of JO1 fighting against Ping Ping Ho. But when you see a new player butt up from the seams and then become one of the greats over the next year, is something really rewarding to see.
Yeah, so I mean, top 16, we still got what? Top 16 later on, top 8, top 4 into the grand finals. There's still 4 more games lined up for you guys. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have a long way to actually conclude this whole world qualifiers for the Apex regions. Once again, my name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Spitz. We will be going for a short break, so do not go anywhere. I will see you guys later on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Heart of the Huntress World's Qualifiers. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Speeds, and we will be moving straight right to the top 16. How are you feeling so far, Speeds?
I mean, it just gets more and more exciting as the round goes on, right? There's even more points people are playing for. The names are getting, even more intense. The games are getting even more intense. So I'm just excited to see the games that we've got going on.
Yeah, for sure. Like we started with like what a 9 or 11 round pool stages into the playoff stage, and we're now down to our final 16. And the next featured match is definitely gonna be Bruce 1915 going up against Runeterra. And let's just not waste any more time and just take a look at the deck list. Spitz, run us through.
So what we see here is like a triple SI lineup versus sort of like a little bit of an older lineup, like Jax Orn, Samira Varus, and like Karma set with this Seraphine are all decks that we've seen in previous metas, like the Eternal Open 2 months ago or the WQO 3 months ago, versus an SI powerhouse triple SI lineup. I think this must be favored for Runeterra, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, triple SI, that means lots of control coming in. Hyma Jace, we've seen it. Senna Vega, this deck we have not seen in the competitive meta for a very long time as well. And lots of removals, right? Especially with the Darkness package moving in as well. Nasus Azir, like this is the Vault of Hela, kind of like, big dog and just bashing your face straight right in, but still lots of removals in the deck as well. But however, on Runeterra's side, something I'm a little bit more interested in is definitely going to be the Seraphine Karma set, because we have not seen Karma set in competitive environment for a while as well.
Yeah, Karma set's sort of fallen by the wayside after, one, Queen got nerfed, but more importantly, the decks have become a lot more mid-rangey and punishing towards an idea like Karma set. The prominence of things like Jax Orn and Aatrox and other small Demacias just end up beating up on that deck, and we do see like a lot of interesting plays going around with all of these. I actually think I'm gonna go back on what I said. I think Bruce is favored. I think they're going to just ban the Seraphine and then use Quietus and all the weapons, and then I think Runeterra will just be struggling into Quietus a bunch. So I think it's actually more likely that Bruce will win this, but anything can happen.
Yeah, that is true. And what do you think Runeterra could ban? I believe Bruce is definitely banning the Seraphine, right? Because the weapons are easy to handle for Bruce. But what do you think Runeterra would ban in this matchup?
This is hard. I think on one end, Runeterra really needs to ban Nasus to allow the Jax Orn to get through without facing down everyone's favorite or least favorite, depending on who you ask, like 15-15 dog. But also, like, Hyma Jace is one of the strongest decks in the format, and they can also summon a 6/6 or a 9/9 Brash unit. I think from Runeterra's side, you want to be punishing the Darkness. Your aim is to try and 2-0 Darkness, because it's the weakest of all the decks, and it's the deck that you're going to be able to go above more than any other deck in the lineup.
Yep, definitely, for sure. And I mean, going up against things like Darkness and Hyma Jace, they have to try to get out of the burn range as well, like those burn range as well, like Darkness is constantly growing as Vega is on the board, so they have to try to find ways to actually remove this damage modifier so that he could actually come up on top. I believe the deck list, I'm not sure if the deck lists are ready. Let's just take a look at what Bruce exact 40 cards are in this 3 deck.
So Bruce is definitely teched against the mid-range even more heavily. I mean, we saw triple SI, so we thought, it might be able to defeat mid-range. But Ruination in 2 of these decks, Necrotic Arachnoid in the Nasus deck. You're not going Detonator because there's no Vigar, and you're not going to go for Terror of the Tides because you want to be defensive and not aggressive, and that's why we're seeing that. We're also seeing 2 Castigate in that deck. This is really mid-range targeted against Runeterra, who is on 2 mid-range and presumably the ban of Karma.
Yep, it's not gonna be looking good. Let's just take a look at Runeterra's deck list, and how could he, or is he ready to tech anything against this anti mid-range kind of style right here as well?
So I think like Runeterra, what Runeterra does have access to is like the beef, and sometimes beef just does it, right? We're seeing stuff like Iceveil Cultist and Wild Claw Ferocity in the Orn deck, which can put enough pressure on, and they can't get Mystic Shotted or anything. And in the Varus deck, we are seeing cards like the Unending Wave and Expansive Protection that can give you that value that you need, as well as stuff like Momentous Choice. So while in a more broad and macro sense, there's anti-mid-range versus this combo weapon mid-range. On the other
Mhm.
side, Runeterra can have these amazingly powerful combat tricks and big units that can just go through anyway.
Yep. So I believe, like, you know, like what you said, Runeterra have to be fast, right? You have to be so much faster, and at the same time, you know, run the control deck out of gas. If not this way, it's really in a really bad position, going up against a lineup like Bruce's.
I mean, this is one of the classic, like, sort of matchups that we see,
Mhm.
you know, mid-range versus anti-mid-range, in the same way that we always see control versus anti-control, or aggro versus control. And I think being able to see two top players do this will be amazing. Like, it's always going to be a beloved sight to see one of your classic types of gameplay patterns, anti-mid-range versus mid-range, when the top players do it.
Yep, I believe the games are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay, not yet, not yet. Okay, yep. So, yeah, so, you know, Runeterra, like, let's just talk a little bit more about this player, right? This player has been around since the beta season. Like, you know, he is always in the forefront when it comes to content creation and also education of you know, newer players and how to pilot new decks and things like that. Have you you know, encountered any of his content previously online, Spitz?
So I've consumed his content, and one of my favorite decks of all time is actually one of his creations. I'm a big fan of that Go Hard Nightfall that he made. I don't know, maybe even a year now. I love Go Hard, I love Targon, and just combining those together was just so thoroughly enjoyable. It was one of my favorite seasons, and it was just a deck that I saw him randomly post on Reddit, and then I watched his video, and, you know, it's great. It's honestly great.
Yeah, like I myself have picked up a few lessons as well, right? Like, you know, learning from him. And he did, like, I did have some, you know, minor interaction with him previously, and you know, asking him for tips and like how to improve as a player back then. And you know, he's of really a lot of help. You know, if you guys are a new player or looking to improve your gameplay, I believe, you know, Runeterra might be one of the people that, you know, you might want to approach, right? Especially in a community like this. And everyone help each other out, especially in Legends of Runeterra community, and that is probably the beauty of this game as well.
Yeah, and Runeterra is an amazing player in his own right. We see the bans now. It is the Vaults, which I thought it was going to be, but it's also the ban on the Jax, which is definitely not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm expecting the Karma being banned, right? Like, probably we will be seeing a little bit of a longer game in this matchup. Like, yep, I believe game is ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, off we go for our first game on the stream for our top 16. It's gonna be Bruce going up against Runeterra.
We are seeing Varus Samira versus Darkness, which I think it's Darkness favored. We see the Quietus that'll either go on the Samira or the Darkened Ballista, already based on these mulligans. But as I was saying, there are ways Varus can get through this. Varus draws himself. You can get multiple Varuses just because you can get so much threat density. And sometimes you just pressure with enough units that they end up dying.
Yep, and I believe like Ballista is also a really strong, like, you know, weapon moving in. Like, you know, you could just skip turn one, play the Samira, and just go for the Ballista onto the Samira on the very same turn as well. But one thing that actually could fall short is that there's not much protection spells per se to actually protect this Samira against the Quietus moving forward, unless, you know, the expense protection is being drawn by I just cursed it.
You've just manifested the card for Runeterra. Both of these hands are both... There's like half the hand on both of these plays looks really good, and the other half of the hand looks awful, right? Violent Discord is hitting nothing when on Bruce's side. It can hit the Twisted Catalyzer, but we don't see a Twisted Catalyzer. While on the other side, Bruce's Ixtali Sentinel is not going to be turned online for so long that it's just going to be the battle of the Conchologist and the Quietus versus the Samira and the small bits of protection that we found. A transfusion, but no unit to play it with.
Yep, but I believe the Violent Discord could actually be at, like, you know, targeting the Veigar, like, you know, just throw both of them onto the Veigar, and that's probably a knockout onto the Veigar as well. So that could be a potential way the Runeterra could deal with Veigar moving forward.
We do see the Trinket Trade. Trinket Trade's always a really cute spell because it's just another look at a Conchologist pool, but you also get the opportunity to prank. And pranking the weapon can sometimes be really strong. A Grasp of the Undying, but also an Open Prowse from Runeterra. Really saying that I am a combo deck, I'm not a mid-range deck, and I'm going to be pressuring you when you least expect it and with all of my might.
Yep, I'm actually loving like what Runeterra is actually doing, right? Like he's okay with taking like 4 damage so far and not putting any of his resources in any danger at this point in time. Yes, he could play the Samira back then, and at what cost? A Quietus coming in where the protection could not protect the Samira from the Quietus.
We are going to see the first, plethora of removal thrown at Samira. I presume this one will be countered by a Momentous, and Samira, we can see the hand won't be dying to anything else unless the Trinket trade creates a Drop the Bomb, for example. I presume then the weapon's going to be equipped so that the spell shield is activated, and Samira will be protected rather successfully.
Yep, Samira is 6-2 with quick attack right there. Yes, Bruce have a charm blocker right here as well, but the only way of removal right here is definitely going to be the Quietus, and if he ever goes towards that route, Runeterra have the answer. And it's getting a little bit of discount for Bruce, and Runeterra just decided to just pass the turn right there, and right here, like Bruce actually have more options with the Graphs of Undying for him to fire off as well.
I think Bruce was also a little bit concerned by Samira's flare, being able to challenge the Vigars around, meaning that Bruce can't really reliably stick a Vigar for more than a turn and a half, and Runeterra is able to just keep the Samira on the field and say, hey, I've got a Samira, you're the one that's to vengeance it, and that's going to be mana negative for you, and we probably will see the Varus come down to then diversify the win cons. I think Runeterra's passing on 1, 2, and 3 is really a testament to how protective you can be of Samira, and how successfully it can pull you through.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference where it actually differentiates the good player and the general player in a way, where they know what is their game plan and they know what is their protection, and life to them is the resources in this game as well, and that's actually what allows them to be above and beyond compared to the general kind of player.
I mean, there are so many ways to see all the cards in this game. Sometimes Samira is a 2-2 that blocks a 1-2, or sometimes Samira is this card that you're not allowed to play before turn 6 because you must have 7 pieces of protection for it. We're going to see the challenge go against on the stilted Robe Maker, not trying to threaten the Vigar, or just saying, if you play Vigar, that's so much mana that I don't mind that you're spending it on that. We are going to see the Quietus come down, presumably to destroy the weapon. I mean, I don't think they were going to kill their own Conchologist, so I don't think that's a hard assumption to make. And presume this is just going to be let through. I don't think you need to protect Samira, and we see that, Runeterra just lets it go through.
The key piece right there is definitely going to be the weapon and not the Samira. And with the Vigar coming down, and I believe this is going to be a immediate 4 damage going straight right to him, and just not allowing it to survive this turn. And Samira leveling up this turn as well.
That is one of the quickest Samira flips I've seen. I mean, it's not the earliest, I've seen a Samira flip on 2 in some incredibly saddening scenarios, but 2 cards being played, 4 little drum beats, you could call this a chord basically, destroying this Vigar. And now, what is Bruce going to do? They have the ability to do Ixtali Sentinel, but that costs all of their mana and allows Runeterra to develop further. Bruce can do Grasp of the Undying to try and deal with Samira, but we can see the protection in hand. Runeterra has definitely converted this into a very strong combo hand on their side, and Bruce is just sort of trying to find a way to deal with that.
Yeah, and we were saying pre-game, right? Bruce have a really awesome lineup to deal with weapons kind of deck, and at this point in time, it looks like Bruce is actually struggling to keep up, and Runeterra is actually controlling the whole game as a whole.
And I mean, maybe it's just my misunderstanding of how these matchups are supposed to work. Maybe Runeterra just is able to have all these vengeance targets that end up costing 2 and 4, right? You don't want to vengeance a Samira, you're losing 4 mana. But at the same time, Samira is so important, you have to vengeance her, and that continual disassociation between the mana investment on the champion and the mana investment for the removal might just mean that Runeterra is able to win it through, and we're seeing that happen constantly through this game.
Yep, and big prank coming in from Bruce, and seeing 2 cards in Runeterra's hand. This actually gives up so much information, and the unending wave is being taxed on as well. So that actually could bring Runeterra back. Just slow him down a little bit in terms of if you want to use the unending wave against Bruce.
I think it's sad for Bruce that they didn't see the spell shield. Seeing the spell shield means that Bruce might lull themselves into a false sense of security that allows them to go for something like a Grasp or a Darkness, and then it ends up just being countered. We are seeing Runeterra develop a pretty wide board and be rather aggressive. We're going to see the Darkness come down, not kill, but just testing the waters a bit in terms of removal and damage.
Yeah, Runeterra is totally fine with this since the Samira is not going anywhere. He got the transfusion to keep her alive a little bit more as well, and this is going to be a really wide swing or even big swing coming in from Runeterra, and Bruce, his board might be shrank down by a lot just by this attack as well.
So if Runeterra wants that is the avenue for a rally. Samira is currently at 3 of 6 based on the letter C, so we should be able to access something like a transfusion into an expanses, into a challenger flare, or even attack flare. And seeing this Grasp of the Undying presumably will be followed with a protection via the expanses.
Yep, protection coming in onto the Samira as well to protect the Samira, and I believe the Samira will be getting there ready pretty soon as well.
And I think that's just like, I've said this word a lot, but like this combo deck is so good at generating insane amounts of tempo. We are going to see the transfusion. Presumably there's some lethal math that's already been worked out, and this extra 2 damage is how to pressure even more. It does the target, so Varus gets overwhelmed, and I think that's just game. Without a pie toss, there's just no worries at all. And we're just going to see the rally from Samira, both champions leveled. What a beautiful game.
Yep. Flare, a free flare in his hand as well is gonna be it just doesn't matter at this point in time as that ready goes live, and Runeterra had a clean attack moving forward. Also Bruce just falling off game number 1, there's not much option, and I believe this game definitely goes straight right to Runeterra, knowing what potential his deck and what are his matchup tables right in this matchup.
If we go back to the mulligan, right, Bruce had 2 Ixtali Sentinels in hand. If we go to the end of the game, guess what Bruce had in hand? 2 Ixtali Sentinels. They never ended up getting played. They did end up being useful. I presume they were accidentally drawn into. But sometimes that just happens with the mulligans. That's not what you want to see, but I think there are worlds in which Bruce gets a different hand, more quietuses, more pie tosses that allows them to go through and win that. But Runeterra was able to manipulate the bad hand, protect the Samira, and go in.
Yep, I mean, hey, this is the beauty of card games, right? Like, it's not always players drawing nuts all the time. Yes, players are human, and they could get unlucky sometimes as well. So Bruce still have 2 more tries to actually top Runeterra, and hopefully, he's not consistently unlucky for this round as well.
So we were saying that we thought Karmaset would be banned, and it ended up being that Karmaset was kept around. Clearly, Bruce is seeing something about these matchups. Wait, Karmaset was not banned. Karmaset was banned. Jackson Onslaught was being played, which is what I was expecting. So we are going to see what I think is slightly better for the Darkness player, in as much as you have Vengeances for the On and so forth. But as we've seen, Runeterra knows how to pilot these matchups. Runeterra can definitely make this happen.
Yeah, but I believe Runeterra is still on the back seat, right? There's not much protection in a sense, especially in a Jax on deck list. Like, there's no Targan shenanigans that could protect the weapons from going away. And especially when Jax on is all about forging really big weapons and going for really big swings, those quieters could be so much more premium for Bruce compared to the previous game as well.
Yeah, so this matchup's always a little bit weird. Runeterra's power point is actually right in the mid-game, where their combat cooks are 5 health and their innovative blacksmiths have 4 health, and it's not a really easy number to deal with. After that, Vengeances get thrown to On, Quietuses get thrown to triple forged weapons, and it's a little bit more concerning. But Runeterra having 2 big, beefy weapon masters and a forge to make them slightly larger could help. But we see the Ruination, which always blows out matchups like these.
And coming in with the blacksmith, and the Runeterra could not consistently put in those aggression that he's actually looking for, and off the Conchologist, the Lightning Rush could be huge, especially in a matchup like this as well.
Lightning Rush is great for protecting something like a Senna from like a fish fight or from a challenger. I really like the choice of the fearsome weapon. I saw the big stats and I was like, ooh, I'm a mid-range deck. I wanted the big stats. But what Darkness has always struggled with is fearsome. They've only got a few fearsome blockers. We can see the fearsome blockers in their hand in the name of Stilted Roadmaker and Senna. But having that constant fearsome presence can be quite scary for Bruce to deal with.
Yeah, and the Roadmaker coming down for Bruce, and there's nothing much in Bruce's hand in the early games that could do a little do his control things. But Bruce have so many Darkness Ram, he's always preparing for a really big Darkness moving forward, and if he if he's lucky enough to consistently draw into more removals later on into late game, and with Senna, those really big darkness could be dangerous to deal with for Runeterra.
Runeterra was thinking a lot there, and it was a very interesting line. You have one option of forging the scout weapon, which is one of the best weapons to forge, only because the scout weapon normally doesn't have that many stats. But what's really cool about Combat Reel is that when Runeterra attacks... wait, no, it's focus. It's not burst. Ignore everything. I thought they could play Wild Claw's Ferocity. They cannot. Caster math never works.
Yep, and it's Senna off the top for Bruce as well. So I believe, Runeterra could try to stall a little bit more, but, he can't exactly play anything yet. So an open attack or even a pass might be good for Runeterra for this particular turn, right?
I think Runeterra realizes that their hand is full of a little bit of a late game stuff where they need to draw into their Orns, and I think Runeterra realizes that the best thing they can do right now is threaten Entrancing Lure, and they just sort of have to live with that as their best line. Obviously, now that not Senna has been played, you can now attack, and you don't have to worry about challenging a Veigar or a Senna, but Runeterra making sure that pass, threatening the challenger, preventing Senna from being played to begin with.
Yeah, but I mean, Senna could still be played the next turn by Bruce, and a darkness is cost like what, 1 at this point in time, right? And it's gonna be quick speed, especially with Senna on the board as well. So looking at both players' hand and the board state, Runeterra might be in control really soon.
Runeterra might be in control really soon, but there's a very famous combo. Oh, Bruce, sorry.
Yeah.
There's a really famous combo regarding Senna and Ruination, right? And while Runeterra can develop a board, maybe they'll draw another unit and develop the board. If Senna's on the field, there's nothing Runeterra can do. Absolutely nothing, right? Without fish fight, without, easy access to challenge, there's just nothing that can go on.
Yep, Quietus off the top for Bruce as well, so that is a premium card, especially in this matchup. It's 1 mana, it could destroy a really huge weapon, and that could really stabilize what Bruce is trying to do. 9 mana open for him this turn as well. It's definitely going to be a Senna this turn.
I mean, I think it has to be. You have to just accept that, they could have fish fight. I might have to protect it or do something else afterwards. But if not, if Bruce, the alternative is to pass or play Dark Ball Backlight, which is the line. It's not what I had expected. It can work. It does beat fish fight. You do develop blockers. Dealing 2 damage and then another 2 damage isn't awful. This isn't that... I mean, it makes sense.
Yep, Darkness going straight right to the 5-4 with Fearsome. And a Pie Toss would seal the deal right there as well. Like, there's nothing that Runeterra could do, right? 7 mana open, and his hand is not exactly the best at this point in time as well.
We are going to see the pass, and Runeterra has to be fearful about playing something like Ornn into a Ruination, losing every unit except the 1 mana Forge Lady. It's going to be hard, but what else is Runeterra's other option? Pass, open attack with the Wild Claw's Ferocity. Ruination always, creates a fork. You can't develop because they'll ruinate. You can't open attack because they're going to do Pie Toss or something. So Runeterra's just got to think, what are my lines? How do I win this game? And how do I beat most of their hands?
Kindle, did you wander off again?
Starting off with the Apprentice and Bruce. It's just passing the priority to Bruce, right? Bruce being the control deck, like, you show me what are you gonna do. And Fish Fight off the top as well, and this is definitely gonna be a swing coming in from Runeterra, and the Pie Toss onto the 5-1 is definitely gonna be the move for Bruce to actually deny. But immediately a Wildcat coming in.
Wild Claw's Ferocity is such a fun card. It's always like trickled in as a one of or a none of in this deck. Sometimes you get it on a scout weapon and it's just, the big cat smacking into the Nexus. And sometimes it bricks in your hand and you're looking at this focus speed card and wondering why is it this fast? Or why is it this slow, more accurately? You're going to see the catch to protect this and probably the lightning rush to re-damage it. But, this damage is not insignificant. And in future turns, this Wildcat is going to be something that does need to be answered.
I mean, it's down to 5 HP. Like, the Piercing Darkness could be a possible way to deal with the Wild Claw as well. So, it's still everything is still under control when it comes to Bruce's side, but he has to be aware he's now down to 9 health. How could he deal with, whatever Runeterra is trying to throw at him at this point in time?
And because the catch was forced and played, Runeterra is not able to fish fight the Senna. meaning that Senna is able to stick down and accelerate all of these, what is that, 5 slow speed spells into 5 fast speed spells. I mean, Senna's definitely trying to enter a racing competition with how much acceleration she's doing.
Yeah, for sure. As long as Senna is on board, there's nothing much the Runeterra could do. Quick speed darkness, 3 damage going straight right to the wild claw, and forming another darkness in his hand as well. I don't see a way the Runeterra could play out of this.
So I think there are ways, but they're pretty awkward. You're basically admitting, you know, with caster vision, you're admitting, okay, they have to go through Ruination and then develop afterwards. And there are draws that accept that to happen. It's just like, you know, drawing 3 Orns in a row and hoping that's enough. I think Runeterra is going to have to make a bet at some point that they don't have Ruination or that they don't have Dawning Shadow. And we see that Bruce does have Ruination and does have Dawning Shadow, and that bet will just not be able to pay off. But that's with our luck of caster vision. Runeterra is going to end up playing the Orn, and Bruce is going to end up being able to counter it.
Yeah, there's no weapon for the Orn to actually leverage off as well. So it's just it's just in a really weird position, right? And is he just gonna play the 1 mana, the little girl, like the apprentice, to just pass the turn, to just develop bot presence?
A pass is interesting, and I mean, Saurian is a good draw to try and sort of diversify your width, but I think Runeterra is just going to be too little too late with all of the removal in Bruce's hand. Runeterra can draw into something like, I was going to say Ice Veil Cultist, that was exactly what I was about to say, because this big beefy mid-range is exactly, I think, Runeterra's main way to win here, but it just has to be in the hand, and what we see is like perfect Piercing Darkness targets. We don't see the perfect mid-range that we need, and the Piercing Darkness healing back up is just so brutal.
Yikes. I mean, this Senna, right? It's all down to the Senna. How, like, it's just so annoying to deal with. And with only 3 mana, 6 mana available, there's no way that... I mean, he could still put the weapon onto it and go for the fish fight. Yeah, I believe that's the way that he could deal with Senna.
Senna can go, but what we know is Dawning Shadow is just another Senna in hand. And while there is a challenger, right, you can challenge the first Senna and fish fight the second Senna. There's still the Ruination. It's such a gauntlet for Runeterra to go through. So much removal and healing and darkness at 1 mana that Runeterra can try and pressure through, but it's not going to be an easy job.
Yeah, Pie Toss going into the Cook right there, so that, you know, if you want to take my Senna, you have to trade off your Cook for it. But Runeterra is happy to take the trade.
I think Runeterra has to be okay. I mean, what's cool about weapons is that even if the 2/2 dies underneath, there's still a 4/3 weapon on top of it. You can keep giving the weapon to a new thing, and the stats just kept conglomerating onto it. So you're losing, really, all you're losing here is a 2/2, the base stat line of the combat cook. We are going to see the darkness to prevent the weapon from going on anyone else, and interestingly, 4 little damage on the open. But Runeterra has killed at least 1 of the 6 champions.
Yep. And the Elixir though, Elixir off the top as well, he could allow, just maintain a little bit of bot presence right there. Take out the Senna, just trade it with the Cook, and just go next, right? You take down the first Senna, and that's the first obstacle in your way. But Bruce has the second one in hand.
Bruce does have the second one in hand, but the removal is looking thinner and thinner as Runeterra is constantly pressuring for it. All we see is a Ruination and the darkness from the Starly Sentinel. Vengeance does change things. Vengeance is rather an efficient way of dealing with units. We are going to see the Grasp of the Undying hovered, really trying to hit this unit.
Yeah, Bruce controlling as much units on Runeterra board so that there's nothing much that could be equipped to go against Bruce as well. But, you know, 6 mana open, Bruce have the Vengeance if he chooses to just take out the the Icefield Cultist to just, you know, cut off any units to actually equip any weapon onto as well.
We were saying during the deck, you know, review that sometimes the Jax Ornn player can have these big units that require really awkward amounts of removal. What we see right now is an Ornn and an Ice Veil Cultist, and one is going to be Vengeance and one is going to be Ruinated more likely, like, you know, 1 per each.
Yep.
And I think that means Runeterra is just punching through the removal just enough in order to try and win the game. Runeterra is definitely playing towards the game plan he needs to be playing against a deck like Darkness.
Yeah, Vengeance going straight right to the cultist as well. And Runeterra says, I have no reaction to that. And, you know, just saving up the mana. And just, you know, build back up in more units to actually deal with Bruce.
We do see the upcycled Rake finally taken. We now have multiple weapons in the hand of Runeterra, which means that the draw card can create the 3-2 blocker and do some interesting stuff there. We've also not really talked about Buried in Ice much, Moonboy, but being able to Buried in Ice the Senna or the Extali Sentinel could end up dispelling a surprise lethal on the side of Runeterra.
Yeah, but the thing about Buried in the Ice is that there's a clock to it, right? If you don't finish the game within the fixed amount of time where they're in the ice, it might, you know, it might be a worse situation in a sense.
It's interesting that Bruce could have quieted either weapon, right? Bruce can wait till the weapons are cycled and choose which one. And Bruce chooses to quiet the fearsome weapon. I guess saying, well, the scout weapon only gives you 4 health. I'm able to trade into that. I can't trade into 7 health. I need to quiet the fearsome. But scout is more often a scarier keyword, especially with Ornn who can double it.
Yep, and a Senna and a Veigar in Bruce's hand, and like, you know, it's just looking strong. If both of them actually falls onto the field as well, that actually forced Runeterra to have a decision to make. Which one should I take out first?
We have seen Bruce tap under Senna, which means if the Ornn came down, it would actually be completely safe. Now, Runeterra can't know that. Runeterra has to be scared of things like Vengeance. But we almost saw an opening that we have access to, and in the broadcast will look really obvious, but when you're Runeterra, you don't know what's in Bruce's hand.
Yep, second Vengeance off the top for Bruce as well. It seems like Bruce is having a really stacked hand right here, right? You got the Senna, he could go for the Senna into Vengeance, or even like Darkness going straight right into the Cook as well. That means no on play coming in from Runeterra. And once again, Runeterra is just slowing down this place again.
I think, in general, Bruce's draws are going to be able to equal or better Runeterra's draws. But what Runeterra has above Bruce is just this weapon that can constantly be cycled and constantly demand answers. And that can't be removed without a quietus. And I think we've seen 1 or 2 already being played. We do see the Senna come down, but we also see the fish fight probably won't be played as the fear of Vengeance was already felt last turn. But the champions finally come down.
First champion Senna, fish fight coming in, and you know, Runeterra knows that Bruce have a Darkness in his hand, but instead chooses to go for the fight.
I think Runeterra is saying, well, I've got 3 sisters, I'll be able to beat this, but what Runeterra doesn't know is the Vengeance. The card that was top decked this turn is going to be the Punish that allows the Senna to stay alive here.
Wow, I mean, this is just punishing. But at this rate, you know, Bruce is actually running low on resources as well. Yes, he could generate like, you know, probably close to infinite amount of Darkness at this point in time. But Runeterra is also running low on resources himself as well.
We've seen so much Darkness, Moonboy. I presume Veigar's levels, right? We've seen Darkness being played like at least 7 or 8 times. So now there's actually the burn win con that Runeterra does have to worry about over the next couple of turns. And Extali Sentinel also accentuates that.
Yep, On is online as well. So On having scouts, that's really dangerous to deal with. Immediately a Darkness going straight right to On. I don't see no reason why the Veigar is coming down this turn.
The Veigar can't come down this turn out of a fear of the
fish fight, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the 3rd fish fight, so you might have a read that there's no way there's 3 fish fights, and that is the read that is being made. 3 fish fights is just too rare, but it seems that Runeterra has recently gone fishing and also to the boxing ring, because that is the 3rd fish fight being drawn, and a kill on the Veigar instead of the Senna.
I mean, he's just worried about the burn aspect of this as well. You know, Darkness not firing off the Darkness and just taking out the Veigar, and the On leveling up here as well. But you know, Bruce, you have the Ruination, so that is still a possible play for Bruce the next turn as well.
Yeah, so I presume Runeterra is going to equip the Rake, attack, and then going to be running headfirst into this Ruination. The On was held on for who knows how long this game has gone on, 15 rounds. And the Ruination has been around for nearly just as long. And we're going to see them finally interact in this absolute, like, catastrophic event towards this Freljordian guy.
Yep, an 11-10 ram going straight right in, and a fast speed ruination just destroying that Senna off the battlefield as well. The Darkness is probably at about 3 damage, so any units that Runeterra actually plays from here on might be, you know, wiped out by the Darkness as well. But Runeterra do have some draw engines in the form of parts made 4, and he could still redevelop his bot once again.
I really like that parts made whole discard. The scout weapons are so much better than this buried in ice, and trying to find an Ornn or trying to find something is really quite important at the moment. We are going to see the Darkness just removing these blockers, but Runeterra still has units and still has damage that they can present.
This guy is just playing really cleanly, right? He's respecting every single option that Bruce have, and he's actually reading his opponent in and out entirely. And it's just clean coming in from Runeterra.
I mean, this is a masterclass in how to deal with 2 Sennas, 2 Vengeances, a Ruination, a Vigar, and a bunch of other constant removal thrown at you when you're a big mid-range deck. If you wanted to learn how to play, this is the matchup you should watch.
For sure, and that's the last Senna coming in from Bruce as well. Fish fight going straight right into the Senna. Darkness is not going to be removing this Glacier Surian. And that's the last Senna that Bruce is ever going to see in this match.
I mean, there might be Rekindler in the list, so it might technically not be the last one. But we do see the Combat Cook and the, what is it, like a 5/4 scout weapon right now, which will be threatening a lot of damage. It will give enough action for Bruce to play the Exile Sentinel. This game is far from over, but we're on its last legs.
Yep. Attack token going straight right to Runeterra on off the top deck as well. Scout damage eating 8 straight right to the Nexus. No removal coming in from Bruce, and I believe it's going to be on into a big swing coming in from Runeterra. It is over, right?
I mean, this has to be over. A big, massive overwhelm on like Spirit with a bunch of other big units. Like, you were talking earlier about how Quietus will deal with these like massive weapons, but clearly you just make like 7 weapons massive, not just 2. And this is an amazingly, very emotionally big lethal on the side of Runeterra, 2-0ing Bruce and making it into the top 8.
Yep, there we have, ladies and gentlemen, Runeterra taking the win 2-0. Who says if you're in a bad matchup, you can't win any single game? And with the right discipline, with the right read, you could just win any game at any point in time. It's not the deck, guys. It's the pilot.
I mean, those were some absolutely amazing plays. We saw, like, in the first game, I know that was so long ago because that game took forever, but the Samira being protected until turn 4 was such a pivotal way of beating Darkness. And I was saying earlier that the way that Runeterra was going to win is to 2-0 Darkness, a deck that's a little bit underpowered, a little bit unable to accomplish the goals that it's trying to go for compared to the decks that it's supported with. And we saw Darkness get 2-0.
Yep, and I think this is a masterclass when it comes to like resource management and even like, you know, knowing what is your priority target at which point in time. Like, I believe one of the moment was we actually removed the Vigar instead of the Senna, right? Just because he's afraid of the burn damage going straight right to his Nexus, and he chose to go with the Vigar instead and deal with the Senna after he went with the Ruination, and that was just a really smart way to actually force Bruce to actually remove the Senna for Runeterra himself.
Yeah, that's very true. I think we have another game, is my understanding, that we're able to get into another one.
Yep.
We are going to be seeing Nagi versus Evie Rubik on Fizz Samira versus, and this is a surprise, Fizz Samira.
Yep, and there we have, you know, we see Nagi actually having the Pandemonium fired off as well. So this Monkeys is going to be doing so much burn damage towards Rubik. I believe the name is actually placed wrongly at this point in time as well. And, you know, even though Rubik have a really good clean attack, but it's still lots of damage moving straight right in. But Rubik having the health advantage against Nagi still.
Rubik's also got the leveled Samira, and you know, you can see the hand on the side of Rubik. I think there's enough stuff to level this Samira. So I think Rubik is going to probably just win this game off of the leveled Samira alone. And there's a surrender. You know, it's already recognized. We only come here for half a second, but we see a Fizz Samira mirror ended in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Samira, right? This is really combo-wombo-y, and that is exactly what it did, right? Like, and even though we missed like most of the action, and once you see a Samira pop off, it's over. It's just
Yeah.
over.
I mean, even with a little glimpse, you can see like a
Mhm.
typical interaction that they go for. One player levels up Samira, the other one doesn't. Guess who wins? The leveled up Samira, right?
Yeah, I mean the free rally is just too strong, and with Samira always running really low cost spells, it's not difficult to just proc the rally again and again and again, and that's the power of Samira, and that's probably why she was the best deck in format, especially during her release period as well.
Yeah. I think we can. I think like we've seen two Samiras, right? We
Mhm.
saw the Samira from Runeterra and we saw the Samira here. Both of them had a level up. Both of them from just like instant level ups, right? We saw the 4 violent discords
Yep.
go down to kill that Veigar, and I mean we can't have seen the whole game, but we saw a little bit of the hand. It was like 3 1-mana spells and the 2-drop elusive. I think like even though Samira got hit by 2 or 3 nerfs, like she's still just that powerhouse that can really require a response really quickly.
Yep. And I believe like this game is all about combat, right? Like who have like especially when you have the advantage of having an additional combat step with Samira triggering, that could actually give you an additional edge against your opponent. And Nagi against Rubik, this is, I believe the game was over previously as well. Both players actually brought in the Teemo Tristana and Jinx Cannon on the side of Nagi and a Mono Jinx on the side of Rubik. And Teemo Tristana, like this, we haven't exactly seen Tristana around as well. Like, maybe you can share with us a little bit more what's with that deck.
So Teemo Tristana does a lot of interesting things in terms of just spreading impact around everywhere, right? Both the Jinx deck and the Teemo Tristana deck just love this idea of getting the opponent down to 8 and then winning with impact even if they block everything. It seems that what we missed was a full-on mirror of both the lineups and the decks, and it seems as if that the Teemo Tristanas both won and then lost against the Fizz Samiras. We're going to go to the lineups now. Quickly checking exactly what the decks were and any specific interesting cards. It's a triple champion strength on the side of the Teemo Tristana. Obviously, sometimes you just play the button and it wins the game.
Yeah, I mean this is just a old school, Bendel Garner, flat bot zoom kind of style, right? It's not just exactly the shroom style that we've seen in a mono Teemo per se. And it's all about flooding the board, form up, and then champions, and then just finish the game from there.
What we also see in the center is this mono Jinx. Now, normally you see this with Kennen or you see this with Teemo. And what we've seen is that there are 3 different slots that they've been replaced with. What we're seeing is a Bullrat Rascal, a Bandle Tailstone, and probably one of the Sump Dredges. And those are some really interesting text to choose in lieu of the Teemo or the Kennen. We also see 3 Ottopus. So it's very much a home-built sort of, I'm going slightly different and this is what I'm more comfortable with.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a lot more, discard option, right? Like some Dredger. And it seems like he's going forward with the more heavy or more aggressive when it comes to discarding and leveling up his Jinx. And, if he don't draw into his Jinx, it might be a little bit of a trouble. Like, without those Rockets dealing those additional 3 damages, it might be a little bit of a trouble if you don't draw into the Jinx.
The last deck that Evie Rubric brought was the Fizz Samira. We saw a Fizz Samira earlier, but that Fizz Samira was on the Powder Pandemonium, and this one is on the Wiggly Burblefish Fleet Admiral Shelley Elusive game plan. There's no Inferno, but it's not really necessary in this deck. The Elusive top end is just for that little bit of extra damage. Fizz Samira has always been a sort of like death by 1,000 cuts, I'm hitting you for 120 times sort of deck, and the Elusives just sort of play more into that game plan.
Yep, lot and stack together with Fleet Admiral Shelley, those buffing of all the units when it comes to free bubble fishers, and even Fizz being evasive as well. There's so much, and it's not forgetting all the burn damage and Bub Chains having those draw powers for the team, for Rubik, and that actually could allow him to be a little bit more aggressive. But it's more combat focused compared to the Powder Pandemonium style of burn focus.
I think we can also look at the other players' deck lists who were also on a very similar lineup, but we're going to see some differences. See, this one on Samira Fizz is on Powder Pandemonium as opposed to the elusive stuff, and is obviously on the Cannon and a little bit more of a standard build of this list, only on 2 Returner range, not on any Sump Dredges, you know, being more aggro-y than discardy. Just a different flavor of very similar looking decks.
Yep, and it's pretty similar. I'm seeing a bird on the Cannon Jinx, like, you know, that's something that we don't really see that often in a deck like this. Like, is Bird a auto include? Because I haven't really seen Bird in a Jinx Cannon deck.
So I've seen Beard a lot. I think like what Bird does is give you some of your highest high rolls without making you lose too much, right? Getting a Chime on a Cannon is so annoying to fight if you're not a Mystic Shot deck. Getting a Chime on a Jinx is so annoying to fight if that's the number of removal is sort of, you know, goes along that way. And getting a Chime on a Flame Chopper can sometimes just like kill a unit like old Braum back in 2020. And so Bird the Bellringer just gives you some of your highest high rolls in terms of that without costing you too much. Like, this is an aggro deck. You still want 1 mana 2/1s. Why not add Bird?
Yeah, I mean, it's gaining, allow it to have so much value, and I believe I like this change when it comes to the Jinx Cannon kind of deck as well. So I believe there are still some games available. No, yeah, yep. So there are still some games available. I'm not sure if we okay. So all our 8 players have been finished. All 8 players have finished all our games, and we have our top 8 ready. And let's just take a look at who are the 8 players that will be continuing their day moving forward. First off, we got Zay going up against Timeline, Rubik going against Runeterra, Zenku going up Nessie, Soraharu versus Wo Xiang Yao Dao. I would like big, I guess. So, Spitz, any thoughts on these 8 players?
I am fangirling so hard that Goofball made it, man. I love Goofball. Like, he's actually in the top 8. He's earned money, a bunch of Runeterra points. He's only 2 wins away from getting automatically into Worlds. That's not to say I'm not in love with it. These other players, Runeterra is obviously a player that I've watched a lot, and we've seen gameplay from Rubik, and we've seen like how well they can play. Obviously, all of these players are going to be interesting, and I can't wait to see what these games end up looking like.
Yeah, for sure. Like Rubik, one of the best players. I believe he's from Korea. We have seen him in other community tournaments as well. He has been performing really well, really good player, and really an analytical player. But going up against Runeterra, like, you know, that is gonna be a very tough matchup, especially I would say in this top 8 bracket.
We've also seen, because we haven't seen what the losers are, but we can make some intuitions based on who's not here. Both Worlds players are out. All 3 Worlds Qualifier players are out. We're seeing some new faces, and, you know, whoever gets first will be into Worlds, and whoever gets second, you know, historically has also gotten into Worlds. So at least 2 of these 8 players will be in Worlds. At least 1, but probably 2.
Yep, so, you know, all 8 players are down to the wire. 2 more wins, and you're going to Worlds later on into the year as well. So, Spitz, let's just close this off for a break.
Everyone, stay around for the top 8. There'll be some amazing games, and we'll see you after the break.
You guys.
Welcome back to the APAC Top Cut for the World Qualifier Open for the Heart of the Huntress season. We're in the top 8. It's, only 3 more rounds to go and some of the most grueling matches we will have. How do you feel, Mean Boy?
Wow, I mean, it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be cleaner, I would say. Like, right? Like, this is probably the top 8 players in the region so far. And I'm just excited to see more interesting decks. And we're seeing, like, as we go deeper and deeper into the matchups, we are seeing a lot of variety of different style of deck and also different style of pilots as well. And especially, next up, we got Sora Haru going up against QWQ. And, what are you going to expect from them?
I mean, what we've seen in the last few rounds is just some amazing play. Like, we can see the lineups now. We are seeing Teemo Elusives, Samira Fizz, and Jinx Cannon with a very aggro-y deck versus Nasus Volts, Set, Karma, Seraphine, and Jax Varus. A very weird lineup with a bunch of different angles.
Yep. I mean, Veigar's Nasus has been like one of the strongest deck in the format so far. And I think he want to go for a little bit more control, but yet having Varus as a kind of like combos-ish kind of like deck. But QWQ though, I love the Teemo. Let's just let him play Teemo. So Sora Haru, do not ban Teemo, please.
I mean, the Teemo deck should do probably pretty badly into the lineup. I think like Jax Varus is going to be having just as much pressure and power on the turn that the Teemo deck is going to have. And the control lead side of the Set and the Karma will possibly be able to deal with killing the Teemo, killing the Winged Messenger. But I think like Veigar Nasus, I nearly said Vasus, Veigar Nasus will have a little bit of a struggle time into Teemo.
Yeah, I mean, those elusive units, there's not much removals, right? Like, probably Darkness is probably the only way that they could deal with them, and maybe Quietus. And yeah, but speaking of which, I believe, right, the Seraphine might be the one that is banned, and maybe the Samira might be the deck that is banned. But what do you think?
So these are not decks that I've played too much of. I can see a world where Samira and like Jinx are trying to beat the Set stuff. Like, we're really small, you only have like 2 Mystic shots that you might draw, and we'll try and go wide on you. But on the other hand, right, like there are worlds in which the Karma just draws their Mixologist or 2 Mixologists, and all these aggro decks, go to kaput. While like Jax Varus probably pressures them too much, or they might need to ban Jax Varus, and then sometimes Veigar just like high rolls with the Vaults and then they can't win. I would expect a Jax Varus ban, but I'm not entirely sure on it.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, take away the mid-range, right? Take out the mid-range, just deal with the control. I mean, aggro in general does fairly better against control, and it's just all about the speed. And if this lock-in is correct, I believe it's going to be Teemo and Seraphine Karma Set are the deck that will be being banned. Any decks in particular that you want to see for the... Oh, there's a climb bug. Okay, sorry.
These are not the bans. This is just the client being a little bit of an awkward thing sometimes. I would expect the bans not to be too dissimilar. I want to see Jax Varus, and I want to see it not fight mid-range. I want to see like Jax Varus in one of its medium to good matchups, showing why Quick Attack is still like a really good keyword, and why all of these cultist weapons and cultist spells and Weapon Master spells are so premium for their cost. I'm hoping Jax Varus gets played and can just at least get 1 win in, because we saw it lose twice.
For sure. Like, maybe we can dive a little bit more and just take a look at Sora Haru's Jax Varus deck list. Yep, and just take it and just see, what is different when it comes to, or what's so special about Jax Varus in this particular meta.
Well, Jax Varus hits a lot of really interesting beats that just isn't felt by other like mid-range decks. Like the Demacia and Shurima decks that we see are so focused on just setting up 5 units and then doing champion strength. While this one plays a lot more like classic like Sivarakshani Demacia with quick attack units and protection spells. What I really like is the inclusion of Shadowblade Fanatic as like a another champion that you can put a weapon onto to give it quick attack again, and also summoning half a stage hand. I think Shadowblade Fanatics are a really interesting addition to this deck. And if you just look at it, like all of these cards at some point have been the strongest card in the game. Like,
Mhm.
Catch sometimes just absolutely throws you out with Aatrox. Momentous Choice has been insane. Lunari Cultist is like half the reason why Varus Pantheon worked as well as it did. Furious Wilder is cheaper Concerted Strike. Like, this is like an all-star cast of amazing spells just bludged together in one deck for an amazing mid-range experience.
So it's just basically weapon, good stuff put together, and bam.
Yeah, I mean, that's the deck in a nutshell, and that's good enough a lot of the time. And you know, it's joined with stuff like Vaults and Seraphine Karma set, which some people are saying are like is a really strong deck that is having a lot of success. And Vaults sometimes just gets there. This is like a very high power lineup with a lot of like ability to play. Like, you've got so many choices you can make. I think this is a strong lineup for someone that's trying to go deep into an open, that's having strong decks that have a lot of game to them, and it makes sense because Soroharu is here in the top 8.
Yep. Let's talk a little bit more about Karma set, right? Like, you know, this deck, because of Seraphine, they're running lots of singletons, and that definitely is going to be affecting their consistency one way or another. What do you think, like, you know, and especially with the nerf on the coins as well? So, you know, how do you think this deck would fare, especially, like, you know, is that all the way here into the top 8? Would this deck stick all the way to the grand finals?
I think it can. I think that in response to the coin nerf is why we're seeing this Seraphine stuff. Like, we're playing for more of a bar game plan, and Karma is just there as a one-off because sometimes it works. We're seeing that the WinCon has moved on from spamming Set and spamming Karma to like these pursuits of perfections. And so I can see this making a deep run, but this is also the sort of deck that, you know, wants to be running 3 Concussive Palms and only runs 1 because you have to be running Seraphine. It's the deck that wants 3 tag outs but only runs 2 because of Seraphine. And that sort of inconsistency, as you mentioned, is the sort of stuff that can struggle into big units.
Yeah, for sure. And like, you know, it's especially when it comes to like flooding the board and then going up against Zoo style deck, it might struggle a little bit, especially if they are not drawing into those removal spells that they need. And it maybe, like, you know, we could talk more about Nessus Vega, is that, you know, it has so much potential, right? Like, if it goes into the Vault of Hela, it's gonna be transforming into, like, you know, one after another. Rock Bear Shepherd is gonna bring out that Rock Bear, and you could potentially become a Nessus into a Rekindler, into a second Nessus as well, and not forgetting the Des and Ada for that board wipe also. Knowing that opponent is a really aggro heavy style kind of deck, would this deck shine?
This deck both shines and doesn't. And I know that's not a fun answer, but like the part of this deck that shines is not necessarily the Castigate or the Vengeance or the Rampaging Bakai. It's the 3 Quietus, 2 Hate Spike, 3 Soul Harvest, 1 Quicksand, right? What you need to be doing is just killing the early units, then playing something like a Rock Bear Shepherd on maybe, might end up being turn 4 or something, and then transitioning that. Once a 5/5 has been played, it doesn't even need to become Nasus. Once a 5/5 is on the field, that will block any attack coming in. Setting up this big swath of blockers while also being able to deal with the small units is how this deck deals with aggro. But sometimes you draw, you know, double Rekindler, Decimator, Rite of Negation, and you're looking at your hand thinking, what is going on? Why did I pick this as opposed to anything else?
Yeah, so I personally like tried this particular deck. Like, it can be clunky at times, but when it runs hot, like, nothing could stop it at any point in time, right? Like, there's so many ways to actually buff up the Nessus as well, and once the Nessus is online, it's gonna be a terrible dog to do it. And ladies and gentlemen, off we go. It's QWQ versus Soroharu, and it is, I believe this is the Jinx deck going up against the Varus Jax.
It is the Varus Jax, and we are seeing the Cultist into a Weapon Master being able to turn on all of these, you know, if you've played a weapon, I become happy sort of spells. While QWQ has got a very early aggressive hand. I mean, the Squeaker will probably come down, and if there's something like a Dunehopper mech or a, you know, Trumpet Protector, this could be a really big board for QWQ in the next 2 turns.
Yep, let's just take a look at which mech that he could choose. And it's the 3-cost one. So I'm not sure. I'm not really sure like what bot does what because there's too many of each. But with the Blacksmith coming in, and that could, you know, start the ball rolling, especially when, you know, a weapon has been equipped onto one of Soroharu's units.
So I personally would have preferred to see the Trumpet Techer here and go for a little bit of a longer game, especially since you've got the elusive that would curve into the Trumpet Techer. But Smash and Dash is not bad in as much as you can see all the burn in the hand. There's 6 burn already, 2 elusive burn, and then 2 more burn from the Smash and Dash impact. This could end up just being a count to 20 game, and we see the bans. They are the Karma set Seraphine and the Fizz Samir.
Yep, and those are the 2 decks that, you know, both... I mean, the Karma set, QWQ probably don't really want to deal with those removals and stuff like that. But looking at QWQ's hand, it's looking really great, right? Blowback is a good card as well. Jinx might be a potential, you know, refuel or even to burst up whatever that he's trying to do. And with a discounted Jinx in his hand, he could just do so much more the next turn as well. And with the Harpoon, he could potentially destroy the Blacksmith. Yep, but you know, Sora Haru's trying to play around that Harpoon just to keep that Blacksmith alive.
So QWQ definitely is a really good hand in terms of burn, right? There's a lot of damage that Sora Haru's going to want to get through. But what Sora Haru does have is this lady that heals 1 every single turn. And in hand, basically a Varus because it'll be automatically drawn. There is some, like, oh my god, another healing. This is healing a Mystic Shot every turn.
Yep. So I mean, he have like momentous choice to actually defend it as well. You know, another innovative Blacksmith that could heal 2 more damage every single turn. So when it comes to, you know, going up against things like burn, as long as you're always constantly healing, the burn has to need more resources to actually burn you out. So this is a really good, like, you know, kind of hand or kind of situation that Sora Haru is actually in.
And I really like trading into the Smash and Dash here. Otherwise, it would be dealing 2 more impact damage on the next turn, and it allows Sora Haru to attack in more. It does mean that the Memento Choice won't be able to be used defensively, but I think that's an alright enough bet considering how good your board is and how comfy you're probably feeling from Sora Haru's perspective.
Yep, and this Electro Harpoon immediately going straight right in and discarding the weapon with no one to attach it to as well. So QWQ might be losing a little bit of value right here, but he have to try to destroy all this Blacksmiths as fast as possible.
What's good about getting rid of the weapon there is that you don't have to worry about continually applying it, and it means that Jinx can actually level up a lot more safely and easily now. You don't have to worry about continually getting this card back that you have to find a way to remove the extra mana. So while it's a little bit awkward that what could normally be a lot of value is just gone kaput, I think it does make sense for the hand state that they want.
Yep, Yoda Squires coming in as well, and another kind of card for QWQ to actually discard for the Harpoon if he chooses to. And I believe the next target is definitely going to be onto the Jax as well. But yet another another buff card, a momentous choice coming in just to protect the Jax from going straight right down, drawing top into that Varus, and you know that could really speed up the process that Sora Haru is trying to do with this deck.
Yeah, Sora Haru definitely has like an established mid-range board, but without access to rallies or extra attacks, Sora Haru is going to need to like wait a little bit longer to go through, and QWQ just might find the burn in that time. I mean, Jinx does an absolute behemoth amount of damage with Get Excited, the Rocket, the extra draws, the extra Mystic Shots. Like in hand right now, I'm seeing 8 damage, and that can be even more in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, for sure. And with 3 damage, with 3 mana open, I believe the Jinx will be coming straight right down. Yep, and there you have, and you know, 5 more damage in the hand and stack together with Rocket. This is 8 as what you said previously as well. 5 more damage going straight right to QWQ, and QWQ might be running really low on gas, but with Jinx level up later on, it is the great refueling great refuel that he is looking for. Get excited into a jury rig off the top deck. That is gonna be perfect. That's what QWQ is looking for.
This way, come along.
QWQ definitely is getting the draws that they want, but unfortunately Sora Haru is just getting slightly better draws in both of these healing as well as the Varus. Now the Varus was automatically drawn, but this Varus, I mean, we've all experienced Varus. Varus can OTK you with just like 3 spells and a little bit of like happiness. So I think like Varus will probably come down and make that 11 into a 0 really, really quickly, and just healing 2 health every turn is an absolute like massive issue for QWQ.
Yep, QWQ have burn in his hand, but you know, with those healing, Sora Haru is going to be sustaining a little bit more. So maybe instead focusing the Mystic Shot onto the Blacksmith, like would that be a better choice in this round?
It's possible. You do need to delay it, but it's almost like too little too late, right? At some point you just have to accept it or, you know, realize. I mean, the Varus deck did end up having 2 of its protection spells, so, like, they tried and it didn't work in the past, and... I mean, I think WQ just ran into a much better drawn hand on the side of Soroharu.
Yep, get excited, and Mystic Shot immediately firing off, picking out the Varus so that there's no Varus shenanigans coming in for this round as well. QWQ could potentially save the Jinx or even level up the Jinx this turn, and this 2 card is not going to be helping Soroharu too much, but the fish fight could potentially remove the Jinx in this fight as well.
I mean, getting rid of the Jinx is so calming for Soroharu. I mean, now QWQ has to top deck another Jinx just to even accomplish anything in this game. So I think like Soroharu will have better draws on average and already has a swath of 8 cards in hand. So QWQ is going to need to dig and dig and dig for the Jinx and just hope that it's there.
For sure. And you know, as what many Legends of Runeterra players says, a good player always draws well, right? So it's down to QWQ if he's good enough to top deck a second Jinx that he's looking for, or potentially, you know, anything that could get him out of this predicament anytime soon.
We'll just have to see what the draws end up being. We do see the Lunari Colors come down. Just heal up the healing ladies, you know, share the healing around. And we've got so many equipments that we can just continually cycle. I mean, Soroharu could end this game at 20 health.
For sure. And what are potential top decks that QWQ is actually looking for? Parts Made Whole or Jinx? Like, you know, these are all really good cards that he could find.
I think Parts Made Whole could delay the game a little bit, but I don't think it's enough into, well, Soroharu's Parts Made Whole as well as Shadowblade Fanatic and the Varus weapon, and getting blowback is just not enough. I think Soroharu will be able to go 5 wide by the end of this turn with a bunch of, you know, 3 and 4 strength units, and that's just too much.
Parts Made Whole coming in from Soroharu as well, just developing his board. QWQ is really sad right here with only a 1-1. And it's not going to be doing too much. This is going to be an open swing and it's probably going to be game over.
Squeaker, too little too late. No access to something like a Dune Hopper mech or a Trumpetecker. We could go back to like earlier in the game where Trumpetecker wasn't chosen despite being an option, and it would have changed this game quite considerably, maybe forcing the Weaponsmith Apprentices, Innovative Blacksmith, sorry, to block. But instead, we're going to see the attack here, and this is just lethal due to the Expanse's protection after the blowback.
Yep, blowback coming in from QWQ, as what Splits mentioned, is going to be a protection going straight right to the Blacksmith, and there's nothing that QWQ could do as Soroharu takes home game number 1 in a really, you know, protective fashion.
I mean, I wanted to see the Jax Varus do well, and the Jax Varus did well. It found a matchup where it's able to pressure a lot against a deck that just wasn't able to match up with the pressure. So I think the deck that is remaining... Can you remind me, Moonboy?
It's definitely gonna... I'm guessing it's gonna be the Vega Nessus.
That's right.
Yeah, the Vega Nessus. So if, you know, if QWQ could maintain his aggression and you know, and hopefully Soroharu don't draw into things like Quietus and Higgsbite, there might be a chance, or there might be an opening for QWQ to close this off. And off the bat, you know, we see a Vega Shepherd, Rockbat Shepherd in his hand as well, so he can still maintain a little bit of tempo going against a more aggro-ish deck.
These were the mulligans that I was scared of from Soroharu. A 7-drop, a 6-drop, a Vengeance, a Rite of Negation, while QWQ has got 4 2-1s.
Yikes.
This is not good for Sora.
And 8 out off the top as well. So, I mean, you got that 1 drops again and again. There's no reaction coming in from Soroharu. 6 damage going straight right to his Nexus. Soroharu have to try to dig a little bit deeper. You have to try to find those you know, control cards that he had the whole time. Soul Harvest, that's something.
Soul Harvest does do something, but it's definitely not enough. I mean, we're going to see the Boom Baboon, we're going to see the Parts Made Whole. We're probably going to see these tiny spears just push that extra bit of damage, and Soroharu is going to need to just, like, you know, edit their deck list and add Withering Wail or something mid-game, because this is just not what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, and it's Soul Harvest onto Forge Chief, right? Like that actually shows signs of weakness from Soroharu. Like, I know that you got nothing at this point in time. I'm just gonna be going strong. Another 3-2 coming on board. He could go for the Zarinite Urchin, discarding the Challenger unit as well. Like, it's just gonna be so much damage coming in. 12, just 12. He's down to 2 by turn 4. He's forced to vengeance.
Anyone that's played this Nessus deck has resonated with that sad Poro emoji. Sometimes this is the hand and this is what you deal with when you have to play the Volks deck. QWQ isn't even out of steam yet. I mean, there's 2 Jinxes, there's a Boom Baboon. We're drawing these small Shadow Isles removals, but we still haven't played a unit, Moonboy.
Yeah, oh my god. Another Soul Harvest going in. And I believe it's going to be, what, a Jinx into Zarinite Urchin. Or even, yeah, Zarinite Urchin to see what's there to draw as well. It's gonna be a Jinx, and there's nothing that he could do. Quietus. Just.
This Flame Chompers is so funny. It's obviously the correct discard, but we can see that the Flame Chompers is actually really useless right now and won't be able to pull anything because there's nothing to pull. QWQ, I mean, I don't even think Soroharu has a top deck that can get them out of this anymore.
Yeah, the producer was telling us QWQ, it means sad, like it's an emoticon, right? Like, but I think the QWQ should be on Soroharu's side. Tiny Spear coming in as well. No, it's probably the Quicksand is the only answer, but there's no way that he could deal with it. Aggro, guys, welcome to the aggro deck.
I mean, and this is why you keep Volts up. Like, even if
Yep.
Volts sometimes is the best hand, sometimes we get the 7-drop, the 6-drop, the 7-drop again, the 8-drop. It just happens, and, there's nothing you can do about it when you're the Volts player except do your sad Poro emoji.
Yeah, it's pretty sad for Soroharu, but I mean, let's say positive right here, right? Lightning doesn't strike a place twice, so does unluckiness. So hopefully he's get a little bit more fortunate the next round as well. I mean, he's stuck with the Nessus deck. I believe the last deck is probably gonna be Teemo, right?
I think it's Fist Samira, right?
Fist Samira, but it's still aggro, right? So it's still
Yeah.
gonna be a beatdown deck irregardless. So we're just gonna see, if QWQ could beat him down as fast as possible. Let's just go over to the next game.
I think like Fist Samira versus Nessus is typically Fist Samira favored just because of all the elusives, but this
So it's
mulligan
Teemo.
looks a lot better. Oh, it is Teemo. You're right. My apologies. I think like Hate Spike and Soul Harvest will work well here in dealing with these units. No Purifying Flames is a little bit concerning because that's one of the main cards you need against decks that have small removal.
Yep, Ancient Preparation, like, he's preparing for a good turn, right? Because Soul Harvest, I don't think he's gonna pick Vault or Nessus so early into the game. Like, he needs to control QWQ as much as possible. There's the Archon, there's Teemo, turn 1, and, QWQ is on to a really good start. He just needs to find ways to refuel himself.
I think what QWQ is looking for at most is something like a Purifying Flames. Without access to that, it's just going to be 4 damage a turn, which just isn't enough against a deck that does do like normal physical damage and doesn't have to worry about destatting their units that have access to elusives. We're going to see one of these elusives go down, we're going to see another one probably go down next turn, and if QWQ doesn't draw some stat increases like a Blessing of Targon, I think they're in for a rough time.
Yep, but QWQ decided not to play the Daring Poro this turn. Maybe he's just afraid, or even he just wants singular target and start doing the path get game. Like, do you think, like, why not the Daring Poro just now?
So you need to have a card in the hand for Chimes, and you need to have a card in the hand for drawing your Purifying Flames. That 1 damage is good, but it's going to feel so painful if you draw a Purifying Flames and you don't have anything to buff. At least now the Chime can give another stat to the Daring Poro, and we can see the Celestial Blessing, which can also get the Daring Poro. That'll give it 3 strength. Still not enough to beat a Soul Harvest, but still good enough to try and go for it.
Yep, Bakai right there. I believe it might be a quietest pick. And yep, this definitely gonna be just removing the Asmus and just not allowing him QWQ to have any form of buff moving forward in this matchup as well.
What we are seeing though is that all of these little bits of elusives are doing things that require some bit of interaction, right? We had the Teemos, we had the Acons, and there's 2 Teemos in hand and only 1 Hate Spike. There's a world in which Teemo does a lot of damage here by just repeatedly hitting. We do see the Purifying Flames, as we were saying earlier, in order to buff the Daring Poro, but no other target.
I mean, he could, you know, just 3-3 the Daring Poro and just drop it down as a 5-5. Like, that is still a really, you know, big unit to play with. But, you know, Celestial Blessing into Daring Poro is still a 3-3 regardless. But, you know, a hit spike could still do something against the Daring Poro. But, you know, QWQ have that Mystic Shot and could potentially deny the hit spike.
So while Soroharu had a lot of their early game interaction and will be able to play the vaults and start moving things along, they're only getting a 2-drop right now. And when they play Nasus in 2 turns time, it could be too little too late with the amount of puff caps and elusive damage coming through. Soroharu is definitely able to start doing their win condition, but QWQ has managed to find a way to put stats onto units and be aggressive.
Yep, Castigate off the top also, so you know that could potentially remove any elusive units that QWQ could force pressure, but that Teemo is still gonna be a really dangerous unit to deal with.
I really like this Teemo block. Giving yourself access to another elusive you can buff with Purifying Flames is such a it's such a Teemo Targon type of gameplay pattern, right? All you want are more elusives, and if you have to lose an elusive to get an elusive, so be it. You just want elusives.
Yeah, but alternatively, you know, what QWQ could do is actually just take out both the units, right? So there's no other units that the vaults could evolve in a sense, and just, you know, jam Soroharu's game plan and just not allowing him to do too much.
I think QWQ was expecting Soroharu to play something or anything, and instead just they both passed because Soroharu's got nothing. We see the Rock Bear Shepherd, which can eventually become the 5-5 and start churning things along. But we also see the Esma, something easily accessible to buffs from Purifying Flame. So lots of damage coming in from both sides.
Yeah, for sure. QWQ going in for the open attack for 5 damage and potentially evolving or even level up Teemo right here. And, you know, he could even go for play the second Teemo and just put another 5 more puff caps and just level up the Teemo here. Like, that also could be a little bit more devastating for Soroharu.
Soroharu is taking a lot of damage, and I don't see a way in which they can convert this around. They can play Nasus to create a Rekindler, and they can sort of do stuff with Destinator, but that's also 1 turn too late. They've access to Castigate, but it's almost too late because there's 2 elusives in the hand. I think Soroharu has just not been able to apply their own pressure, while the Teemo Targon deck has been able to just consistently hit every single turn with this Teemo.
Yeah, like, you know, I got elusive units, what are you gonna do to me? Like, you know, Soroharu have to start burning units, but the thing is that, you know, the Mystic Shot could deny the hit spike coming in as well.
We are going to see this be converted into possibly a Vigar. But unfortunately, the turns... I mean, Soroharu can play Nasus so that Event Horizon is still in hand. And Event Horizon is a stun, which can help deal with this board a little bit.
Yeah, but QWQ could still form the board back up once again, right? You know, they got Purifying Flame. They could, there's so much more that he could do. Coming in with the Nasus, just destroying the vaults. I believe this is where Soroharu thinks that he has to start attacking. If not, it's going to be too late.
Interesting. Prioritizing the 2-1 over the vaults is not something I would have expected or done, but I mean, it does make sense. You're just trying to apply as much pressure as possible, and this is the best way to do that.
Purifying Flame coming in as well, dropping down a 4-4 Poro, and just showing a little bit of signs of dominance right here. Like, you know, I could still defend against your hard-hitting attacks, and what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do against me?
Attacking with Vigar would not allow you to do Event Horizon. We are seeing Soroharu pull the Vigar back because I think they realized how important Event Horizon is going to be in the next turn defensively. But QWQ is forced to block at least 2 of these units, and they've only got 2 units left in hand. Perfect amount to be, you know, destroyed and stunned.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit more careful, right? You have to play around that darkness. There's already open information in Soroharu's hand as well. And QWQ have to go for an open attack this turn as well, like, you know, next turn, so that, you know, he could play around the board wipe that Soroharu have in his deck as well.
I think Soroharu is unlikely to do Castigate only because their board is also rather large, and that's also their own win condition. QWQ definitely has some play if they top deck something like a Targon Tellstones, and we are seeing this hate spike. I think the idea is to try and level Nasus, but it would be countered by the Mystic Shot if that were to be played.
instead going for the Shepherd. Like that is a, like, it can't be Mystic Shot at this point in time. So this is definitely going through.
I mean, you could do the double Mystic Shot, but that's losing 4 burn. That's
4
not something
damage,
you really
yeah.
want to do. But also, you want to prevent Nasus from leveling because that also prevents 2 damage. So it's definitely a difficult time for QWQ, and we'll see what they end up doing. I think they're just not supposed to, but I can see why they want to.
He's going for it. Mystic Shot.
They should be afraid.
And we are seeing the think. QWQ's contemplating this as much as they can. It's always hard. You have to think so much through every single line that I don't blame them for taking the whole time they can. They're pulling it back. They're deciding not to.
But he's giving Soroharu information, right? Like, I have 2 spells in my hand that could potentially burn. And is that his intention? Like, I have 2 spells. Like, there's potentially 4 damage going straight right to your face. And, you better do something. If not, it's going to be too late.
Look, sometimes you can do cool bluffs. I've certainly tried doing it with, like, pretending I've got a fish fight when I don't. But I think in this example, it's just QWQ wanting to see, like, how does this feel? Sometimes putting it on the field just gives you an emotional reaction that lets you know, is this what I want to do? Is this not what I want to do? I'm not too certain. And I think that's just what the Mystic Shots were for.
Yeah, for sure. And with Nessus leveled up here as well, everything in QWQ's board is going to be minusing 1 damage. And with that chemo in hand, QWQ just have to find 2 more damage coming in with a top deck Mystic Shot. Could he find that 1 damage that he's looking for?
We are going to see the Event Horizon preventing all of this damage, and the sad thing is QWQ can't top deck another Mystic Shot because we've already drawn all 3, which means Soroharu is just going to have to not draw a Puff Cap if they want to live. Now Soroharu could do a predict and see if there are Puff Caps on the top of the cards. You can, right click on the cards and check out their Puff Caps or not, which might be what Soroharu tries to do. But, if Soroharu doesn't have a Rite of Negation and draws a Puff Cap, QWQ does find the burn later.
Yep. So, I mean, that's gamble, right? Like, that's the fun of playing Teemo. Like, there's definitely at least 15 or even 10 Puff Caps in his deck, and that's, like, what, 1/3 Rite of Negation off the top as well. That's something that Soroharu needs.
The Rite of Negation pretty much solidifies this game. I mean, Nasus cannot be blocked without something like a Targon Tailstone. Although, this is really good timing. Does the Rite of Negation have a Puff Cap? This is 6 damage going in. 1 damage. Are we hoping for a Puff Cap or are we hoping for none?
Let's do this. Next turn.
Caitlyn emote.
No!
It was a skip and a no. And no Puff Caps means that Soroharu has won this game despite the immense burn and Puff Caps and elusive damage they've had to fight through. But despite the awful hand of Nasus in the previous game, Soroharu is one of your top 4 players in the World APAC.
That was so close. Like, that was so close. It's down to that 1 Puff Cap that QWQ is actually looking for. And, unfortunately, no Puff Cap there. Probably that Predict did some, reshuffling of the cards. And yikes. It's just unfortunate for QWQ. But congratulations to Soroharu for making pass to the top 4.
I mean, we have to assume that the Predict saw that there weren't going to be any Puff Caps on the Viga and decided to take that over the Rite of Negation, which would have prevented damage had, they'd been drawing, the cards the next turn. That was a really close matchup. There were so many interesting games. I mean, one of them wasn't that close. One of them involved Nasus not drawing anything. But absent of that, that was a really close game and well played by both sides.
Yep, really, really well played. I mean, QWQ literally played to his outs right there, and that's basically the core of any aggro decks, right? Like, you draw well, you hope that you draw well, and just do your thing and just try to burn him down as fast as possible. But Soroharu, he was really lucky. Like, the second game, the third game with the Veigar Nessus, he managed to draw most of his removals, and managed to build 2 Rock Bears, and with 2 Rock Bears staring down into QWQ, it can be really scary, especially, with this body of 5/5.
And I think we are getting close to going to the next round, which is going to be ABG Nessie versus Zankuo. Goofy made it to the top 8, and we're seeing if he can continue going into the top 4. But Zankuo is definitely giving a threat. I mean, it's currently 1-0 Zankuo's way.
Yep, Nessie is hanging on the line right there, and I believe the producers are gonna be preparing this game up for us later on. So what do you think? Like we have not seen Zanko on stream so far. But looking at Nessie's list, what could potentially counter what Nessie is bringing?
From memory, Nessie was. We're going to get into games, so we'll quickly see what's happening, and we'll see what the bans and decisions were. It seems that someone set up the GG, and that doesn't seem good for Nessie. Losing a Pantheon to a level Jinx and a Voices on the field. You might be going into the end of a game, and Zunkori might be 2-0ing sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but this is it, right? Like Jinx, you got to get excited off the top as well. It's going to be an open attack coming in from Zanko, and Nessie has nothing that he could do, and that's it. GG.
Sometimes we join games in the end. We can't know until we go into them and check them ourselves. We've seen this with the Fisamir Mirror, and we've seen this with ABG Goofball. I'm gonna miss him, man. I'm very proud of him for getting top 8, but obviously props to Zanko for making it to top 4. We now have 2 of our top 4 players in the APEC WPO.
Yeah, big congratulations. And I believe I saw a Quicksand in a Jinx deck. Like, that's something interesting. Like, he could deal with the and that's exactly the piece that he needs to actually deal with the Pantheon, and he had it.
Yeah, I mean, Quicksand's one of the few pieces of interaction that you have access to in these decks, right? It's either Mystic Shot or Quicksand. And Quicksand lets you be protected so much from so many different types of mid-range. We can see the decks here now. What Nessie what he lost with. The Divine Judgment clearly wasn't enough in that last matchup. And I don't know, Jinx Echo does sort of counter this lineup. I mean, Jinx Echo does really well into a lot of these decks.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx Echo, there's so much consistency. They could have multiple attacks as well. If they ran out of gas, they could just level up Jinx and try to draw so much more. But, Nessie has a pretty solid deck list, right? Like, there's combat related in terms of Pantheon as well. There's control in terms of Jace and also Swain Ilaoi. And, overall, I feel this is pretty solid. And if opponent is pretty fast enough, I would say, he could be hard countered in a sense.
But we also saw that, and I'm gonna presume Jaime Jace was banned. Eradication can do really well against these sort of Jinx Echo sort of decks. If they don't have Voices on the field, Eradication can deal with a lot of the swarmy stuff that Voices is trying to buff. And sometimes Swain Ilaoi also just powers through them. I mean, if you get Watchful Idol into Ilaoi, what's Jinx Echo going to do? They don't have any blockers, not really. So I think these would have been close games, and I wish we could have seen more of them.
Yep, I believe I'm looking at the score sheet right now. There's lots of 1-1 happening. So hopefully there is more games moving forward, right? We're down to our top 8. 2 players have already made it through, and we're waiting for the last 4 players to actually complete their games. And it's gonna be once again, it's gonna be Inza and I can't pronounce his name, man. But there's Timeline, Rubik, and Runeterra as well. And both of the games are going at 1-1.
If we could quickly look at the other decks, I mean, we'll be able to see one of the players that are in the top 4. Because obviously, now that we've seen the top, we know at least 2 of the players in the top 4. We know what some of the lineups are going to be in the top 4.
Yep, for sure. And there you have, ladies and gentlemen, jumping straight right to another game is Runeterra going up against Rubik. It's 1-1, and winner's gonna go over to the semi-finals. And as of right now, it seems like Runeterra might be in a very comfortable position.
It's just Jax on versus what I presume is Jinx and
Echo?
Kennen.
Jinx Kennen.
I think this is Kennen because of all the Battle City.
Yeah.
We are going to see the removal of this healing lady. We have seen the healing lady absolutely demolish this matchup just a few seconds ago, and now we see it being prioritized. No, momentous choice of, Troll Chant or Catch to try and protect it. So we're going to see that happen, and there is the elusive impact that will be pushing in for a fair bit of damage consistently.
Yep, and some Dredger off the top as well to allow him to dig a little bit more into the deck and having a little bit of a firepower per se. But Jax coming onto Runeterra's side of the field, leveling up immediately, and it is. I mean, looking on bot state, it seems like Runeterra have the upper hand, but we can't discount the fact that Rubik still have a fight in this as well.
Runeterra is on a version of Jax on that I've not seen very much of. Most people are off the sort of freezes of harsh winds and so forth, but Runeterra is on it, and I think it'll do well for Runeterra in this matchup, just preventing damage and allowing trades to go in. I mean, There's 2 overwhelms coming in. This is already an immense amount of damage, and Evie Rubik probably has to block a little bit of it.
I mean, coming in with the Wild Claw and the Jax, like there's 8 and there's 12 damage moving straight right to your Nexus, and you know, even with the 2-5 elusive, you have to try to block this. If not, you know, Runeterra, you just have to be a little bit afraid of, like, you know, maybe Runeterra could have some combat tricks up his sleeve as well.
We are seeing a very aggressive block from a Rubik, and I don't know if you're able to afford that. Rubik needs to win, and this is kind of obvious in LOR, by reducing the Nexus to 0. And, like, the only way I can see Rubik doing that is via finding a Jinx, finding more burn. And I think on Runeterra's next attack, Rubik is probably going to lose anyway, so you better keep your unit to deal 3 damage. I'm very surprised by that block.
Yep, Zanite Urchin into a Squeaker, so Squeaker could potentially find him more, or even a out when it comes to the Mecha Yoda as well. Blowback, that's not the card that he is looking for, and yeah, if Rubik don't do anything, the next attack on Runeterra is definitely going to be the final turn.
Even more freezes, even more interaction. Even if Rubik wanted to go in for damage, it's just not going to go through Runeterra's, like, might. And there's no, you know, this isn't the Echo version. There's no Quicksand. There's no way to deal with the Wild Claw and the Jax. I mean, you can like shoot the Jax, but we know there's a Fury of the North on the side of Runeterra. So I think this is, like, a little bit early, but it does seem to be game.
For sure, right? Like, you know, Runeterra could even drop down the on to you know, copy the Jax, and that could also be a potential way that he could work this out as well. But you know, he could just save up the mana and actually go for the Harsh Winds, but instead Baron in the Eyes coming in as well to secure himself that big victory that he is looking for the next turn.
I mean, that Baron in the Ice is very funny. It does mean that the Jax will die, but you know, we see an Ornn coming right after, and we know that the Ornn is leveled because we have seen the Wild Claw strike in for 8. So even if this does mean the Jax dies, the Ornn is going to be pushing in for an absolute behemoth of damage.
We'll see what Rubik could do. There's actually nothing much they could do but turn everything into ice. And there's only one unit left. It's gonna be the Mech Attack.
I mean, the Mecha Yordle is cute, and, you know, I think this Mecha Yordle is super fun. Like, there's obviously lots of fun stuff you can do with it, but this is just not the time for it. I think Rubik is, you know, thinking out of any line that could possibly keep them alive, and I think they're looking through their deck list and realizing that there's nothing.
Burn is out of the picture. There's nothing much for you to block with, and there we have the Shen emote coming in from Rubik as well. I believe this is going to be GG, as Runeterra have a really clean open attack right here to just close off the match against Rubik.
And that means Runeterra is our 3rd top 4 player in the World Qualifier Open for APAC. I mean, he's been up here before, right? Like, he's been doing well in these tournaments, and we're seeing him again. These were the pick and bans, if you want to know these lineups, especially Runeterra's, since he's continuing on to the next round. And, I mean, it was triple aggro versus triple mid-range, and it seems mid-range has come up once again as better.
Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to the matchup triangle, I mean, mid-range is always the one on top on paper, right? And especially when 2 good players clash together, anything could happen. But Runeterra took the victory 2-1 against Rubik. I believe all 4 players have been selected, or even have been have finished their games right here. And are we able to see the brackets? There you have. We got Timeline going against Runeterra later on, and we got Zanko going against Sora Haru, with, you know, each winning their own respective pairs as well. So out of these 2 matches, split, which 2 do you think is going to be really exciting?
I mean, we've seen Runeterra's play be extremely clean and intricate, and I'm so excited to see more of that if we can. But Zanko also showed, like, you know, in that brief 3-second clip, why he, like, is doing so well. And we also watched Sora Haru play really well and favorably into pretty awkward games. So I think either of them are going to be good fun.
Yep. So yeah, so later on, it's gonna be a really interesting semifinals. We got 2 more games lined up, and then after the APAC finals, we got the EMEA finals later on as well. So it's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day of Legends of Runeterra for you guys. So looking at the decks, deck selection has been getting limited and limited as each game goes on. Any favorites coming in for semifinals?
I think Runeterra's got this. We've just been watching Runeterra's plays, and every single time his play 2 is out straight. I'm still thinking about the Jackson versus Darkness, right? 2 Vengeances, Ruination, 2 Centers, still managed to get through. I think Runeterra has definitely shown himself to be a really strong player, and I think this is his time to finally get into Worlds.
Yeah, for sure. This guy has been playing his best since the very start of the game, and this might be his chance for his road to Worlds. And and he's playing really cleanly. He has not dropped any misplay or any sense. If he could keep this discipline up, I too believe he have a really high potential of taking this whole thing on. And if luck is on his side, probably nothing might be able to stop him. Maybe timeline, but we'll see how it goes later on after this break. So ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, as we will be back later on with the semifinals. My name is Moonboy, and I'm joined by Spitz, and we'll see you guys later on.
Wait, aren't you starting? Moonboy, I thought you were starting.
Okay, what's up, everyone? Yeah, I'm just messing around. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the World Qualifiers right here for the APAC region. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Spitz, and I'm doing Moonboy things, and we're down to our semi-finals right here. And yeah, final 4 players. What do you think? Is gonna happen right here, Spitz?
I think 2 players are going to win and 2 players are going to lose. And more interestingly, I'm really excited to see, because I think we're going into Runeterra versus a player who I'm hearing some whispers is on Nico.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty exciting. We haven't seen Nico at all throughout this tournament, and it's not a champion that's seen a lot of plays, so I'm curious to see how that ends up panning out. I mean, they're in the top 4.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's only Nico coming in as well. Runeterra, really clean player. I mean, there's lots of things to expect coming in, right? Like, these are the top 4 best 4 players. They are probably playing at the highest level, and they are always reading what their opponent could do, and instead of playing their own kind of like strategy, and that what makes a good player great. So but before going straight right into the game itself, so let's just take a look at what these 4 players are playing for in this tournament.
So, as a reminder, these are what they're playing for. We can just pay attention to the first 4 now. They're all already have earned $750, and they can, what is that, quadruple that and then double that for each successive win. The player that gets first out of these 4 will get the world's invite, as well as 18 Runeterra points. Following that, there's 15 for second place and 12 for third and fourth. And as I mentioned before, in every shard last time, the player that got second also made it into Worlds. So there's a good chance that half of these players minimum are going to be in Worlds and representing the APAC region.
Yep, and not forgetting, right? It's not just all about the money. It's not just about Runeterra points. It's all about the Worlds invite, because I believe none of them have played in Worlds before. So if I'm not wrong, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. So, but these 4 players are definitely eyeing their spot into the Worlds invites and just pushing their way and hopefully to call themselves world champion one day. And we're down to our final 4 players. All of them have secured a $750 and 12 Runeterra points. They're just fighting for more, right here. You got nothing to lose. You just have to go all the way, and hopefully you'll land yourself in Worlds.
I think it'll be very exciting. This is where all the tougher play gets, when you're at this level and you're playing, it's so stressful, but the reward is so worth it. And I'm just hoping that the games are just as interesting as it must feel for the players.
Yep, for sure. And ladies and gentlemen, next matchup that we will be spectating is going to be Timeline going up against Runeterra. And let's just take a look at the deck matchup right here. And off we have Runeterra on the top side. We've seen him on stream before. It's going to be that Jax on, Karma, Set, and Seraphine, and also Samira Varys. And on Timeline side, it's gonna be something new that we have not seen before. It's gonna be Nico Nar going up against Yumi and Nora, and last but not least a Mono Timo. Maybe let's just take a look at the deck list, the exact body of Runeterra, and maybe Spitz, you can walk us through it.
So we've gone through this so many times. This has become like the staple of the broadcast. I mean, this is the third or fourth time we've looked at Runeterra, but it's here because it's consistent. I mean, we've seen the Seraphine deck banned literally every time, and the Varus Samira and the Jax on just powering through every time. It's this mix of like mid-range beef with the potential of playing combo-y. I mean, the Samira Varus has Samira and Varus and Furious Wilder, and like, I mean, you just combo with Samira and you win the game, while the Jax deck has got like, you know, a one of Sharesies and some interesting stuff with Wild Claw's Ferocity and Ice Veil Cultist. They're both, you know, running mid-range cards and combo-y looking cards to try and create a really like dominating presence, and we've seen it be successful. I mean, is in the top 5.
Yep, and I believe, like, you know, there is a long history of Ionia decks being banned. Nobody wants to deal with Karma and her shenanigans, and I believe in this matchup, this deck is likely going to be getting banned as well. And let's just take a look at his opponent, Timeless. What are his 40 cards right here? And yeah, Spitz, carry on.
So what I noticed as soon as looking at the champions is that what Timeline has done is do something that I made a very small comment like 4 hours ago, saying that the reason we haven't seen much Yuumi is because you can just ban Warden of the Tribes if you lose to it, and if you're going to beat it, then too bad. Timeline has brought 2 Warden of the Tribes deck. They've brought this Yuumi Nico Na, and then Yuumi with Nora, both having these sort of Warden of the Tribes spammy win conditions. The Freljord cards pretty much stay the same. It's just what other units are we spamming to get the keywords and to get the maintained board presence. This is obviously combined with a Traps deck, which is a deck that, from memory, you were talking about a lot before we started calling, Moonboy. Tell me about Traps.
Yeah, so it's all about the pop caps, right? You know, you got that Teemo, you got Poison Dart, and you got pop cap peddlers to actually just accelerate every pop cap production coming into your opponent's deck, stacked together with an Ava into a Corina that is gonna be bing bam bada boom into your face, and their Nexus is just gonna explode to all that pop cap shenanigans. But you know, coming in, what make this deck so strong is definitely gonna be the Sun Monument, where you know it could delay maybe about 2 to 3 turns worth of damage, and hopefully, you know, they could sustain a little bit longer for their opponent to get puffed out themselves as well.
And I think seeing Timelines as decks is going to make it really difficult for Runeterra, because I doubt he's got much experience into these Warden decks. But at the same time, Timelines decks I don't think are going to be all that amazing into the Samira Varus. I think Jax Ornn could definitely deal with these Warden of the Tribes decks. But Buried in Ice is too slow for Samira Varus. You know, you can harsh winds once, but you can't harsh winds twice. There's 3 sisters, but you have to still draw into them. So it's definitely going to be a close matchup with decks that I've not really seen fight each other before.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is totally new in terms of this stream itself as well. So I'm gonna be expecting a little bit more, like, you know, Warden of Tribe coming in, just buffing everything up as much as possible. And there's so many different sub or even types when it comes to types of cards when it comes to the units in this Warden deck as well. So there's lots of things to expect. But what do you think is gonna be getting banned in, you know, both players' point of view?
I have to assume that Timeline is going to ban, not going to ban Karma. I think you, if you're playing Warden, you're thinking on turn 8, I'm going to have a bunch of units, and Karma is going to struggle into that. While I think they are going to have to ban either Jax Ornn or Samira Varus. I'd assume Samira Varus. I think Samira Varus is the ban, even though it's the weakest of the decks. I think objectively, I think in here, Timeline's just going to have a hard time actually shutting down what Samira and Varus can do.
I mean, what about Runeterra? What do you think is going to ban? Like maybe Teemo, or even both Warden looks like a really good game plan for him, right?
Yeah, I think... Look, you can ban Teemo and say I'm fighting the same deck twice, so that way you get extra experience on it. And I think Teemo is typically pretty good into a fair few of these, just delaying the game like by 2 or 3 more turns, setting up your Karinas. But also, Teemo's the kind of deck that can low roll. And low roll, I think, even more than these Warden decks. Because Warden decks, if you low roll, you're still doing swarmy game plans. While with the Teemo deck, if there's no puff caps in the enemy deck, you're not winning. So I can see Teemo being left up just because it has the opportunity to low roll. I would imagine that the Nico Na deck is the ban, but I've not played any of these. That's purely a guess.
Yeah, but I'm guessing around the same line. I mean, Teemo, it seems like Runeterra have lots of ways to actually deal with those path gap generators, right? With path gap peddler and Ava, and there's so many burn spells in Seraphine. There is combat tricks in both the weapon deck as well. So I believe Teemo can be a little bit contained, and if Yuumi and not maybe Nora, like if Nora don't get too much value out of those portals, Runeterra might have a easier time to get through the Nora deck as well.
Yeah, and I mean both of the Warden decks do have strong enough mid games. I mean, if you shove a Yuumi on a Nora, like none of these decks can really effectively deal with that. They'd have to, use concussive or hexblit in the name of the Seraphine deck. They'd have to use some sort of freeze or fish fight or challenge in the name of the Jax deck. And all of these things can be beaten by certain cards in Timelines as decks. So I think Timelines can definitely play for these like big, beefy mid-range things. It's going to be smaller than some of the mid-range that Runeterra can go on, but it's going to be enough to wait until the turn 8 Warden. And I think we're just going to see a bunch of Wardens coming down and creating 10-10 things all across the board.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have seen, it seems like right here, Runeterra might be in a little bit of disadvantage, especially moving into the Wardens matchup. But, we have seen Runeterra tide through games or even matchups with really high disadvantage towards him as well. So, we're likely going to see, Runeterra bringing out the best of him, or even like what makes him good in the first place, and actually read out every single opportunity or every single possibility that he will be facing in this matchup as well.
Timelines' decks are going to really struggle against backline champions, right? There's not really any hard removal in any of these decks. At most, there's an Entomb off Three Sisters, and that's pretty much it. So something like a Seraphine or a Set is going to be able to stick. Something like a Jax is going to be able to stick. That's obviously why I think Samira needs to be banned, because there's no way you can deal with Samira. Yep. And I think if Runeterra is able to play for these backline champions getting just constant value, I think Runeterra can definitely get a lot of value and eventually just win off that.
Yeah, who knows? Like, maybe we would see our very first Karma set. No, this is not the very first, but Runeterra actually playing the Karma set for the first time on stream, and I'm interested to know how Runeterra actually pilot this Karma set deck in a sense.
I mean, we've seen Runeterra do some very aggressive passing to try and set up for certain cards being protected, and Karma set loves to pass. They're one of the more controlly and defensive decks, so I'm sure that Runeterra will be able to do an amazing line on that. But I mean, that's not to ignore the amount of insane plays you can do with these sort of Zooey decks that end up playing 8 mana cards later, right? Like Timeline will have a lot of play and possibly aggressive passing, because they will also have a power card at the end. All of these decks have a high cost power card, whether it be Karina, whether it be Warden, whether it be On, whether it be Karma. And so I think there's a lot of mind games to play about, well, if I'm going to pass, what am I getting and what am I not getting? I think that will be one of the main things that determines who wins and who loses. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, when you're up in this, high stakes, high level kind of games, it's not all about how good is your deck in a sense, right? It's all about what kind of resources could you have and how could you execute it to your advantage. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the game is ready. Let's just jump right into it. It's Runeterra going with Timeless.
I mean, we are seeing one of the Warden's decks. We were expecting this, but we also weren't expecting the Samira Varus to be unbanned. And Samira Varus has definitely got an interesting hand with Darkened Ballista, Forsaken Bakai, and Momentous Choice. Obviously, all of this is a small interaction, create one big unit idea.
Yeah, but looking at Runeterra hand is not exactly that great in a way, right? Like, it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit clunky at this point in time. But with the Samira top deck, like, you could put her down on this turn and then stack the Ballista onto her as well. And the whole engine of the deck could start running, and Runeterra could, potentially run hot later on in this matchup as well.
And Samira just sitting there menacingly means that we can't really play Anira and Fruit on the side of Timeline, right? You want to be getting the discounts and you want to be having all this stuff occur, but the fact that there's a challenger that could happen at any minute means you just can't happily do that. So you have to play the Poro, and now you're tapped under Anira and Fruit. We are going to see the challenge come in there. It suggests that they try and level Samira by swapping the weapons.
Yeah, I mean, that is a potential, that's possible as well, but I maybe like he could start with swapping the weapon first into a flare, like that would that make a difference?
I mean, not doing it this soon. You can swap the weapons afterwards, and I'm sure Runeterra has done the math where they can organize exactly how much. I mean, 2 weapon swaps and a violent discord's enough to level Samira right now. Timeline's getting in there 1 damage, leveling up their Nico by getting the Poro keyword, and Timeline has got a hand that can set up for the Warden, but the lack of interaction and lack of freezes is going to be rather unsettling.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through the list once again. There's no hard removal in Timeline's deck, right? There's only like lots. It's basically a zoo deck at this point in time, and maybe some freezes to actually maneuver around. But Runeterra could potentially control him like well, right? There is this Discord, like that is also a possible way to violent Discord to actually remove potential targets to actually that could force a threat to Runeterra.
We are going to see the challenge on the Aniran for one of the most important units. It's just like Old Mare, but for the Nico region. Obviously, there will be another Aniran troop able to come down, but I presume that's going to be met with a very violent, song from the violent Discord. And Aniran troop is gone, and Timeline has units, but isn't doing a lot with them yet.
Yeah, I mean, with Runeterra having Flare on the Samira the whole time, he could control his board as much as possible, right? And 1 more discount in his hand as well. And anything with 2 health comes down into play that is a threat will be immediately removed by Runeterra because he got no time to actually deal with such units.
So Runeterra almost certainly is going to try and level Samira here. And while Timeline doesn't have hard removal in the main deck, there is Crested Lionhawk, which can find things like single combat, or condemn, or detain, or search warrant. So there is some hope to get something of Crested Lionhawk. But this is what I was saying during the pick and ban phase, right? I think Samira Varus is just going to go over with the game by having Samira.
Yep, and there you have, Samira leveling up right here as well. And it's just 6 more cards for her to be having another rally, and as of right now it's not possible, but with this hand Runeterra has so much potential to actually constantly go with it. And Prismatic Barrier, Fish Fight, and for the Demacia, nothing too great for Timeline.
I do think Prismatic Barrier can do some interesting things, although I can see why Timeline took Fish Fight. If Timeline does go for Fish Fight, though, it will be punished by both of the protection spells if it's on the Samira, which is where I presume it'll go. So we'll see if Timeline goes for it. But I presume the Fish Fight is taken just to deal with one of these champions.
But I mean, Timeline have to respect that Runeterra have protection spells, right? I don't think it's going to be firing off the Fish Fight here and now. And once again, Runeterra got the initiative again, and another protection spell off the top deck. And it's looking great for Runeterra.
I mean, Runeterra is just pressuring a lot, and Timeline has never been able to sustain a board presence or fear point. I think this is really a point where Timeline would want to have that 3 sisters, want to have that harsh winds, but it's not in the hand. All we see are a bunch of small units that aren't able to impact the board until Warden. There's going to be 1 turn too early.
Yep. Change of corruptions coming in onto the Hawk as well. So this allows Runeterra to have a little bit of a just going in for the vulnerable and try to close off this game here and now.
We are going to see things pulled to the side and a lethal being threatened by Runeterra, although deciding to be a little bit safer and pull with the Varus instead. I presume this is because they can level Varus and wants to just get the Overwhelm in and not worry about freezes by using the Spell Shield pre-committally, but this will require a little bit more resources to level that Varus, presumably through the space, and we'll see that happen.
Yep, and this actually this taps Runeterra out, right? He's a little bit afraid of the freezes coming in, but he's tapped out. So it's right there, it just really says what does Timeline have? Timeline has no responses, and there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Runeterra taking home game number 1.
And I think just based on how these decks works, that was a little bit expected. I think it's a really hard matchup for Warden. I think they would need an insane amount of ramp and then an insane amount of finding their freezes, and they're only running 3 in the deck. Not finding any is sad, but they could have, even if they found one, I don't think it would have been enough.
Yeah, for sure. There's so much pressure coming in as well, but stacked together with the Varus, just putting vulnerable and just manipulating that combat is just too strong. But moving into game number 2, Runeterra switching over to Seraphine.
And I think this is expected. I think the aim is to 2-0 the Seraphine deck because it's so unpressuring, and Warden will demolish the deck in as much as Seraphine doesn't have access to cards like Ruination. It doesn't have access to cards like Buried in Ice. So having a big board of 10/10s is the way you can beat Seraphine. So I think it makes sense that if Timeline was going to win, it would be trying to 2-0 this deck.
Yep, and in the early game, it's possible that the Seraphine deck is not going to be doing too much. And if we're looking at his hand right here, a Mystic Shot, a High Note, and even a what's that card? Rock On, like
Caustic Rift. Rock On is an amazing name though.
Yeah, let's call it Rock On, right? So he could still possibly control the board with Cosmic Rift, and just control those small little early game that he's looking for.
Runeterra has definitely found a lot of recalls and disruption cards, though, more so than I was expecting based on the deck list. Which means that there is a possibility of recalling, say, the Crested Lionhawk or the Beguiling Cobra on the turn before Warden. And while Timeline, I think, is still favored even from this position, this is a very expensive hand, and will probably want a 5-drop if they can get it before they go through the 6 and then the 7 and the 8.
That's fair, and Runeterra actually have a Concussive Palm in his hand as well, so he could, if it could just block some combat damage and just sustain a little bit longer, and hopefully he will find, he will potentially find his way out ultimately, as he's a Karma deck as well.
This is going to be something of it. It's going to be the Gruesome Theater. To reset the cat, delay it by a turn, basically like doing Concussive Palm, except a little bit cheaper and a little bit better for this time now, considering Concussive Palm can stun any strength of unit. Yep. I think that's a really heads-up play, and we see the Clockling take the set.
Yep, especially when you know that your opponent is playing a unit kind of deck, like that's where set actually thrive, right? Because set could potentially do some really good trades moving forward as well. So with the set, going online, that could be really dangerous for Timeline to deal with.
Timeline developing more units down, but running into the set, which will deal with this Overwhelm unit. Timeline does have a pretty obvious next couple of... It's going to be Crested Lionhawk into Beguiling Cobra, into Warden of the Tribes, and Runeterra is going to have to scramble and find ways to deal with it. They can Caustic Rift to deal with some of the units so that Warden of the Tribes doesn't buff too much, and there are stuns available, but Runeterra has to be very aware and playing around as much as they can.
Yep, and at this point, Runeterra is just chilling, right? It's just waiting and playing reactively. Compared to Timeline, every single turn is just one card. He could go for the Hawk this turn, he could go for the Cobra next turn, but it's just one action every turn. And if Runeterra could read that, it's probably gonna be slightly easier for Runeterra to deal with.
I do like the development here because at least you get to put down 2 units and they can't all be Caustic Rift. But we know the Caustic Rift's in hand, and we see a bunch of 1 health units. Obviously, one will survive because of Tough. And this is like a Caustic Rift player's like happy place, right? They're seeing a bunch of 1 health units, and all they want to do is play their Caustic Rift.
Yeah, and I mean Runeterra is baiting that. I mean Timeline is actually baiting that Cosmic Rift. But I believe, he might be prioritizing to remove it to 2/2 and just not allow it to have any discount in the future turn.
I wonder, is there anything from Crested Lionhawk that can keep these Omen Hawks alive? Inspiring Light is slow speed, so that won't be enough, but since Ranger's Resolve is rotated, I think not even the Crested Lionhawk can protect them then.
Maybe Judgment?
It would definitely deal with some of their stuff. Like, it could deal with set if they decide to block with set. We are going to see the tag out, which is what I was expecting on the Beguiling Cobra all the way back when we first saw it in the hand. Just resetting their mana and keeping your win condition flowing is exactly what Runeterra wants. And doing the Caustic Rift the turn before the Warden comes down. He knows what he's playing.
Yep, and it is just pure control right there, and not allowing Timeline to do too much. Like, that's the thing when you're playing against, like, when you're playing a deck that does 1 action per turn, and you're just so prone to, like, action like tag out. and stuff like that.
We are seeing the beguiling Cobra come down. It sort of makes sense in as much as you're not getting that much value off the Warden, and you know it's going to be countered really easily, while this forces interaction to happen on this unit, which is a unit you have to kill, but you don't really want to as much compared to Warden buffing stuff. But Runeterra also has the big cat in hand and has a win condition they can be working towards.
Yep, Hex Celebrator going into a Sun Fumes, just trying to remove that Cobra from play. But Timeline though, he have another Cobra in his hand, and he might even go for the Warden next turn.
The Warden wouldn't be awful. I mean, you've got a second Warden and you've got a freeze to deal with stuff like sets. But Runeterra is still feeling relatively comfy. I mean, the one stun will help deal with the overwhelm, and eventually Set is going to be able to slam turn after turn after turn for a win.
Yep, Mixologist just healing up. And a second at Cobra coming in from Timeline. And Runeterra don't really have much burn available to take out that Cobra, but you know, I believe the Set might be the one pulling it over to just try to take it out later on with 2 burn spells in his hand. I note coming in.
I presume Set is going to try and level so that it's not just dying to the Cobra. Set seems like such an important piece right now, so I'm going to assume Set is 2 away and this high note is trying to secure it. Once we just see it happen. Slowly. There we go. And we see the Soul Fighter Set animation. What do you think about this animation?
Yo, this is sick, man. I love it. I should get it after this. But yeah. And there have 3 sisters going in. I believe it's going to be freezing the Set, just protecting the Cobra from going down. But actually that, you know, shows to Runeterra that, you know, type 1 3 sisters has been used, and, you know, Timeline is just running a little bit low and low on resources as turn goes by.
We are going to see the Warden come down, I presume, buffing up the board, and being doubled by the Cobra, and this is the might of this deck. You've got Cobra into double Warden. Runeterra only has 1 stun, which means 16 damage is probably facing them, as well as a bunch of other units.
Yikes! I mean, this is a big push coming in from Timeline, and at least, you know, Runeterra is not going down this turn yet. Like, you know, there's still ways that he could play around. I mean, Timeline is already at 9 health with the level up Seraphine here. It could be anybody's game at this point in time. Runeterra just have to draw well to try to close it off the turn. If not, it's going to be game over.
And talking about drawing well, one of the funniest interactions to me is how Rummage works with Seraphine. You lose 2 cards and you gain 4. And I think that's what I'm going to assume is going to be played here, to try and interact with this board a little. And Seraphine can draw into anything. I mean, drawing into a bar, drawing into a karma, drawing into a, you know, what's it called? Place your bets. There's so many things that Seraphine could try and want to get here. You don't even necessarily need to commit it now, although I think I'd like to see it now. We do see it come down.
Another concussive palm. Tag out. Those are cards
that's almost perfect.
That's perfect.
We are probably going to see the concussive palm. You could keep it for a future Warden, but you don't necessarily have to. And I think that is the plan, to keep it for a future Warden. But Bar will probably come down, and we can get anything from Bar. I presume Runeterra is also trying to count down into the cat, and there's a specific number that will eventually end up overwhelming the game. And we do see the slam to kill the Cobra.
Yeah, you have to pick up the Cobra. If not, the second Warden is going to be pretty difficult to deal with.
I presume we're going to see the junk construct into the second Warden. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier. I think Timeline wants to beat this deck and is going to try and do so by summoning massive units. This is the best time portal that's possible here. And Runeterra's only got 1 action before the Warden is going to come down and buff everything, including this Challenger unit.
Okay, so here's the big question, right? What's the count on Pursuit of Perfection? If he could pull off the Pursuit of Perfection, like, that could potentially be game over, right?
It could be game over, but depending on how many subtypes have been played, that Warden on the far left could be large enough. We'll have to see. We are going to see a Cathian Myths, which makes sense because it's 2 units and 2 spells in 1. And presumably we're going to see an equip.
2 more damage. Runeterra have to find 2 more damage, and Timeline got a decision to make here. Like should he fire off the freezing card, right? Like just like just bury everyone in ice and hope Runeterra could find something to play out of it.
So Runeterra right now is threatening any amount of burn, any amount of Mystic, any amount of Mystic. They're threatening Mystic basically, and so it makes sense that Timeline feels forced to play the Crested Linehawk, trying to answer this augmented clockling. We are going to see the aftershock come down, but at least the single combat from the Crested Linehawk will be able to deal with this clockling and at least keep Timeline alive for a little bit longer. But we are going to see the big cats.
Yeah, big kitty. But tag out could be a potential play if he if he's a little bit afraid of what the Hawk could bring.
I think the cat is just guaranteed lethal. I don't think there's any sort of interaction. So like Runeterra has to be scared of freezes, but we already saw a Three Sisters be played earlier. There's only 2 other freezes in the deck, and I think that's lethal for Runeterra. We see the GG come out, and Runeterra is in the top 2 for this open.
Well, I mean, this is just swift victory coming in from Runeterra, and we have not seen a cat like come out the whole game so far, and he actually put it off.
I mean, we've seen why the deck has been banned so long. Seraphine just sort of sat there, eventually drew the set, sat there a little more, and won the game for a big cat. And we've seen it banned every time because it seems like that's a relatively common gameplay style for it.
That is fair. And there you have, ladies and gentlemen, our first grand finalist, Runeterra, taking home the win 2-0 against Timeline. I'm not sure what the other game, the situation of the other game is right now. But I'm curious, like, who is going to be facing Runeterra later on in the grand finals?
I'm curious too. I don't think our bracket hasn't been updated much either, so we don't know exactly who's won yet, or if even a match has been played. I mean, those were pretty quick matches. They lasted till like turn 9 or so, but they were pretty quick in the way the players were playing. Yeah,
but I mean, this is also the first time we get to see Nico on stream as well. So yeah, so yet another new deck coming in. Even though we're in the top 4, there's still lots of diversity moving forward also. And I mean, could Timeline have made a mistake for not banning the Seraphine?
I think that was a mistake. I think the Seraphine had to be kept. I think the Samira had to be banned. I think Seraphine, you just have to hope they don't have 3 concussive palms, and what ended up happening was that Seraphine drew like 2 concussives and a tag out or something that seemed like that. And so I think it was just unfortunate, but I don't think Samira was a winnable matchup. I think that was a misban.
Yeah, that is fair. And May is sticking onto Nico the right decision, like playing back-to-back Nico, knowing that it might not be that great into Samira.
I mean, I don't think we saw the other ban. The other deck might have just been Warden with Gnar, and it's basically the same deck twice over. I think it's fine sticking with the same deck. I mean, you have to win with both anyway. No reason not to just redo it.
Right, that is fair as well. So I mean, let's just take a look, like what decks are the other 2. Oh, okay, the other game is ready, and let's just dive right into the other set of games right here. It's gonna be Sora Haru going up with Zanko, and I believe this is gonna be Jinx Echo going up against what deck is this? Seraphine?
I think Seraphine. I think there were 2 Seraphines in the top 4, and we're seeing Sora Haru on it as well as Zanko. I think this is an interesting position. I mean, Sora Haru is just about to play bar or possibly a few stuns, while Zanko is able to get a chrono break from the augmented clockling and is pressuring an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, but I mean, this is going to be a big push coming in, but the clockling is being stunned immediately. But he could still go for the full swing into chrono break and then hopefully swing again. He could even go for the time trick and find something in the deck. Like, that could also be a possible play.
I really like this pass. I mean, when you're wanting to play Chrono Break, you're wanting to go all in, and doing a half Chrono Break just isn't really worth it. You still have predicts, you can still look for stuff, and you do have this second voices, so you'll be able to pressure even more damage if you just wait a little bit of time. And we're going to see the predict into 2 predicts and a mystic. This is very common. You just see predicts all the time with this deck.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Para Presence, you have to try to dig a little bit deeper. Try to find your Echo, even find the Jinx, and yet another 2 predict in the predict once again. He just have to try to find his champions, and there we have Jinx right on top.
Jinx is a really good play, and we can see Jinx was chosen. I think there's also a line for Rite of Negation. I think Rite of Negation can prevent a lot of fear, but maybe against Ionia, because they can stagger their interaction, isn't as important. We're going to see probably just going to the next turn, and the Jinx into the Chrono Break is going to be threatening a lot of damage, and we don't see a deny yet in Soroharu's hand.
Yeah, but you know, we can't forget the fact that there is a concussive palm in Soroharu's hand as well. So that could, you know, slow down what Zunko is actually trying to do also.
I mean, so Zonko wants to like attack with everything and then revive it all, but Soroharu's not going to let them die. They're just going to be stunned off, and the rally and the revive is just not going to matter that much. I mean, we see the blocks, but nothing else is really going to be a concern. We see the comp come down.
Yep, and there we have the Clockling being stunned off, and you know, the Voices is still alive, but Soroharu's board is kind of in a bad position. Yes, he got the Caustic Rift to destroy, to kill off, you know, both the Voices and the Harvest Skater, but he has no idea that Zunko actually have that Chrono Break in his hand.
Yeah, I think Zonko is in a weird position. On one hand, they want to level up the Jinx, but on the other hand, they want to have a little bit more of a cooler Chrono Break. I think they could possibly still do it now, but then they're running into Caustic Rift. I think Soroharu blocked perfectly in order to make this Caustic Rift feel really punishing. And so this Jinx, if it levels, means the cost of all of these units dying to Caustic Rift. Soroharu blocked amazingly.
Yep, but it's pre-Chrono Break right here, just to bring back a Skater. And I mean, this is the opening for Soroharu to go for the Caustic Rift.
And I think this is going to be a massive blowout. I mean, Karma's leveling up next turn. There are coins, there are tag outs, there are even Island Navigators. I presume the coin is going to come down to let the Caustic Rift go up.
Yeah, this Zanko actually did a misplay right there. I mean, that preemptive Caustic Rift, that preemptive Chrono Break, don't really feel that good. It's not playing around the Caustic Rift.
You're not, but also I'm really surprised at the lack of Caustic Rift. I mean, Coin is now focused, so an open attack there would force out Soroharu once, but I presume now we're going to see a Coin into a Caustic Rift to deal with this board, now that you know there's no other Chrono Break. Or is that Coin just one? Maybe that Coin is just one.
But if it's one, you could still fire off the Caustic Rift, right?
No.
Because,
oh, yes, it's 0 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
yeah, so, you know, he could have done it to prevent more damage, but unless it's going for blocks,
I'm
just
really
awkward.
surprised. Does Soroharu not know that it's focused now? But, I mean, so you can still block with tag out, and you can still keep your coins for next turn, and you can double Caustic Rift, but if Zonko draws into like a Chrono Break, you're now putting yourself in a really tumultuous position. When you knew there weren't any Chrono Breaks in hand, you can just do the Caustic Rift.
You've made your path.
Yikes. I mean, Soroharu have to try to block to prog off the Caustic Rift the next turn, or even after this combat. But taking so much damage this turn, knowing that there's a rocket coming in as well, it's really scary.
Peace has its cost.
It's really scary from the side of Soroharu, and I think it must just be like a misthought or a misclick or something, because it seems so obvious to play the Caustic Rift for me. We are going to see, I presume, the Karma be protected in order to get the card generation and try and find some draw. So we will see the tag out come down, but Zanko's board is not insignificant.
Yeah, I mean, this 5 damage going straight right into the Nexus, plus 3 more from the rocket, and potentially another 3 more the next turn. And Zanko could still, you know, draw into things like Mystic Shot to finish it off.
We're gonna have to see what the draws are. They're pretty important for Zonko. If it's something like a Chrono Break, that's probably just game. But if it's something like 2 predicts that like at slow speed, then there's a chance that it just doesn't end up becoming anything. We'll see what ends up happening. We see Ancient Prep and Chronomancer.
I mean, both could manipulate his top deck as well, so as long as that Jinx survive, there's still a little bit of chance, I guess.
There is hope.
But we do see the some fumes drawn, possibly targeting the Jinx and making her die, but we'll see what Soroharu goes for. It's very tense right now. We do see the Sump Fumes on... Well, it has to be on Jinx, and we do see that happen.
I mean, as of right now, I think, you know, Zanko is actually running low on gas. And Soroharu could take advantage of that, right? Look at the Caustic Grief is actually doing 2 damage every single turn. Yes, there is a Chrono Break right there in the predict, but he could not get it on this turn as well. So, there's lots of missed opportunity right here for Zanko, and it's starting to look so much brighter for Soroharu.
Yeah, Soroharu now gets a new card every turn, like both the draw and the Karma generation, while Zanko is just relying on the Chrono Break they've drawn that does nothing, and even if it did something, would have been countered by the Nopify just created. So it's going to be a long wait for Soroharu to eventually find that win hunt, but Soroharu's definitely got the value and the ability to stay in this game forever now.
Yeah, he's just chilling at this point in time. Augmented clock link coming in from Zonko, but a Seraphine off the top deck. And that is what, a 4-time spell every single turn, or even 3-time spell every single turn?
It should be 3 every turn once the Seraphine is flipped, and that could give you so many coins. I think this is like an infinite capitalism glitch, just having both of these on and then getting a bunch of coins coming down. We'll see the Karma attack presumably protected and healing up with Ring of Seraphine as well.
So this is where, Value Town, right? Soroharu is going on to Value Town right here. Spirit Refuge just trying to heal back up with that Karma for 5 health. And, Zanko is just in a very weird spot. Like, even though he could attack, but there's nothing much he could do. Uji stuff.
Gonna do the Wuji Cell just to force a block. I think this is mostly cute than trying to accomplish much. I mean, you do get to heal. It does get to protect you from a lot of the unfortunate circumstances that could occur, but I think Soroharu is so comfortable right now. And Zanko is going to have to try to do the rocket just to stay in this game.
But how many rockets does he need, right? 6? 6 turns worth of rockets? And Soroharu probably could, get more value out of this. And look at this, just drawing out everything, set off the top deck as well. Soroharu.
I mean, Soroharu's got this. Yeah, Soroharu's got this, and we shouldn't kid ourselves with anything else. We get to see the animation again, and it's pretty satisfying. The art style's pretty satisfying.
Is Set the only one with this animation?
No, a few skins have it. I think it's like Samira, I think, has an animation, and I think one more champion has an animation, but I'm not entirely sure.
Guys, if you want to win games, get skin, guys. Look at this, 6 mana off the top. What is this? This value.
I think we're seeing what everyone wanted from bringing this deck, the Karma, Seraphine, and the set, just constantly spiraling out these spells. Unfortunately, they can't play the cat without destroying one of their own units, so they can't actually summon the big friend cat, but we're gonna see Jinx slam 3 times. A little bit of an overkill if you ask me, but I think Set's just feeling his mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much that he could do. Zanko could go for the Chrono Break this turn, but that's it. I think he's out of options.
It's very much the game. I think we're just waiting for the things to go. We get to see a Hextech anomaly in the hands of Soromaru just messing around. And there is another Jinx Zanko can, hope and pray, but I don't think it's anywhere near enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. Like, I mean, it's Hextech of the Liberator. Like, he could just kill off the Jinx. And Chrono Void bring back the Jinx and tag out to bounce the Jinx back up. I mean, there's nothing. It's over. There you have.
And that's the surrender. We have both of our grand finalists for the APAC tournament, WQO. How do you feel, mean boy?
Well, I feel like that is the reason why everyone bans Seraphine, because you don't want to go through that. Like, it's torturous, right? To actually go through, like, oh, you're winning, and then out of nowhere you just lost due to value. And it's just so exciting. And I hope, both players have pretty similar lineup, I guess. It's gonna be between Runeterra or Soroharu. I'm just excited to see what's up. What about you?
Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, we've got 2 Seraphine Karmas decks. Like, it seems like this deck that was sort of on the fringes, a few players were talking about it, is now having both of the spots in the grand finals. And if we can look towards the journey they took to get here, I mean, they weren't fighting insignificant players. These have been a tough gauntlet they've all had to go through.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Runeterra have to pick Rubik, and then after that 2-0 timeline as well, with Soroharu winning, I believe QWQ. Yeah, and after that winning Zanko with a 2-0 victory. And yeah, I mean, these 2 formidable players. Runeterra, one of the old school players, all he's finally catching his break right here, and he's so close to getting his World's invite. And Soroharu, one of the best Japanese player in the region as well. So two of the best players right there. I'm just excited for the finals.
I mean, we've got a star-studded top 2. It's absolutely insane, and I can't wait to see what it'll be like after our break. So stay tuned. welcome everyone to the grand finals of the APAC WQO Open. I'm joined here by Moonboy. We've had a great day so far, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. Like lots of good games, a variety of decks moving forward, and we're down to our two best players so far. How do you feel of this whole event so far?
It's been an absolute pleasure. We've seen so many interesting decks, but we've also seen that the best ones clearly involve Karma, Seraphine, and Set. We've seen them show up consistently, and both of our finalists are on that deck.
Yeah, just a reminder to everyone, coin is focus speed now, not burst speed, all right? So, yeah, so yes, guys, so let's just take a look at the brackets right here and, just maybe sum up everything before we head straight right into the grand finals. And there we have, the top 8. So players have played a gruesome 11 rounds gauntlet yesterday, and they're down to our top 64 players, and finally we're down to our final 2 players, which is Runeterra and Soroharu right here. Both have faced phenomenal players so far, and it's gonna be an uphill battle for these two. And finally, the run is coming to an end, and they are fighting for the respective prizes.
It looks like a lot of 2-0s, but these have been incredibly close games a lot of the time, with just minor choices changing the drastic outcomes of the game. And we've seen Zunkwa and Runeterra really Soroharu squeeze like all they can out of certain cards and matchups and lineups that I can't imagine how amazing this game's going to be.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just take a look at what these two players are playing for today, as both have already secured $2,500,000 in their pocket and 15 Runeterra points, and they just want to up the ante right here and just playing for 5,000 USD, 18 Runeterra points, and the winner will be walking home with the world's invite as well. So, there's lots of money on the line. There's lots of additional points on the line as well. And what they are really eyeing for is that world's invite in their pocket.
I mean, this is where the hype starts. This is where you start to love the players. You look at how they're playing here, and you either love or you hate, depending on how they're playing. And then you can support them in Worlds when they're there. And we're going to see at least one of these guys make it in. And I mean, they've been playing amazingly. They definitely deserve it, whoever makes it in.
Yeah, for sure. So for those in chat right now, if you're supporting Runeterra type R and if you're supporting Soroharu type S, okay, let's just see who is, supporting who at this point in time. But before we dive right into the game, let's just take a look at, their deck list. Once again, we have seen both players on stream, and let's just review their decks once again.
So they've got very similar lists in terms of the Karma, Set, and Seraphine, but what's supporting them has changed a little bit. It's a Varus deck on both sides, although these Varus decks play very differently. Runeterra's Varus deck is definitely a more combo-oriented deck, trying to get 2 attacks in a row and making it difficult if you don't have backline interaction, while Jack's Varus is more of a classic mid-range sort of... It's akin to old Sivarakshan, but with a slightly different twist. You're using these quick attack units and big mid-range presence to try and go in with the board.
Yep, and for Soroharu's side, it's probably the same style moving forward, but the only difference right here is definitely going to be the Nasus Vega. And if, we've seen it run well in the previous round for Soroharu as well, so if that Vaults of Hela could go loose, this deck is unstoppable with a, 20/20 dog staring right in your nexus, and there's nothing that you could do about it. Let's just take a look at their deck list right here, and starting off with Runeterra. What are the 40 cards in these 3 decks?
We're seeing, we've looked at this, maybe this is the 5th time. If you're tuning in, though, this is all so new, and you would have missed quite a few good games from Runeterra with this Samira Varus, which definitely feels like what they've been bringing as a big spice to this tournament. This deck just does so much. You play Samira not on 2, but on 4, protect it with all of your spells, and inevitably get a rally. I don't think we've ever seen a Samira die, and I don't think we've ever seen a Samira not rally when played by Runeterra. This is a very strong deck that is just blowing everything out of the water.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many protection spell coming in the form of transfusion or even expenses protection. Like these are all ways that he could try to protect the Samira as much as possible, and we've seen him pull this off time after time again to not allow the Samira to go down. Let's just take a look at his opponent Soroharu. What are his deck lists coming in?
We've seen Soroharu a few times before as well. This time I want to quickly highlight the Vaults deck since it's a Vigar version, not an Azir version. We are seeing cards like Decimator as opposed to the Necrotic card or Terror of the Tides or whatever your flavor of Nasus is. But we're also seeing Castergate, which can definitely put some, damage into like mid-range decks. Now, it could definitely hit the Jax on. It's probably not going to hit the Samira Varus that much just because it does play more like a combo deck. But we've seen Vaults have really good hands and we've seen Vaults have really bad hands. And it's just going to be up to the draws to see if Soroharu can make that happen.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And if you guys could tell, all the units in the deck is actually stacked up in a way where they are actually ramping right every single turn. Like you got Forsaken Bakai in turn 1, and if stacked together with a Vault of Helia, or even you could have a Rock Bear Shepherd. The Shepherd could become a Vigar, and the Rock Bear could potentially become a Nasus later on into a Rekindler and into a Death and Ada for a potential Darkness Bolt Wipe as well. So this just really rolly or even high rolly kind of snowball your way through their matchup, and that's probably kind of dangerous if it actually goes out of hand as well.
If we think about the lineups and the decks in general, this is one of the more complicated bans. On one hand, Vaults is really good at beating decks like Jax Ornn, as far as I'm aware, but struggles against these Ionia control decks that can just, kill Nasus with Set and so forth. So Soroharu, on one hand, wants to ban the mirror in as much of the Karma Set, but also wants to probably keep Karma Set up because they're also running Varus Jax. All of them have weird matchups into each other. What do you think the ban is, Moonboy?
Well, I in my opinion, I would love to see the Set deck coming out, but I don't think it's going to be played. Both Karma decks will be banned in this matchup just because you don't really want each other to high roll into a situation where you just win just because you got so much value against your opponent. So I would say both Ionia decks will be banned, and Runeterra will have to gamble against the Nasus deck. What do you think?
I think it's pretty similar. I think both of these players are going to respect the fact that this is what got them to the tournament. It was either banned every round or whenever they played it, it won for them. Now, this is obviously the case for all of their decks because they've been undefeated during this top 64. But I think this Ionia deck has definitely been the standout performance, and I would expect them to both justify banning it for each other.
Yeah, definitely, right? We've seen in the previous game as well, Soroharu, maybe it's a misplay, treating the coin, thinking that it's burst speed instead of focus speed, and yet, with this misplay, I would say, he could still close off the game later on, despite all these mistakes. But so this deck is just it's punishing, but it's not that punishing if you could survive all the way into the late game, and I don't think both players want to deal with this kind of scenarios later on into the game as well.
But if any player is going to punish him this play, it's Runeterra, who has constantly shown that he will squeak out any possible win out of any matchup. We've seen countless times a matchup that we thought might be a little bit unfavored, a matchup where the hands might be slightly off, and Runeterra's just powered through, playing very intricately, passing pretty freely, burning some mana just to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he has been playing the game since the very beginning, and his knowledge and his experience in this game is just so good in a sense where he's not just reading the game, he's not just reading the deck, but yet he has such a high experience in reading his opponent as well. So lots of counterplay, lots of reading, or even he could even predict what are the exact cards in your hand to actually play around, due to your behavior throughout the last few turns as well.
If we're both expecting the Ionia deck to be banned, I'm really curious how the Jax Varus fares into the Samira Varus. Samira obviously has better access to challenges and is able to go for a bit more of a combo thing, but there's a world in which I can imagine Jax Varus pressuring more with cards like Shadowblade Fanatic and Jax. And I think that'll be a really interesting matchup to see. I hope we do get to see that on stream.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a mirror with lots of good cards coming together, but I mean, on paper it seems like the Varus deck might be a little bit more aggressive, right? As long as the Samira is controlled, the Varus is in control. Can we say that?
Sort of. I mean, they're both a Varus deck, so it's a little bit confusing at times. But I don't know. These are both decks that have sort of been on the fringes. I mean, I haven't seen many
Mhm.
people talk about Samira Varus, and Jax Varus is a deck that some people are talking about. So to have both of them appear in the finals is definitely very interesting, and I'm just curious to see how that matchup goes. I think it'll come down to like who has more fish fights or who has more entrancing lures. I think that'll be an interesting matchup to see.
Or even like the challenger, the flare coming in from the challenge the mirror could turn the tide as well, right? It could just take good removals, especially if he could try to remove a Jax. That could be huge for Runeterra.
Yeah, I think Jax Ornn's also going to be quite important, right? I think a
Mhm.
lot of the decks might fall to Buried in Ice. I mean, both Jax Varus and the Volts are decks that, well, they do have some access to Spell Shield, and Volts has access to Deny. Buried in Ice can absolutely blow out these other mid-range decks, and I could see a world in which Jax Ornn is able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe both players are still getting ready. So yeah, they're still getting ready. Like predictions. What do you think? 2-0, 2-1?
I think it's going to be a 2-1 Runeterra's way. I really liked Runeterra's plays. I think what's going to happen is there might be a high roll on the Volts. We're just going to see Rock Bear Shepherd into Volts,
Mhm.
into Nasus, into Rekindler. But I think Runeterra is going to be able to win with the Varus Samira, and then it's going to be a close game with Jax Ornn, and Jax Ornn's going to pull it out. What do you think?
For sure. I mean, in my opinion, I think like I would love for it to go into a 2-1. Like more games for everyone, more ways to see both players play. But in my opinion, I feel it's the player who has the best discipline will be walking home as champion, right? Like we've seen Runeterra being so disciplined the whole time. Like, could this be the final moment where he slips and do his misplay here and there? And Sora Haru has been having small little misplays here and there throughout the tournament, and could he pick up the slacks and actually find his way to victory via discipline? And this might be the final chance, because this is now or never for both players.
I mean, the stress levels have to be so high, right?
Mhm.
You're getting double the money. You're going to be into Worlds, which is just insurmountably cool. Like, it's just cool to be in Worlds. And we have seen a misplay from Sora Haru in the past, but maybe that's going to harden them up, thinking, I'm not going to forget that coin is, focus feed now. I'm going to play my Caustic Rift before the combat starts. And Runeterra, after playing so intricately for so long, might be starting to wane. We don't know. It could go anyone's way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun of like a high stakes games like this, right? Like there's so much pressure on the line. At the end of the day, it's still a card game where RNG is still a factor. When be it draws or be it how your opponent could draw. So there's so many factors coming in, and it could still be anybody's game, especially in a scenario like this.
I mean, it comes down to like the smallest of plays, right? A play on turn 3 could be the thing that changes the game, and it's so hard to see in the moment, but
yeah,
it's what makes LOR so beautiful of a game, right? Every game feels close and tense, maybe except that one Nasus game where, we didn't have any units, but absence of that, most games feel pretty close, and I think, I just hope we see some really tight competition, because this is what we're all here for.
Yeah, for sure. We're down to the final game for the Apex region. So after this game, or even after the stream, we will be having the EMEA cast later on as well. So if you guys want a full day, you guys have nothing planned the whole day as well, or even you guys just woke up and you guys are from Europe, right? There are more games lined up for you guys, and then following up with the NA stream after the EMEA one as well.
I'm pretty excited for the NA one personally. I think that'll have some good plays and some good players having some good fun in that one. I'm not speaking biasly or anything, playing in it or anything.
Well, I'm excited for the NA one, because you will be playing in it, and big congratulations to Spitz, top 16. Hoping to see you in
I can
Worlds,
hope
man.
I get top 16. I hope so, but we don't know yet. But I don't know. We see these lineups, and I'm starting to think maybe I have to change. Runeterra and Sora Haru have really convinced me with this like Seraphine deck, right? If they can get all the way here, why shouldn't I be on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just slap on the exact 40 cards and just go into it as well. I mean, here's the beauty of Worlds qualifiers with 3 regions back to back, is that you could learn from the previous region, and usually the meta would evolve throughout the day, just because the Asians are playing this, and then the Europeans are playing this, and then the Americans will be playing in another form, just because whatever happened throughout the day as well.
Yeah, it always makes for such a hype day, right?
Mhm.
I mean, you're gonna end up sleeping through one of them just because of the 24-hour cycle, but what it means is you can catch all the highlights if you want of the games you missed, and you can watch them, see what decks do well in one region and the other, see some players from all around the world. It's really quite an exciting day.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of competitions like this, or even community like this, right? I mean, as much as Legends of Runeterra is split into different shots, but everyone around the world is really well connected, and everyone support and even support and cheer on each other. That everyone is just friends of everybody. So welcome to Legends of Runeterra.
I mean, it's a great community to be part of, right? Like
Yeah.
it's always so welcoming for, I say welcoming for new players. I'm sure there's some that haven't been welcomed, but every time I see there are players in Twitch chat asking about decks, and competitively, there's always interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, for sure. Like, be it competitively or casually, there's lots of content online as well. Like, if you guys would like to know more of how to play a certain deck, or even any fun decks out there for you to try out, to have some fun with this game. I believe there's lots of content creators out there, be it on Twitch, on YouTube, and there's lots of resources out there, and that's the fun of this game as well. Everyone is supporting each other, and no, I believe as much as possible, no one is keeping secrets between each other, unless competition season and and stuff like that.
I was gonna say, no one's keeping secrets except some teams try not to tell the other teams what they're playing to try and get the edge into the competition and so forth. But generally, everyone's super friendly, and it's a great place to be in.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just check if both the players are ready right now. Okay, so yep. So producer says the key players are not ready yet. So we're still waiting. Right? It's the grand final, so there's a little bit of suspense going on. I'm excited. I'm curious to see who is gonna come up on top. So if you guys in chat, Team R or Team S, just shout it out in chat. Who are you supporting, guys?
Have you had a favorite moment of this tournament so far? We've seen over 12 games or something, right? Have you had a favorite moment so far?
I mean, my favorite moment was when Soroharu thought that the coin is bursty.
You are obsessed with it.
I mean, I made a mistake myself. After coming back into the game after the nerf, that's what happened when you don't read the patch notes. You'll be like, okay, I'm gonna clock this game. Okay, I'm gonna burst. Oh no, it's focus. What happened? Is it bug or something? No, it's part of the nerf, right? So, I'm guilty of this myself. That's why it's resonated so much in me that oh man, I I have to read the patch notes. What about you?
I think my favorite play, and this is so old now, and it's so minor, but I think Runeterra passing up till turn 4 or turn 5 with Samira, not playing a single unit, just to make that protective. I think Samira Varus is a deck where you can play it by just doing your Samira on 2, your Varus on 4, and doing the rest of stuff. But when a pilot knows their deck, knows what their cards need to do, and is able to pass so liberally, is one of the more satisfying things about this game. And I think if you're looking at Samira Varus and you're confused, I can't seem to win with it, it's those sorts of lines that are so entertaining about this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when I was pretty good back then. I don't think I'm that good these days. But when there was this really good player that actually shared this with me, right? Maybe some wisdom out here that is that a good player don't just play your deck, right? A good player makes your opponent uncomfortable so that you could beat him, right? And whoever creates most discomfort for your opponent, that will reel them off their game plan. So it's not exactly turn 2, I don't have to waste any mana, I have to drop the Samira down just because I'm on curve. But it's more of how are you gonna disrupt your opponent in the sense, wait, why didn't he play this Samira at this turn? Does he have Samira in his hand? And so on and so forth.
I mean, that's the main crux of combo decks, right? The enemy has to play some level of removal, and if you put so much energy into a single explosive turn that the removal cannot deal with it enough, that's how you win a lot of these games. And spreading out your mana over multiple turns just lets the control player answer it over multiple turns. And that's the last thing you want to have, a control player answering your cards.
Yeah, for sure. It's more of end of the day is the objective of the game, right? The objective of the game is to put your opponent nexus down to 0. So it's down to like how you're gonna manipulate the process to zero, because everything is on you as a pilot.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the goal. Like, decks can go into wildly different ways. You don't have to like follow something. When I was playing in the open rounds a little bit ago, I was playing Jinx Echo, and I didn't level my Jinx because I predicted into a chrono break. It's so normal to just play your other predict to try and get the rocket, but in that one very specific instance, leveling Jinx was wrong and I needed the chrono break, and not doing the normal gameplay patterns of leveling Jinx, for example, can find really interesting lines. We've seen that happen, you know, doing different things, not playing the on immediately because you want to be playing that much later. You know, there have been so many examples of trying to not just play your deck, but make sure the enemy is uncomfortable, as you were saying.
Yeah, like, you know, that's the beauty of like card games, right? There's so many possibilities. Yes, Samira is a 2-drop. You should put her down on turn 2, but you know, but there's so many possibilities of how can you play around everything or everyone, and even playing around what your opponent play pattern is to mess around with them.
Yeah. Another thing that can happen in this game that I think is really interesting is hand reading. We've not talked about it too much. I think there was only one instance where there was a big hand read, which was like a lack of a vengeance, a have of a vengeance, which wasn't true and then became true in a draw's turn. Hand tracking is really hard in this game, and it becomes harder with all these decks. Like, some of these decks are really hard to hand track. The Karma sets and the Jinx Echoes, they can have anything at any time, a lot of the time. But, you know, these top players will be hand tracking as much as they can. We'll be trying to keep track of what they've got, what they can't have, counting the cards. There was one time where we saw 3 Mystic Shots, so there wasn't going to be a 4th.
Yep.
Lots of interesting stuff that can happen.
Yeah, and not forgetting, like, you're speaking of hand counting, where barkeep allies on board as well. So you have to start counting what are the possibilities, how many mana could they use to actually fire it off. And now with the inclusion of coin, it's right? Like, it just makes this game so much harder, and there's so much layer in this game, and that's the beauty of this game.
I guess this isn't the World Qualifier Open, it's the Can You Play Coin Properly Open.
Yeah.
This is all you can think about.
I'm not just like, you know, saying that, you know, coin is focus speed, but you know, if you have coin with like Karma, there's like double coin, and then you have like make like the draw 2, create more coins, and you got the formula, like, you know, the draw 2, have 3 more spell mana, and you know, you have to manage your hand, you have to manage your mana, you have to manage your coins. Like, it's tough world out there. It's a tough world.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're planning on bringing this deck person at home and you're seeing the Seraphine, the Karma, and the set, make sure that you remember that coin is now, in fact, focus speed. Do not, you know, hold your caster grip for no good reason.
Yes, guys, read your patch notes. Don't be a moon boy. All right. So, like, you know, other than that, you know, any players in particular that you are, you know, that caught your eye today, or you are like, you know, secretly supporting, other than, you know, Goofball?
I know we've talked about Goofball a lot. I mean, to me, I know that other players have heard this name quite a bit, but to me, Saruharu is a new name, and as I've said, the player that got second in all the shards last time did qualify for World, so I've really been enjoying. I know they made that one misplay, but Saruharu is definitely like showing themselves as a strong player, and I'm very excited to follow what they'll be doing in the future. They've got some interesting decks like the Jax Varus that they seem to be liking.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, lots of new and upcoming players constantly improving as well to try to reach the world stage. And it's not just, you know, the old names anymore. And this tournament actually shows us like a good mix of, you know, everyone, and we have seen a lot of returning players coming in this tournament as well. We have seen people like Keystic, we have seen High, you know, some of the Blacklist players, the Lubio, are back as well. So yeah, so you know, the community is getting larger by the day as well, so hopefully we get to see more. But ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is the grand finals right here, and we got Runeterra going up with Saruharu, with Varus Jax going up against Nasus Vega.
I mean, we've seen this Samira Varus deck work pretty much every time. I don't even think Runeterra has ever had a loss with the Samira Varus. Now, there is no Samira yet, although this predict does not have it. But Saruharu also has one of the better hands. I mean, there's the Hate Spike to answer cards like Samira. There's the Vaults, which will power through eventually. I think Runeterra is going to have like a good time, because they've always had a good time with this deck, but Saruharu doesn't have a bad hand at all.
Yeah, but it seems like, you know, Sora, I would say like this might be the nuts coming in that Sora Haru have in his hand, right? He got a turn 1, turn 2 into the turn 4 vaults. Even the Rock Bear Shepherd could accelerate, like, you know, you could accelerate into a Nessus much faster, and you know, that's such a good hand that Sora Haru could actually wish for, especially in this matchup.
If you're perhaps having the stream muted or using it as, not muted, sorry, no video, or using it as background noise, you may have missed the bans. The bans were indeed both of the Seraphine Ionia decks. As we expected, they both respect the deck too much as being too strong, so they've both banned it for each other.
Yep, you don't really want to deal with that deck, you know, in the situations like that as well. Moving on to Runeterra's initiative right here, and I believe an open attack might be a good start for his son.
Yeah, I mean, getting the combat real mana is going to be pretty important, and Runeterra definitely wants that. But Runeterra is also going to struggle a little bit because they don't really have an answer for the Rock Bear Shepherd, and it might end up being that there's a Nasus coming out much sooner than Runeterra wants. And especially since the second Nasus in hand will become a Siphoning Strike, that could mean that Varus ends up dying to it in the future.
Yep, or alternatively, what Runeterra could do is, you know, try to control Sora Haru's board as much as possible, so that there's nothing that is going to be feeding into the Vault of Hela. So because this way, you know, since Runeterra's deck don't really have landmark removal, so the best way to actually deal with this is probably creature removal.
I think we are going to see the Vaults come down and that be responded with the Varus. We do see the Quietus, which is one of the better ways of dealing with Varus. Varus doesn't really matter if you get rid of the weapon. Varus just becomes like a 4/5. So I could see this Quietus becoming very important in future, but Runeterra also has a lot of, you know, things that can level Varus rather quickly.
So you have to protect or even level up Varus as fast as possible, and with the violent discord and things like that. But you know, no Samira in his hand yet, so we're probably but lots of combo pieces, low cost spell, but no Samira in hand to actually get him the additional edge. I don't think he's going to be playing Varus this turn because it's too risky to be playing straight right into the fighters.
I do quite like not doing Vaults here, only because it would be turning the 3 mana unit into a 4 mana unit, when instead you could try and get the draw slightly earlier. And this draw can be important. I mean, what Sora Haru is looking for is cards like Quicksand and cards like Vengeance in order to deal with the Varus, because Sora Haru needs to worry about their lose conditions, not just accelerating their own win conditions.
Yep, and Runeterra chooses not to go for the attack right there, probably trying to, you know, and reinforce his defenses coming into the Rock Bear being spawned in this turn as well.
Runeterra's got a weird hand with what, triple weapon and the Varus and gems. But as we've said, no Furious Wielder, no Samira, no Expanse's protection. It's just gonna have to see the Varus come now. Now obviously there will be another Varus in future when it's automatically drawn. We are going to see the Quietus come down and destroy the weapon for the first time. And if Sora Haru wants, they never have to kill Varus.
Yep, and you know, what's a bowman without his bow? He's just a man, and just 3/4 man with a ballista in his back as well this time. So instead of firing arrows, he will be firing his ballistas.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a bow. Instead, he goes all the way to Noxus, gets this big, like, chicken artillery Darken just to carry around and get the extra 2 damage. Varus will be able to attack here, and this isn't an insignificant amount of damage. I mean, Sora Haru will have to block with probably 2 of these, and probably won't block with the 5/5 in order to try and get the Nasus for free, but it will be some damage coming in.
Yep, you have to be respectful of that transfusion that Runeterra is actually running in this deck as well. So, you know, it's either you take out your Rock Bear or just, you know, take a bit more damage this turn. And the Rock Bear is just so premium, right? Because you want that next turn Nasus, and it's going to be devastating if, you know, you're not getting much value if your Nasus is not coming out on turn 6, since you played the hell on turn 5.
And every single time a unit of Runeterra's dies, Nasus gets a little bit bigger, and every size of Nasus does matter. I mean, at some point there is going to be a big Varus if the bow ends up coming back, and at some point there are going to be Naganeka of Zoretas, and the size of the Nasus is going to be rather relevant. So keep in mind that every single time a unit dies, and it's not dying now because of the transfusion, Nasus does get larger.
Yep, I'm loving what Runeterra is trying to do here. Is you know, he's just trying to not feed into the Nasus as much as possible. Hate Spite might be a potential move that, Sora Haru could deny 3 damage off into his Nexus, and yet, getting 2 more procs onto that Nessus itself as well. But another Transfusions in his hand, Runeterra might pop it off.
So I expect this to be another transfusion, and the Varus does level, which gives a little bit of overwhelm, but obviously the bow is not there, so it's not an 11 million Varus, it's just a 6 Varus. But what Sora Haru does have is a Nexus coming down next turn and a Siphoning Strike able to come right thereafter. And a Quicksand Drawn, which will be very helpful in future for preventing damage. Sora Haru definitely has a hand that is able to deal with Runeterras if nothing is drawn soon.
Yep, and I believe that's an elusive husk coming in as well. Like, if this Nessus falls, Sora Haru could play a second Nessus off his hand and even potentially giving it elusive the next turn as well. So it's gonna be pretty interesting for Sora Haru. Like, there's lots of options for him to go against Runeterra, but Runeterra's hand is still not looking that great.
I really like the development of a unit here. You don't really need a Siphoning Strike just because I know it's Varus, but it's not as threatening as Varus normally is. So developing another unit and accepting that you are going to have a Rekindler plus a Varus next turn, a Rekindler plus a Nasus next turn anyway, means that the board will be wide enough and you're not too worried about Runeterra going tall, especially with Quicksand, that I really like just developing the unit and not being too aggressive with Siphoning Strike.
Yeah, Violent Discord immediately targeting the Nessus. So, just to not allow the Nessus to go for any, just deter the Nessus from attacking the turn. But Sora Haru, there's still a Quicksand in hand, and he could still, protect the Nessus as much as possible.
The Rock Bear Shepherd is going to do a little bit of attack, just poke Runeterra's Nexus, like they poked the Sleepy Rock Bear. But Runeterra will be drawing next turn, and the Spell Shield is really nice. I mean, I think that's one of Runeterra's best draws next to a Samira. I'm not seeing a Samira for the first time that we've seen this deck on stream. It's showing some of the issues that Varus can have if there's no Samira.
Yep, and there we have the Rekindler into a Nessus and a Rock Bear coming out of it as well, and a Bakai off the top deck for both players. That's not what, Runeterra is actually looking out for. And that protection is, draw himself another Varus, and that could, he's just trying to go for lethal at this point in time. But Quicksand is a big draw, but, but there is a Spell Shield coming in from Varus as well. And Runeterra really thought this through for this finale, I would say.
This Quietus has done so much for Sora Haru. Every single thing that's preventing Runeterra from winning, because this would be a win right now, is because of that Quietus. And I mean, Sora Haru, after this, is probably just going to play another Rekindler. And is probably just going to play attacking with the Nasus and winning. I mean, the Nasus is dead, but there are going to be 2 more coming out very, very soon. And we've got the Detonator that'll be able to get rid of all these small units. I don't know how Runeterra gets out of it.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Runeterra. This is probably his final turn, I would say, right? And that Varus is definitely going to be going down really soon as well. Big Nessus is going to be striking Rekindler into his second Nessus, or even third Nessus in this game. And Sora Haru is potentially playing with 6 Nessus in this game? And it's not fair.
It's not fair, no.
Yeah.
I mean, Sora Haru is running more than 6 champions with these Rekindler. Who let this happen in this tournament? We see a Samira, but it's so sad that it's just so late. I mean, the Samira is not even going to do anything. It can't flip, it can't challenge anything. Expanses doesn't do much either, and I think Runeterra is realizing that what they possibly need is a Furious Wielder, but I don't even know if that'll be enough.
Yeah, especially in a situation like this, players usually have to think it through, right? Do I have any outs to close off the game? If no, do I have time to, close off the whole series? So, maybe scooping up early might be the better option.
We'll see. If this Detonator and Darkness comes down, Nasus is going to get very, very big, very, very quickly, and I presume this is just lethal right now. I mean, Sora Haru can even just play Siphoning Strike and play... I mean, I don't think it can play anything, right? Sora Haru is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, with the big Nessus and the rest doing 11, 16 damage, and the Ballista transforming into its unit form. I mean, he has still ways to block the Nessus, but once the Nessus level up, and with the Siphoning Strike, it's going to be really difficult for Runeterra to deal with. And there we have Surrendering.
Runeterra taking a loss. I mean, I was going to say unexpectedly, but it's also unexpected for the other player to lose as well. So, who knows? We have seen Samira Varus lose for the first time, which is a little bit concerning, but it's just because of the lack of Samira, right? And it's a card that I presume you're fully mulliganing for every time.
Yeah.
Got 1-0 so far, and I think we're going to see the Jax Varus now on the side of oh my god, names.
Soroharu.
Soroharu.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, this is the point where Runeterra could, you know, take advantage, right? Like knowing that he's down to that final Jax deck, and if Runeterra knows, you know, knows this matchup really well, I believe he does. That's where he could actually take advantage of it, and because, you know, Soroharu actually did drew the nuts right there in the early game, and you know, and Runeterra didn't exactly get too much out of his draws as well, but instead he's switching over to his on Jax deck, you know, to go against the Jax mirror.
And I think this Jax on deck is just going to be slightly bigger than Jax Varus. I mean, Varus is a large unit, and Sharesies can definitely come into this. But I think in general, if Ornn just, you know, plays Combat Cook and stays big, I think Ornn is likely to win. And keep in mind that Ornn also has access to 2 copies of Harsh Winds. So Ornn will definitely be able to stop a lot of what Jax Varus is trying to go for here.
Yeah, for sure. But looking at his hand right here, not much combat tricks other than that 3 sisters. But, you know, having Jax on 2, and that could actually help Runeterra out really well, especially, you know, he's on curve for this Jax. 2 Jax.
Got more scars than years.
There are currently 4 Jaxes in the field and in hand, and this could mean that we see a lot of Jax champions spell barrying each other into the other unit. Soroharu is contemplating blocking and using the momentous choice, but that would lose to the catch. We're gonna just see the damage be taken, and Soroharu going to the next turn.
Here's the thing about, like, you know, close mirror or even mirror, right? Like there's lots of like micro decision, and those micro decision could potentially win you the game. And you have to be really careful of what your opponent have, and be really respectful of this combat tricks, especially when these two are really combat orientated kind of deck.
My understanding of Jack's lore is that his lamp is supposed to be the last lamp, but there's 2 of them, which clearly implies to me there are 2 lamps in the Jack's lore. But that's only a very minor point. Runeterra, I presume, is going to play the Combat Cook and try to start damaging the board. See what weapon will be taken. Combat Reel does give mana, but Pot of Pain does give the health, and I think you just want to be big and beefy, and that's what the Pot of Pain does.
Yeah, but I believe Runeterra, like, you know, at this point in time, whoever is a little bit more aggressive might have an edge against your opponent. So you just have to try to, you know, beat down your opponent as much as possible. And knowing that Soroharu have an ephemeral copy or ephemeral unit in his hand, I don't think he have any space to, you know, allow Soroharu to have another turn before the attack phase.
And Soroharu is going to be considering, do I want to use Jax's champion spell, or do I just want to take the damage? On one hand, the Forge is quite nice and there's not that much weapon removal, but on the other hand, you really want this protection for other things in the future, such as blocking the Jax. But you also don't want to take this damage. I mean, you don't want to let Runeterra just continually pummel you while you only have these 2 units on the field. So there's a lot to think about here, and this Combat Cook is very threatening.
Yep, and right, with Runeterra not attacking with the Jax, right, that actually shows that maybe Runeterra doesn't have a buff spell in his hand, like momentous choice maybe. Like, you know, this way, you know, Soroharu, if Soroharu could read this on Runeterra, he could potentially, you know, be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that Runeterra don't have any defensive tools in his arsenal with 3 mana to spare.
If we take a bit of a step back from like this turn just now and look at the hands in general, what we see is that Runeterra has got a freeze and a wild claw velocity, which will definitely both come in handy for both pressure and for freezing, while Soroharu has some interesting stuff with like pre-committing the spell shields, but Soroharu really needs a unit right now. Really needs access to a Varus or an Ice Veil Cultist or something large.
Yep, and Soroharu, you know, his Jax is not in a great position in attacking unless he goes for the protection. He pre-commits his the protection early, but instead, you know, choosing to draw 2 more cards, get that Blacksmith, and for finding himself yet another weapon for him to be a little bit more aggressive this turn.
I think that was a really good draw. Soroharu realizes that they need units. They can't justify passing, they can't justify attacking, so to get any value of your mana, you can play the cheap draw card, so I'm really happy about that. And both of the cards are playable this turn. It's always so frustrating when you get a fleeting card you can't play.
Yeah, that's fair. Like you're wasting basically wasting a card at that point in time. With Soroharu immediately going in for the attack with the Jax. Runeterra could go for the Three Sisters, but I don't think that is the smarter choice to just to remove this Jax.
I mean, they've never done it prior. They haven't been blinking as much, but Runeterra is doing it now, and they are going to be trading counter strikes. But Soroharu playing, the fourth Jax that we're going to see is able to defend it and make use of that fleeting.
Yep, I mean Soroharu don't want to waste that Jax in a sense. He would rather shuffle that Jax back in so that he got one more Jax to work with in an event of both Jax going down.
Runeterra has a lot of interaction right now. There's Buried in Ice and 2 freezes, which is everything you could possibly want against a mid-range deck. So Runeterra is definitely in an amazing position. And using Wild Claw's Ferocity on a unit with the Scout weapon lets the Wild Claw Ferocity scout at open speed, which is very scary. We are going to see the Jax weapon and the defense, which can't be countered.
Yep, momentous choice onto the Jax to remove that Wildcat out of play. So I mean, with Runeterra tapping out of Three Sisters into Flash Freeze, the cat is definitely going down.
Jax must be one away from leveling. I guess there's 2 Jaxes. A lot of the Jaxes must be one away from leveling on both sides, because they're both, showing the level up icon. That play was really brutal for Runeterra. They're expecting no more Jax. I mean, they'd already seen 2, but losing their Wild Claw Ferocity and having Soroharu have such a big double forged Jax weapon is not where they want to be.
Yep, Runeterra wants to level up that Jax coming in and forcing Soroharu to block with the 4-3 spin. And there you have Runeterra's Jax leveling up as well.
Also for me.
See the Jax animation? I kind of like the Jax animation. I think it's pretty cool every time I see it. The way he spins his little thing and his action pose at the end. I'm glad we can see it. Hopefully twice.
It's cool. I mean, we're moving straight to, turn 7. Runeterra have on, ready to go as well. And a fish fight available to, potentially remove Soroharu's Jax off the play as well. I mean, Soroharu's hand is really reactive at this point in time.
Yeah, Soroharu's hand's reactive, but also not reactive in the right ways. I mean, freezing is burst speed, and the spell shields are temporary, and Ornn coming down from Runeterra, there's not actually a way to deal with that card. There's no sort of fish fight. So if Ornn just came down, that'd just be like a massive unit, especially since you can give it Scout, and we might see that after this fish fight.
Fish fight coming right in from Jax to his counterpart. Trying to remove the Jax off the play, but Soroharu have the protection though. And
We are going to see the Varus drawn. The Jax is protected, which is nice, but I don't see how this is going to help deal with this Ornn. I mean, the Ornn can die if Soroharu draws into something like a Furious Wielder, but I'm very scared for this Ornn on the side of Soroharu. I mean, like, Runeterra can just play Ornn and smack twice and pressure a bunch of damage.
Yeah, for sure. And Ornn should be leveling up pretty soon as well, right?
I don't think Ornn's close to leveling. Ornn needs to see someone, or not see someone, just have someone strike for 8, and that hasn't really been the case. I mean, the Alpha Wild Claw, did that have 8 strength? I don't think, did it? It was a
attack
+1 on a Wild Claw.
7 onto a barrier? No, that's not enough. But yeah, Flash Freeze.
We are going to see the Flash Freeze and this unit go away, which means no Ornn, but obviously killing the Jax is sometimes just as good, and preventing the Jax to level up unless we see another Expanse's protection.
So Soroharu have a decision here to make, right? Like, is he, like, the second protection actually runs himself much lower in the protection count just to stop a fish fight?
It does, but Soroharu also needs the pressure damage. I mean, there's no way in which Soroharu can win if they're not attacking here. They're expecting an Ornn in the future. They want to play their Varus and get some overwhelm damage in, and they could see a world where they need to play around the extra freezes and Buried in Ice. Runeterra's drawn way more than a normal amount for a deck like Jax Ornn, but you still have to be worried about it on the side of Soroharu.
That is fair as well. Runeterra with 3 mana open, catch might be a possible play. I mean, he probably will be re-equipping Or even, oh, put the impact weapon onto the Jax this time.
It does mean that the
Catch.
innovative blacksmith isn't able to attack as well, but Soroharu will still be able to attack with their Jax and put them down at a pretty considerable range considering how big these units can often get.
Right, so Runeterra, looking at Runeterra's hand, it's definitely going to be an on this turn.
It could be an on. There are worlds
Yeah.
in which it's not on, but I expect an on. I expect an on with a scout weapon and even Challenger to try and do some even cuter stuff.
Yeah, that's true. And even if Soroharu drops down the Varus this turn, the Buried in Ice could be a potential win as well.
I'm curious why Runeterra took the impact weapon. I think I know why. So if Runeterra clicks the pass button, which means it goes for the strongest weapon in hand, that weapon I think is the Jax weapon because it's been forged once. So the
Right.
Jax weapon should be a +2/+2, while the Scout weapon is a +1/+0, meaning you can't get the Scout unless Runeterra equipped the Jax with Scout last turn, which they did not do.
Runeterra have an option of going for the fish hook as well to try to remove his opponent's Jax.
We will probably see... Soroharu is going to be thinking, like, can they trade into the on at all? And I think it's possible for them to trade into the on with some weird sort of sharesies manipulation, but they also might realize that they just have to take the damage, go for Varus, and try and win on the next turn, which is pretty possible for Soroharu if it wasn't for that flash freeze that's going to end up punishing them next turn. This attack's going to be massive, though.
Yeah, big attack coming in from Runeterra coming in as well. So it kind of forces Soroharu to go for the block this turn, right? He has to block at least the on. If not, it's going to be a lot of damage. But interesting Lior, and the Jax is likely to be going down. Yep.
I really like this challenge. Runeterra's realizing the only way he loses this game are big overwhelm units, and the way to deal with that is by killing the big overwhelm units. So he's now got the freeze for the Varus that he can see in hand, and he's going to try and deal with that. And push comes to shove, I mean, he's able to block with the Ornn, and the Ornn has got a fairly considerable amount of health for that Varus on the next turn.
So we'll see what Soroharu is going to do. Momentous choice, not going to do anything. And I believe he's just going to be taking the damage and just let his Jax die.
You get to see the Ornn level up as well. I mean, he already forged the weapon before he did that animation, so I feel like the lore is a little bit backwards right now. But Soroharu presumably is going to play the Varus and try and go into some damage. I think the Varus said 4 out of 7, so it's a little bit far away from being leveled.
Yeah, it's too far. And Runeterra still have Buried in Ice available as well. He could play his Glacial Surian, that could also, boost a little bit more the next turn as well. 3 Sisters if you want to play a little bit more reactively. So Runeterra feels comfortable, especially in times like this.
So Runeterra feels comfortable, but I think Soroharu can find a way for lethal, and this way for lethal involves pre-committing this Expanse's protection. If they do that and then pull the Jax and get Varus just to be big enough, especially with Momentous Choice, I think it could be a win for the Varus deck, only because you can't, flash freeze twice if there's already a spell shield, and we do see the spell shield being pre-committed, and I think there might be just enough to get the level going through, to get the damage going through.
Yep, Lior going onto the Maiden as well. He drew himself into a Jax. Yeah, it's what you said. It might be enough.
We're going to see Runeterra probably block and then freeze the non-spell shield unit. Soroharu just doesn't have enough yet, but we should always keep in mind that Sharesies is a really powerful card in scenarios like these, being able to exchange the weapon, the Varus weapon, from being, I imagine it's around a 5-0 or a 7-0 to any other unit. The other one obviously having Overwhelm means the Sharesies can come in handy quite rapidly.
Right, Soroharu have declared his attack is down to Runeterra. How is he going to block this?
Hope you stretched.
8 damage.
Love the attitude.
Probably blocking the Varus. Yeah, blocking the Varus is the right decision. And Soroharu with the momentous choice trying to close this game. He have lethal, but Runeterra still have the Three Sisters.
So we are going to see, and I'm really
Yes.
glad to see it this way, because this plays around Flash Freeze the most, because if the Flash Freeze does go on the 5-4, you can Sharesies it over to increase the damage. I don't think it's going... I think that'll be enough. I think that would be lethal. If the Flash Freeze comes down and the Sharesies gets exchanged, my math seems to be indicating so.
This is some like three-dimensional play that Soroharu is actually looking in right now. Three Sisters, Entomb, no Flash Freeze. Maybe Entomb might be possible.
I think Entomb may have saved the game there. I think Entomb may have done it, because we are going to see the Sharesies come down. I mean, you have to try and go for lethal here. And I think the Sharesies works that way. I hope I'm not wrong with how I'm saying the Sharesies will help. I could be wrong.
We have to know how big is the bowl, right? 8?
I'm right. Good.
Yep.
And Runeterra's gonna have to draw, and I don't think there's any main deck Flash Freeze. And I think Runeterra is going to be too OD. I don't think there's any outs. There's no main deck Flash Freeze. There's no, I don't know, 2 Pokey Sticks that somehow kills a Varus. I don't know.
There's nothing that he could do, right? Like, pot, catch a pot. It's not gonna do anything. Catch is not gonna do anything.
I think Soroharu is showing
That's it.
that he's going to be in Worlds. Runeterra's giving the GG, and the winner of the APAC World Qualifier Open is Soroharu, taking the first place and taking that world.
Will be representing APAC in the upcoming Worlds as well. So there you have, ladies and gentlemen, it's a really tight grand final splits. Was Entomb the right choice there?
I think it had to be. You're playing around either third Expanse's protection or the one of Sharesies. It's a one of either way. You have to make your choice, and Entomb does cost more mana, and it can be difficult either way, but you know, we've got Caster Vision, we know Entomb's correct,
Yeah.
but Runeterra's going to be kicking themselves for not doing that now.
Yeah, but all right. So there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our grand finals, and we have our champion right there, Soroharu, and he will be representing APAC. And let's just take a look at the brackets and how Soroharu actually made his way all the way to our champion right here with winning QWQ, Zenko, and finally Runeterra. And this, you know, it's gonna be 2-0 fashion all the way for Soroharu from semifinals onwards.
Yeah, I mean, these have been really close games decided by very specific cards or very specific draws, and we've seen like how this open meta can lead to very interesting interactions, right? We've seen a bunch of mid-range decks, but also anti-mid-range decks. We've seen this sort of control decks pop off, but we've also seen aggro decks do quite well. Every single archetype seems to be represented here, and it just so happens that the one that won was this mid-range one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, this is probably I've constantly saying this, like the game is getting more and more diverse. There's more mechanics coming in as well. So, but at the same time, there's no one dominant deck moving into, you know, big stage games like the Worlds Qualifiers. So, you know, the game is very healthy moving forward as well. Any deck, any person could potentially win any form of tournament in this game as well.
I mean, we've seen an absolutely like an amazing set of games. Every single game has had something interesting in it, except maybe those snippets where we went into a game and it ended in 2 seconds. But every game has had some fascinating play, and I mean, you can rewatch this and see some of the logic you can see in these like mid-range matchups, right? Sometimes you have to play around for certain things, seeing how the barriers interacted with that Jax mirror. They definitely, both players played amazingly well, and props to both of them.
Yep, so there you have, ladies and gentlemen. I believe this marks the end of the APAC Shot Worlds Qualifiers for this season. Spitz, any last words for the viewers out there?
Watch the EMEA one. And then watch the America one because someone might be playing.
Yep. So, there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Splits. This is her first time joining us for this broadcast. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Thanks so much for the production crew and everyone, behind the scenes to make this event happen. And last but not least, thanks to everyone in the audience right there for supporting this stream and supporting these players. If not, without you guys, we wouldn't be here, bringing this much fun to you guys. So do not go anywhere. We got the EMEA stream after this, and after the EMEA we got the NA one as well. So do drop by to support our good friend Spitz right here, and hopefully she will be representing Australia in in the World Championship as well. Once again, my name is Moonboy and I'm joined by Spitz, and I will see you guys next season. Have a good one, everyone.